The Frege Reader. Edited by Michael Beaney. To Peter Geach and to the memory of Max Black. Contents. Preface. Abbreviations of works by Frege. Glossary. Introduction. Selections. Letter to Marty, 29.8.1882 The Foundations of Arithmetic, Selections Function and Concept Letter to Husserl, 24.5.18917, Extract on Sinn and Bedeutung on Concept and Object Grundgesetze der Arithmetik, Volume I, Selections Review of E.G. Husserl, Philosophie der Arithmetik Y, Extract Logic, Extract on Euclidean Geometry Letter to Russell, 22.6.1902, Extract Letter to Russell, 28.12.1902, Extract Grundgesetze der Arithmetik, Volume 2, Selections Letter to Russell. 13.11.1904, Extract Introduction to Logic, Extract A Brief Survey of My Logical Doctrines, Extract Letters to Husserl, 1906 Logic in Mathematics, Extract Letter to Jourdain, January 1914, Extract My Basic Logical Insights Thought Negation. Sources of Knowledge of Mathematics and the Mathematical Natural Sciences. Extract Numbers and Arithmetic. Appendix 1, Chronology of Frege's Life and Works. Appendix 2, Frege's Logical Notation. Appendix 3, Guide to Further Reading. Preface. This reader brings together, for the first time in a single volume, all of Frege's seminal papers, substantial parts of all three of his books, and additional selections from his posthumous writings and correspondence. Since its primary aim is to make these works accessible to students of logic, philosophical logic, and the philosophy of language, I have also provided short introductions to each piece, summaries of sections omitted and editorial footnotes. The possibility of simply letting Frege's writings speak for themselves is unrealistic in a collection intended for use as a course book. Not only is Frege's work often hard to understand, but also, as a pioneer in the field of logic, Frege's key ideas and terminology evolved during the course of his career, and he was not always explicit about the changes that occurred. But I have not sought to impose interpretations of the text. Most of the editorial footnotes simply contain references to other passages in Frege's writings, comments on points of translation, or elucidations of some of the logical notation or conceptions. However, in the introduction to the volume as a whole, besides providing a sketch of Frege's life, works and achievement, I have included a brief discussion of two central issues in the interpretation of Frege's philosophy, in order to provide the interested student with some sense of current controversies and the importance of Frege to philosophy today. Perhaps one of the most difficult things facing someone new to Frege's work is his logical symbolism, which never did succeed in becoming adopted by other logicians. It is easier to master than might at first sight appear, and Frege's own explanation of it in the is admirably clear, but I have also provided a brief account of it and its translation into modern notation in Appendix 2. Almost all the material from Frege's works gathered here has appeared, in some translated form, in previous English editions, most of it published by Blackwell. I have included a substantial part of Geach and Black's translations from the philosophical writings of Gottlob Frege, and made further selections from Frege's collected papers, posthumous writings and philosophical and mathematical correspondence. I have, however, provided new translations of material from the Grundlagen and Volume I of the Grundgesetze, mainly to avoid inconsistencies of style and terminology through the volume. J. L. Austin's translation of the Grundlagen has been praised for its readability, but in places Austin offers too free a rendering of Frege's prose and he himself admitted that his version was too long. Although Frege is indeed at his most informal in this work, Austin's translation makes him sound, at times, too much like an Oxford linguistic philosopher, and it certainly sits uneasily with the translations of Frege's other works. As far as the existing translations of Volume I of the Grundgesetze are concerned, the translation by Jourdain and Stahelroth GNTPW, would have needed revision and expansion, and the translation by Firth uses different terminology and provides, I think, Too literal a version. In the new translations, I hope the right balance has been struck between fluency and faithfulness, but if I have managed to improve on previous translations, then it is in large part due to my having learned from them, and I gratefully acknowledge the help that they provided. The opportunity has also been taken to make a few minor revisions to some of the translations reprinted here, in consultation with the original translators. As far as the rendering of Frege's key terms throughout this volume is concerned, the policy adopted in other Blackwell editions has in general been followed, the only significant change being the translation of Bedeutung and its cognates. Details of the renderings can be found in the glossary, and I discuss the controversial issue of the translation of Bedeutung in 4 of the introduction. Whilst editorial responsibility remains entirely my own, on questions of selection and translation I have benefited from the advice of a number of people, and I would like to thank, in particular, Wonby Choi, Michael Dumet, Peter Geach, Mike Harnish, Mark Helm, Peter Long, Sharon McDonald, Brian McGuinness, Peter Simons, Peter Sullivan and Roger White. I would also like to thank Duckworth Publishers for permission to use material from my book, Frege, Making Sense, and, from Blackwell Publishers, Stephen Chambers and Steve Smith for encouraging the project in the early stages, and Natalie Manners and Robert Peberdy for steering the book through the final stages of publication. I owe a particular debt of gratitude to Stephen Ryan, whose supererogatory copy editing of a complex typescript resulted in many improvements to both the translations and the editorial material. The volume is dedicated to Peter Geach and to the memory of Max Black, the 2 philosophers who did most to make Frege's writings available to the English-speaking world. Michael Beaney. Abbreviations of Works by Frege. The following abbreviations are used for works by Frege referred to in the editorial material. Full citations are provided in the bibliography, where a complete list of Frege's works, chronologically ordered, can be found. Where a date is set in square brackets in column 2, the work concerned is listed in the bibliography under the first date given in column 3. Glossary. The various key terms used by Frege have been translated in the present volume as follows. Angetan indicate Anschauung Intuition Ansel. Number Art de Gegenseins mode of presentation Bedeuten. Mean, signify refer to, stand for Bedeutung meaning, significance Bedeutung Begriff asterisk concept Begrifflicher Inhalt conceptual content registered Behauptungssatz assert or sentence Beidersatz eingeteig 1 Bestimmungsses mode of determination. Beurteilbarer Inhalt asterisk judgeable content Beziehung relation eingeteig many 1 formal Gedanke thought Gegenstand object like registered customary gleich equal, identical Gleichheit equality, identity Gleichung equation Gleichzelig equinumerous Inhalt content Merkmal asterisk mark objective Satz asterisk sentence, proposition, theorem, clause Sense Stufe level underscore. Umfang eines Begriffs extension of a concept ungerade. Indirect ungesättigt registered unsaturated Urteil judgment. Vernianung negation. Vorstellung idea, image. Wort truth value word Verlauf registered value range Zahl registered number introduction. With the publication of his first book in 1879, Gottlob Frege revolutionized logic, and together with Russell, Moore, and Wittgenstein, he is generally regarded as one of the founders of analytic philosophy, which has dominated the English-speaking world for most of this century. Yet his works remained largely unread in his lifetime, and although he influenced Husserl, Russell, Wittgenstein, and Carnap, in particular, and corresponded with mathematicians such as Peano and Hilbert, his ideas were not always understood or accepted, and it is only in the last 50 years that interest in his writings and engagement with his thought have really taken off. In the first 2 sections of this introduction, I provide a brief account of Frege's life and works, and indicate the nature and significance of his achievement. The recent blossoming of interest in Frege's work has led to a variety of Fregean or Neo-Fregean views and approaches, and this variety, and Frege's perceived importance, has generated increasing controversy over the interpretation of his philosophy. In the third section, I identify some of the main issues in these debates, and highlight some of the differing views. One particular problem has been the understanding of Frege's notion of Bedeutung, reflected in the controversy over the translation of Bedeutung and its cognates into English. I discuss this in some detail in the final section, and explain the policy adopted in the present volume. Girls' School, and his mother, Augusta Bialoblotsky, was a teacher and later herself principal of the school. He attended the gymnasium in Wismar from 1864 to 1869, and having passed his Abitur in the spring of 1869, went on to the University of Jena. He spent 4 semesters there, taking courses in chemistry, mathematics, and philosophy, before transferring to the University of Göttingen, where he spent 5 semesters studying physics, mathematics, and philosophy of religion. He was awarded his doctorate in December 1873 for his dissertation on a geometrical representation of imaginary forms in the plane, which, developing the work of Gauss, who had been one of those responsible for legitimating complex numbers by showing how they could be represented as points on a plane, showed how imaginary forms could be represented geometrically. Despite being a work in pure geometry, Frege's dissertation nevertheless hints at the subsequent direction of his thought. For he is clearly concerned with how results in one area can be extended into another. What allows this is the underlying arithmetic, which can encompass the non-intuitable as well as the intuitable, and this was something that Frege emphasized throughout his later work. Indeed, it provided the starting point for his next piece of work, his Habilitationsschrift, the dissertation required to qualify as a university lecturer, submitted in early 1874 to the University of Jena as part of his application for a teaching post. Entitled Methods of Calculation based on an extension of the concept of magnitude, it is in this work that Frege's foundationalist interests emerge. What underlies the concept of magnitude, and makes it independent of intuition, Frege argues, are the general properties of addition, and it is addition that is the subject of those fundamental propositions from which the whole of arithmetic grows as from a seed. All other methods of calculation derive from addition, repeated addition, for example, yielding multiplication. What is involved here, Frege suggests, is the iterative application of an operation, which can be represented by an appropriate function, such that the value of the function for a given argument can itself become the argument of that function. Adding 1, for example, can be represented by the successor function, f equals x plus 1, adding 2 by ff, and so on, doubling by g equals x plus x, quadrupling by gg, and so on. Frege goes on to explore the relationships between various types of mathematical function, but the key point to note here is the central role that the notion of a function is suggested as playing in the required theory of magnitude, making possible the connection between different areas of arithmetic. It was Frege's development of function theory that was to prove crucial in the transformation of logic that he was shortly to effect on the completion of his Habilitationsschrift, and on the necessary oral examination, public disputation, and trial lecture. In May 1874 Frege was appointed to the post of Privatdozent at the University of Jena, where he stayed for the rest of his career. In the first few years, his teaching load was heavy, and he only published 4 short pieces *3 of them reviews, before the appearance of his first book, in 1879. Although this work is now hailed as inaugurating the age of modern logic, it is clear from the preface that Frege's aim in developing a more powerful logical theory was not so much to improve on traditional logic for its own sake as to provide arithmetic with the strongest possible foundations. Since the firmest foundations were seen as logical ones, the task became to ascertain how much of arithmetic could be derived from logic. Having explained his logical theory in parts I and II, in part 3 Frege did indeed succeed in showing that mathematical induction could be analyzed purely logically, and this no doubt encouraged him in the attempt to derive the whole of arithmetic from logic. This logicist project, as it is now called, was to occupy him for the next quarter of a century. But why was it felt necessary to provide arithmetic with foundations at all? The answer lies in the developments in mathematics that the high 19th century had witnessed. In the work of Gauss, Lobachevsky, Bolyai and Riemann, the first non-Euclidean geometries had been constructed, by replacing Euclid's notorious fifth axiom, the axiom of parallels, by an alternative axiom. Many assumed that contradictions would sooner or later emerge, but when double elliptic geometry was shown to be applicable to the surface of a sphere, lines being interpreted as great circles, it became clear that non-Euclidean geometries were consistent if Euclidean geometry was consistent. As we have just seen, Frege himself had been concerned to show how imaginary forms could be represented geometrically by extending analytic geometry to incorporate complex numbers. But if non-Euclidean geometry could be modeled within Euclidean geometry, and Euclidean geometry, through analytic geometry, could be grounded in number theory, this still left the consistency of number theory unclear. This question was made more pressing by the continuing controversy over the existence of negative numbers and complex numbers. When Hamilton added to the problems by inventing quaternions, which failed to obey the law of commutative, ity in multiplication, and Cayley introduced matrices, the moral was clear: one cannot just assume that the basic properties of one number system automatically carry over to any enlargement of that system. This was something that Frege himself was to stress in his critique of formalist theories of arithmetic. But the most important motivation behind the growing concern with the foundations of arithmetic in the 19th century was the need to rigorize the differential and integral calculus, i.e. mathematical analysis. The key to the interpretation of the calculus was the concept of a limit, and it was Cauchy who made the first attempt to define this notion in terms of convergent sequences. Misleading talk of infinitesimals was finally purged by Weierstrass, who recognized that if progress was to be made in areas where geometrical intuition gives out, then analysis needed to be grounded in number theory. Weierstrass, Cantor, and Dedekind all provided accounts of the real numbers in terms of convergent sequences of rational numbers, and given that the rational numbers could be readily defined in terms of the natural numbers, the necessary foundations looked secure. But the natural numbers were still assumed as given, and this was something that Frege regarded as unacceptable, especially since he could find no clear account of what they were. He thus took upon himself the task of completing the reductive process, defining the natural numbers in purely logical terms. On the publication of the Frege was promoted to Außerordentlicher Professor, which finally gave him a salary, but the book itself received discouraging reviews. His asterisk concept script rejudged inferior to the Boolean logic of his leading contemporaries. This induced Frege to examine carefully the work of Boole, and to write several papers demonstrating the greater power of his own theory. This task occupied him in the 3 years that followed the publication of and the work analyzing the concept of number, which had been heralded in the closing sentence of the preface to the Begriffsschrift, was consequently delayed. But the criticism did, however, have one positive effect: it made Frege aware of the need to explain his ideas and sketch his proposed derivation of arithmetic from logic informally, before embarking on the program of providing rigorous proofs using his concept script. He read up on the work of philosophers who had written about mathematics, and realized the importance of locating his own views against the background of the traditional disputes. The result was Die Grundlagen der Arithmetik, published in 1884, and recognized now, though not at the time, as a philosophical masterpiece, containing a penetrating critique of rival conceptions of arithmetic and an original account of his own. Locating his position within a Kantian framework, Frege argues in part I that arithmetic is neither a system of synthetic sent priori truths, as Kant himself had maintained, nor a system of synthetic sent posteriori truths, as me 19 ugheit, leading only the possibility that it is a system of analytic a priori truths, as Leibniz had held. In part 2, Frege forces both empiricist and psychologistic conceptions of number. Number is neither one property zero of external things, since what number we ascribe to it an idea, since this would make it subjective. Numbers, according to Frege, are objective but non-dual. In N$46, in Part 2, he formulates his "there are" contains an assertion about a concept. To say that there is one God, for cent example, is to say that the concept God is uniquely instantiated, and the important point here is that such construals enable number statements to be formalized purely logically. In Part 4, Frege goes on to offer definitions of the concept of number, the successor relation and the individual numbers in terms of extensions of concepts. Since the concepts chosen can themselves be logically defined, and assuming that the notion of an extension of a concept is also unproblematically logical, then Frege's claim in the conclusion to have made it probable that arithmetic can be derived from logic looks justified. With his informal account published, Frege then concentrated on the rigorous demonstration of the logicist thesis, building on his definitions and using his logical system to prove the laws of arithmetic. This resulted in his magnum opus, the Grundgesetze der Arithmetik, the first volume of which appeared in 1893 and the second volume in 1903. However, in the 9 years that passed between the publication of the Grundlagen and the appearance of Volume I of the Grundgesetze, a number of important changes in his views occurred, reflected in 3 papers that he published in the early 1890s: Function and Concept, On Sinn and Bedeutung, and On Concept and Object. All 3 are now regarded as classics of analytic philosophy, and the second, in particular, introducing his famous distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung, is probably the single most widely known and influential work in modern philosophy of language, which is not to say that the distinction is universally accepted or its interpretation uncontroversial. As far as Frege's _logicist project is concerned, however, the most important development was the simplifying of his ontology. Frege had emphasized the distin of Pete ap seat, ae in, he Benicia, but, in the category of object meow. Made clear he included, firstly, 2 truth values, so that concepts could then be costs as functions that map objects onto one of the 2 objects, the true and the false, and secondly, extensions of concepts, which could then also be taken as legitimate arguments of functions. Although, as we have just noted, Frege had introduced extensions of concepts in the Grundlagen, he had not at the time felt committed to their use, and it seems, in fact, that he went through a stage, immediately after its publication, of trying to do without them. But the attempt failed, and he soon reverted to his original definitions. His 3 papers of the early 1890s, then, can be seen as reinforcing, and indeed as offering justification for, his appeal to extensions of concepts. Although these papers are frequently read as self-standing essays in the emerging field of philosophical logic, their original toll was to provide philosophical support to his logicist project. 3% after the publication of Volume I of the Grundgesetze, Frege was promoted to honorary ordinary professor, which was unsalaried but without administrative duties. With a generous stipend that he also received from the Karl Zeiss Stiftung degree, this freed him more for research, and he was certainly productive in the decade or so that followed. Not only did he make further progress on the Grundgesetze, but he also published a number of critical reviews of the work of others. His 1894 review of Husserl's Philosophie der Arithmetik was instrumental in converting Husserl away from his early psychologism. From 1894 to 1896 he was in regular correspondence with Peano, and published 2 pieces explaining the advantages of his own logical notation over the system that Peano was developing, which Peano did indeed modify as a result of reading Frege's work. It was Peano's notation that Russell took over, and it was through Peano that Russell came to learn of Frege's work, an event, however, that was to have disastrous consequences for Frege. The source of Frege's problems was, after all, his appeal to extensions of concepts, and in particular, his conception of them as objects when taken together with his assumption that every concept must be defined for all objects. For this latter assumption implies that every concept divides up all objects into those that do, and those that do not, and or fall under it. With the assumption that extensions of concepts are objects, it implies that extensions themselves can be divided into those that fall under the concept whose extensions they are is an extension, and those that do not is a horse. But now consider the concept is the extension of a concept under which it does not fall. Does the extension of tis concept fall under the concept or not? If it does, then it does not, and if it does not, then it does. This contradiction was discovered by Russell in 1902, and he wrote to Frege informing him of it on June 16, the second volume of the Grundgesetze was in press. Now known for as Russell's paradox, Frege I immediately recognized its seriousness. A correspondence ensued, and Frege attempted to repair the damage in an appendix. What he held responsible for the contradiction was his fifth axiom, about which he had admitted some unease in the preface to volume I restricted to the specific case of concepts. Axiom V can be formulated as follows. Whatever falls under concept F falls under concept G, and vice versa, if and only if the concepts F and G have the same extension. Asterisk. According to Frege, axiom V legitimates the appeal to extensions of concepts by laying down a criterion of identity for them. If every concept is defined for every object, then axiom V guarantees that every concept has an extension, and if these extensions are themselves objects, then it assures us that the extension of the concept is the extension of a concept under which it does not fall is an object, but it is just this that leads to contradiction. Frege's response to the paradox was simply to outlaw the applicability of concepts to their own extensions, resulting in the following restriction of whatever falls under concept F, except its own extension, falls under concept G, and vice versa, if and only if the concepts F and G have the same extension. Unfortunately, however, this too has been found to generate contradiction, in domains of more than one object, registered, and although it is unclear just when Frege accepted that his system had been fatally undermined, the planned third volume of the Grundgesetze was never completed, and by the end of his life Frege is certainly admitting that his Logikstprojekt had resulted in failure. In his last 15 years at Jena, Frege published little, but the reason was as much personal grief as intellectual disappointment. His children by his wife, Margaret Leesburg, had died young, and although they had adopted a son, Alfred, around 1900, his wife too died in 1905, leaving him to bring up the child without her. Bad health, also, was to plague him for the rest of his life. He did, however, have a significant influence on two more people, at the very start of their philosophical careers, who were to play a major role in developing and transmitting his ideas. In 1911 he was visited by Wittgenstein, then a student of aeronautics, who had read about his views in Appendix A of Russell's Principles of Mathematics, and it was Frege who recommended that Wittgenstein go to Cambridge to study with Russell. From 1910 to 1914 several of Frege's lecture courses were attended by Carnap, who studied at Jena, and Carnap, like Wittgenstein, was quite explicit about the influence that Frege's work had on him. Registered. Frege retired from the University of Jena in 1918, and moved to Bad Kleinen, near to his hometown of Wismar. In the last years of his life, he published a series of papers entitled Logical Investigations, the final fruit of various attempts that he had made during his life to write a textbook on logic explaining his views, in particular, on truth, thought, Sinn and Bedeutung, the nature of logic, negation, and generality. The first of these papers, Der Gedanke, in arguing for the indefinability of truth and the objectivity of thought, is second only to Über Sinn und die Bedeutung in the influence that it has had on subsequent philosophy. But Frege was not to live to see his influence, or to enjoy the widespread recognition and acclaim that this works deserved and were eventually to receive. He died, at the age of 77, on July 26, 1925. In a note attached to his will, bequeathing his unpublished letters and papers to his son, Alfred. Frege wrote, "Dear Alfred, do not despise the pieces I have written. Even if all is not gold, there is gold in them. I believe there are things here which will one day be prized much more highly than they are now. Take care that nothing gets lost. Your loving father. It is a large part of myself which I bequeath to you herewith." In 1935, Alfred Frege handed over the papers Frege's Nachlauf to Heinrich Scholz of the University of Munster, who had been trying to track them down, and Scholz and his collaborators set to work to edit them for publication. During the war the originals were deposited in the university library for safekeeping, but were nevertheless destroyed by Allied bombing on March 25, 1945. Although typescript copies had fortunately been made of most of what had been judged as the important pieces, Scholz had to have them copied again after the war to prepare an edition. But illness prevented Scholz from completing the project before he himself died in 1956, and it was not until 1969 that the Nachgelassene Schriften was published, edited by a group of scholars set up by Hans Hermes, Scholz's successor at Münster, and this was followed by an edition of Frege's correspondence in 1976. More than 50 years after Frege's death, then, what had survived of the gold of which Frege had spoken was finally exhibited, and Frege's prophecy that it would one day be prized much more highly than it was when he wrote has since been amply fulfilled. A selection from his Nachlauf is reprinted in the present volume, in addition to his more well-known works. 2. Frege's achievement. Frege's most remarkable and indisputable achievement was the revolution that he effected in logic, which for over 2,000 years, ever since its origins in Aristotle's prior analytics, had been dominated by syllogistic theory. Propositional logic had indeed emerged at the time of the Stoics, and been developed in the work of Boole and others on the algebra of logic in the middle of the 19th century, but even then it had only been regarded as one part of Boolean algebra, dependent upon the more fundamental calculus of classes. One of Frege's achievements in the was to give a self-contained and rigorously axiomatized exposition of propositional logic, in effect relying on just 2 connectives, 2 rules of inference, and 6 axioms. But it was in his creation of what we now know as predicate logic, through his invention of quantifier notation, that the real logical breakthrough occurred. Frege's crucial move lay in extending the idea of function argument analysis from mathematics to logic. At the simplest level, Caesar is mortal, for example, is construed as the value of the function is mortal for the argument Caesar. But what of the analysis of a proposition such as all humans are mortal? Traditional logic had treated this too as of subject-predicate form, but as Frege recognized, all humans does not have the same semantic role as the proper name Caesar. Instead, what Frege does is treat this as a complex proposition involving 2 functions, is human and is mortal, between which a certain relation is being stated to obtain, namely, that whatever satisfies the former satisfies the latter. Representing it as for all x, if x is human, then x is mortal, we can regard this as composed of 2 simpler propositions, x is human and x is mortal, linked by a propositional connective and bound by a quantifier. In modern notation, this would be formalized as hx symbolizing x is human and mx symbolizing x is mortal. 2 *. The analysis thus depends both on the use of function argument notation and on propositional logic. Frege's creation of quantification theory resulted from amalgamating the 2. It is worth indicating the significance of this synthesis in the history of logic by briefly comparing Frege's achievement with Boole's. Boole had distinguished between primary propositions, the subject matter of the theory of classes, and secondary propositions, with which propositional logic was concerned, and had shown how, under different interpretations, the same algebraic system could be used to represent both. But just because different interpretations were involved, Boole, unlike Frege, had been unable to formalize inferences in which both primary and secondary propositions occur. Boole himself gave as an example of a primary proposition all inhabitants are either Europeans or Asiatics, and as an example of a secondary proposition, either all the inhabitants are Europeans, or they are all Asiatics. But although Boole distinguished these, he seems to have failed to recognize the logical connection between them. For the first, of course, follows from the second, yet there is no way of representing this in the Boolean system. The formalization in Frege's logic, however, is straightforward. As Frege himself remarked in a critique of Boole's calculus that he wrote shortly after the publication of the real difference is that I avoid division into two parts, and give a homogeneous presentation of the lot. In Boole the two parts run alongside one another, so that one is like the mirror image of the other, but for that very reason stands in no organic relation to it. Besides providing a far more organic theory, in which predicate logic builds on propositional logic, Frege's invention of quantifier notation also resolved one of the outstanding problems that had confronted Aristotelian logic: the analysis of statements of multiple generality. The ambiguity of statements such as "every philosopher admires some logician" is difficult to express in syllogistic theory, but in Fregean logic is readily reflected in the differing scope of the quantifiers. In modern notation, the two readings would be formalized as follows. In, the universal quantifier has wider scope than the existential quantifier. In, the existential quantifier has wider scope than the universal quantifier. In arithmetic, statements of multiple generality, such as "every number has a successor" or "every even number is the sum of two primes," are very common, and clearly, even to attempt to show that arithmetic can be derived from logic requires some way of formalizing such statements. Although the significance of his notation for generality only dawned on Frege gradually, it is this that we now recognize as Frege's greatest single logical achievement. Without Frege's new system of logic, the project of deriving arithmetic from logic would have looked quite unrealistic. With it, Frege managed to provide logical definitions of the ancestral of a relation and of a many-one relation, and hence to give a logical analysis of mathematical induction. In the Grundlagen, he also showed how to provide logical definitions of number statements of the form "there are NFS," and with the introduction of extensions of concepts, or classes, how to define the individual numbers. In defining the number 0, for example, as the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept not identical with itself, Frege in effect characterized it as the class of all classes with the same number of members as the null class *. Although Russell's paradox was to reveal the dangers involved in so naively talking of classes, modern set theory still proceeds by defining 0 in terms of the null set. In fact, by identifying 0 with the null set, and generating the natural numbers from this basis. Despite the collapse of Frege's own project, then, Frege still claims his place as one of the founders of mathematical logic and set theory. In the Grundgesetze, in developing a formal language adequate for the purposes of arithmetic, and in specifying rules governing the legitimate construction of complex expressions from simpler ones, Frege also laid the basis for modern semantic theory, and although there is controversy over whether Frege can be regarded as providing a semantic theory for natural language, the connection he suggested between the sense of a proposition and its truth conditions has been highly influential, from Wittgenstein and Tarski to Davidson and Dummett. Registered within the philosophy of mathematics, Frege's criticisms of psychologism, empiricism, and formalism, at least in the forms in which they had been developed up to his time, are widely recognized as devastating, and although there are undoubtedly problems in trying to interpret Frege's own brand of Platonism and reconcile it with his logicism, Platonism remains a powerful force amongst mathematicians and philosophers of mathematics today. And logicism too is back on the philosophical agenda. Registered once again, despite Russell's paradox, Frege is still regarded as one of the greatest philosophers of mathematics that there has ever been. But it is in the areas of philosophical logic, the philosophy of language, the philosophy of mind, epistemology, and metaphysics that Frege's ideas have become most widely known, and here his importance lies in his thinking through the philosophical implications of his new logic and the philosophical issues raised by his new analyses. From this derive all his characteristic philosophical conceptions and theses, the distinction between axioms, rules, and definitions, the repudiation of subject-predicate analysis in favor of function-argument analysis, the dissociation of assert-oric force from predication, the notion of content, the logical priority of judgments over concepts, from which his notorious context principle can be seen as a generalization, the construal of concepts and relations as functions, the distinctions between concept and object, first-level and second-level concepts, subsumption and subordination, the construal of existence in terms of a second-level concept, the requirement that concepts be sharply defined, and the associated criticism of piecemeal definition, the construal of numbers, extensions of concepts, truth values, and thoughts as objects. The distinctions between Sinn and Bedeutung, direct and indirect Sinn and Bedeutung, the indefinability of truth, the objectivity and timelessness of thoughts. Some of these are now taken so completely for granted that expositions in elementary textbooks often fail to mention Frege's name at all. Some remain fiercely contested, but all have a fundamental place in modern analytic philosophy. The methods and lines of thought that Frege introduced, and the questions that his own work raises, are no less important than his specific doctrines and principles. His critical attitude towards ordinary language, for example, and his concern to develop a logical language that more accurately reflects contents or thoughts, have had a profound influence on the development of analytic philosophy. In the philosophy of mathematics, and in metaphysics more generally, the question whether numbers are objects, and whether abstract entities can be regarded as legitimately introduced by contextual definition, has recently been the subject of intense debate. In the philosophy of language, the question whether all expressions have both a Sinn and a Bedeutung, and exactly what these are for each class of expression, is the starting point of a great deal of work. In epistemology and the philosophy of mind, the question of the nature of thoughts, and the problems posed, in particular, by intentionality and indexicality, are of central concern. On all these issues, Frege's writings are both the source of the problems discussed and the inspiration behind the development of certain responses. I say more about some of these issues in the next section, but mere mention of them here is enough to indicate the extent of Frege's importance in modern philosophy. 3 issues of interpretation. In this section I briefly consider 2 particular issues of controversy in the interpretation of Frege's philosophy concerning, firstly, the role of the so-called context principle in Frege's work, and secondly, Frege's conception of sense, in relation to both names and indexicals. Taken together they do, I think, give a fair indication of the range of problems that are currently debated. This is not to deny that there are other fundamental disputes, but most of them do at some point connect with at least one of these controversies. I mention some of the other issues along the way, commenting, in particular, on the question of Frege's status as one of the founders of analytic philosophy. Whilst introducing many of the ideas and methods characteristic of analytic philosophy, Frege also expressed views and attitudes that are now repudiated or simply forgotten, and indeed, his own philosophy developed and changed over time. Not only must we be sensitive to the danger of reading Frege anachronistically, then, but we must also constantly bear in mind that probing. Introduction 15. Particular texts may yield not a coherently worked out theory hidden below the surface but ideas and conceptions that call for refinement, revision, or constructive criticism. The context principle is generally regarded as one of Frege's most important principles, and in some form, has been endorsed by subsequent philosophers from the early Wittgenstein onwards. It is first formulated in the introduction to the Grundlagen, as the second of Frege's 3 fundamental principles. The meaning of a word must be asked for in the context of a proposition, not in isolation, and it plays a crucial role in the central sections of the Grundlagen. Yet despite its obvious importance, it is not stated again in his later work, though nor is it explicitly repudiated. The explanation of this, and the question of just what, if anything, did survive of the principle, have been matters of considerable dispute. Perhaps the first point to note is that the principle, as formulated, tells us very little. Indeed, as it stands, it hardly seems controversial at all. What is important is the use that Frege makes of it during the course of his argument. In the Grundlagen, its role seems clear. By 60, where the principle is first put to work, Frege has criticized both empiricist and psychologistic conceptions of number. But an obvious question then arises: if numbers are not physical or mental entities, then how can they be apprehended? Frege's answer is that we apprehend them by grasping the sense of propositions in which number terms occur. 2 sections later, the context principle is appealed to again in stating, more specifically, that what is needed is to define the sense of a numerical equation. The suggestion, it turns out, is to use the first of the following propositions to define the second. The concept f is equinumerous to the concept g. The number of f's is equal to the number of g's. Frege's idea here is a stroke of genius asterisk, for if Frege is right that n have the same content, then, by the context principle, the meaning of as a whole guarantees that the constituents of in particular, the number terms, the number of fs and the number of gs also have a meaning. Grasping the sense of, then, is thereby to grasp the sense of the number of fs, i.e. to apprehend the relevant number. Nothing else is required in the explanation of how it is that we apprehend numbers. Furthermore, if the question of what exactly numbers are is regarded as still undecided at this stage, the answer can now be given that they are the Bedeutung of number terms, whose objectivity is guaranteed by the truth of the relevant propositions, and whose logical nature is guaranteed by the logical definability of, in terms of 1-1 correlation. The epistemological and ontological issues would thus seem to be settled simultaneously. However, Frege goes on to raise 3 objections to his suggested contextual definition, the first 2 of which he answers, but the third of which he sustains. According to this third objection, such a definition, whilst enabling us to determine when 2 numbers are equal, when given to us as numbers, does not tell us exactly what numbers are, that is, what distinguishes them from any other objects, such as Julius Caesar or England. It is as a result of this objection, which has come to be known as the Caesar problem, that Frege goes on to offer explicit definitions instead, in terms of extensions of concepts. So does this then mean that Frege's contextual definition, and hence the context principle itself, is rejected during the very course of the Grundlagen? This would clearly conflict with Frege's description of the principle in the introduction as a fundamental principle, and the principle is in any case reaffirmed in the conclusion. The answer is that the contextual definition is only criticized as insufficient, not as incorrect. It still lays down a necessary condition for the identity of numbers, and Frege's later explicit definitions do indeed satisfy the original contextual equivalence. But if the context principle is still regarded as underlying the argument of the Grundlagen, and Frege's appeal to extensions of concepts is retained in the Grundgesetze, then why is the context principle never again endorsed? The short answer is that in the form in which it appeared in the Grundlagen, it could not have been, since at that time Frege was operating with an undifferentiated notion of content, which is later replaced by the dual notions of Sinn and Bedeutung. But this only raises the question why Frege did not formulate 2 new context principles, one concerning sense and the other concerning Bedeutung, which might be stated as follows asterisk. The Bedeutungen of parts of a sentence are determined by the Bedeutung of the whole. The senses of parts of a sentence are determined by the sense of the whole. To what extent could these principles be said to underlie Frege's later philosophy? Let us first consider the case of functional expressions, in particular, concept words. Now it is certainly true that, throughout his work, Frege held what may be called the priority thesis that judgments or thoughts are logically prior to concepts *degree. This reflects his view that concepts are arrived at by splitting up contents in function argument analysis, or that concepts are unsaturated. It would then seem natural to suggest that, on Frege's later view, the sense of a concept word is determined by the sense of the proposition in which the concept word occurs, in accordance with some particular mode of analysis. At the ontological level too, given Frege's extensional view of concepts, concepts themselves, as the Bedeutungen of concept words, can be regarded as determined by the set of true propositions in which the concept words occur. Difficulties remain here, but there is at least a prima facie case for saying that, for concept words, the two principles and, suitably understood or modified, underlie Frege's later work **. The case of proper names is more problematic, since no corresponding thesis concerning the logical priority of judgments over objects can be ascribed to Frege at the time of the, and on his later view, such a thesis could not have been stated in this form, since both thoughts and truth values were themselves regarded as objects. But as far as is concerned, it might well be maintained that, at least at the level of explaining what it is for expressions to have sense, propositions have priority over names, even if, in accounting for how I understand the senses of complex expressions, the order is reversed *. But with regard to, at least as far as our use of ordinary language is concerned, and given Frege's conception of the Bedeutung of a proposition as a truth value, it does seem implausible to suppose that the Bedeutung of a name, i.e. the object it refers to, is somehow determined by the truth value of a proposition in which it occurs. Here, it seems, whether a proposition has a truth value is dependent on whether the names it contains have referents. However, it has been argued that it is precisely with regard to the Bedeutung of names that the context principle was most firmly endorsed, at least within the logical system of the Grundgesetze. To appreciate this, let us go back to the central argument of the Grundlagen. As we saw above, Frege criticized the suggested contextual definition of in terms of on the ground that it did not sufficiently determine the relevant objects, and went on instead to offer explicit definitions in terms of extensions of concepts. But this, of course, only raises the question of how Frege thought that the appeal to extensions of concepts was justified. The answer, at the time of the Grundlagen, was clearly inadequate, since these are logical objects, we are just assumed to know what they are. By the time of the Grundgesetze, however, after Frege had convinced himself that there was no other way of grounding his logicist project, their introduction was legitimized in his famous axiom V, restricting its formulation once again to extensions of concepts. What axiom V can be regarded as doing is asserting the equivalence between the following two propositions *. Degree. The concept F applies to the same objects as the concept G. The extension of the concept F is equal to the extension of the concept G. What we have here, of course, is a pair of propositions that stand in an analogous relation to that between and indeed, the purpose of axiom V seems precisely to contextually define extensions of concepts. If so, then the context principle does, after all, remain at the very heart of Frege's logicism. For let us assume that is indeed true for particular concepts F and G, and let us also assume the truth of axiom V. Then must itself be true, and according to Frege, this is enough to guarantee that the extension of the concept F has a Bedeutung, i.e. that there was such a thing as the extension of the concept F. Now the question clearly arises of how Frege thought that the Caesar problem could be solved in the case of extensions of concepts, and the answer to this is by no means straightforward *. But the main point here is simply to note that there does seem to be an implicit appeal to a context principle governing the determination of the Bedeutung of terms for extensions of concepts. There is nothing more to the explanation of the existence of extensions of concepts, according to Frege, than the truth of certain propositions, and there is nothing more to the explanation of our apprehension of extensions of concepts than our grasp of those truths. As at the time of the Grundlagen, the ontological and epistemological questions are thus seen as answered simultaneously *. Of course, we now know that Frege's system is inconsistent, precisely due to axiom V, and this inevitably raises questions about the legitimacy of contextual definition. But Frege's error, we might say, lay not in contextual definition as such, but in the supposition that the extensions of concepts thereby defined were already members of the domain over which the concepts themselves were defined. For if the extensions so defined are taken to constitute a separate, higher-level domain, then the contradiction will not arise. But if extensions should be seen as a different kind of object from those in the initial domain, then in what sense are they real or objective? Frege naively assumed that there is such a thing as the domain of all objects, but if we allow that there are different kinds of objects, falling in different domains, some objects dependent on others, then where exactly are we to draw the boundaries and how is any hierarchy to be structured? These are the questions that Frege's work has bequeathed. What the problems we have highlighted reveal is the tension between Frege's realism, which is what he took objectivism to demand, and the contextualism that seemed to lie at the basis of his logicism. For, with the benefit of hindsight, what the strategy of contextual definition suggests is the possibility of eliminating the need to suppose that all logically significant parts of a true proposition must have a Bedeutung, realistically construed, as long as there is some analysis of that proposition that reveals its underlying logical form. Only at this most fundamental level need we demand that all logically significant parts have a Bedeutung. Such an eliminativist strategy was precisely what Russell's theory of descriptions introduced, and it is important to recognize that although the materials were present in Frege's work for use in pursuing such a strategy, Frege did not himself do so. His status as one of the founders of analytic philosophy, then, should not mislead us into attributing to him every characteristic thesis and project of the modern analytic philosopher. The possibility of an objectivism without realism, buttressed by a program of contextual analysis, might be a favored option now, in certain areas of philosophy, but it is not one that Frege ever contemplated. Degree that Frege assumed that objectivism requires realism is equally evident in his conception of sense. Indeed, the development of his thought seems to have been towards a rather extreme form of Platonism, as exhibited in his late paper Der Gedanke. However, to trace this development, and to appreciate some of the problems raised by his conception of sense, we need to go back to his first book. For although the distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung did not emerge until the 1890s, Frege had recognized in that the same content, for example, a geometrical point, can be determined in more than one way, a fact that requires for its expression a special symbol, representing identity of content. The distinction between content and mode of determination clearly corresponds to the later distinction between Bedeutung and Sinn, as applied in the case of names, yet at the beginning of On Sinn and Bedeutung, Frege criticizes his account. So what exactly was his objection? What Frege repudiates is his earlier conception of identity as a relation between names, not contents, for on the assumption that the name/bearer relationship is always arbitrary, this implies that identity statements express no proper knowledge. Now we might well reject the assumption here, arguing that there is often a good reason why a particular name is chosen to represent something. But in a way, this is just Frege's point. What is important is the sense we attach to that name, not the mere sign itself. The critique of the account, then, is not the volte-face that it might appear, since there too it was the mode of determination of a content that was crucial. What was wrong was just Frege's characterization of identity of content as a relation between names. What led Frege to treat identity of content as a relation between names was the perceived difficulty with the only envisaged alternative. For if what is symbolized is a relation between contents, that is, between the objects designated by the terms flanking the identity sign, then a true statement of the form A equals 0 would appear to say the same as one of the form A equals A, yet the former may express genuine knowledge, whilst the latter is a mere tautology. However, the distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung enables this difficulty to be overcome, and hence removes the motivation for the construal. Identity is indeed a relation between objects, or Bedeutungen. The informativeness of identity statements is explained by difference in Sinn, or mode of _presentation of the Bedeutung 1heo. The distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung seems well motivated, at least in the case of names such as the morning star and the evening star. Two such names can refer to the same object, whilst doing so in different ways, reflecting different aspects of the object referred to. However, even here, there is an apparent inconsistency in Frege's account of the distinction that has caused a certain amount of controversy, concerning the question whether a name can properly be said to have a sense if it lacks a referent. If the sense of a name is a mode of presentation of its referent, as Frege's explanation at the beginning of On Sinn and Bedeutung suggests, then this implies that if there is no referent, then there can be no mode of presentation of it, and hence no sense. Yet Frege frequently remarks that names can have senses without referents. He states this quite explicitly in On Sinn and Bedeutung itself, citing the least rapidly convergent series as an example of a name that has a sense but demonstrably no Bedeutung. Fictional names such as Odysseus, though, provide his usual examples of names with sense but no Bedeutung, and this has led some to suggest that it is only in fictional discourse that, to use Frege's words, sense is independent of whether there is a Bedeutung, and that what we have here are not real thoughts but only mock thoughts. However, even when talking of mock thoughts, Frege does not deny that they are thoughts, but merely wishes to record that they are not to be taken seriously, i.e. that they are not thoughts for which it is appropriate to seek their truth value. And were we to find out that a fictional name did, after all, have a Bedeutung, then, as Frege puts it, he thoughts would strictly remain the same, they would only be transposed from the realm of fiction to that of truth. Registered Frege's appeal to fictional discourse is clearly intended to substantiate the independence thesis that sense is independent of Bedeutung and does not merely serve to circumscribe the area to which its applicability is restricted. But if this is right, then how is the conflict between the conception of senses as modes of F presentation and the independence thesis to be resolved? What we need to do here is to reinstate Frege's earlier talk of modes of determination, and allow ourselves to distinguish between modes of determination and modes of presentation. Or talk of modes of determination is to talk of routes to referents, or less metaphorically, of conditions that something must meet to be the referent of a given name, and it may well turn out that there is nothing at the end of the journey, i.e. that meets the condition. On Frege's view, then, it is modes of determination that are the fundamental type of sense, modes of presentation being modes of determination plus something else, the referents of the names being appropriately present. Frege readily utilized both conceptions, but failed to distinguish them, just because of his overriding concern with the realm of truth, that is, with logical or scientific contexts, where the propositions involved are taken to be true. It is for these contexts that his logical language was devised, and here, as Frege did indeed stress, the use of names presupposes that they have referents. Certainly, in mathematics, and on Frege's assumption that there are mathematical objects, the distinction seems unnecessary. Since mathematical objects are regarded as independent, talk of modes of presentation seems appropriate, but since we do not have access to these objects independently of our powers of conceptualization, modes of presentation are equally modes of determination. Nevertheless, it must still be emphasized that, on Frege's view, expressions in the realm of truth, i.e. in logic or science, have a referent not in virtue of their having a sense, but in virtue of their being logical or scientific. However, even if we restrict ourselves to the realm of truth, where the distinction between modes of presentation and modes of determination is elided, Frege's conception of the Sinn and Bedeutung of names is still open to a second objection. The morning star and the evening star can both refer to Venus, and 6 + 1 and 8 1 can both refer to the number 7, and the pupil of Plato and teacher of Alexander the Great and the teacher of Alexander the Great who was born in Stagira can both refer to Aristotle, whilst doing so in different ways, their senses reflecting the way in which their referents are presented or determined. But what is the sense of the expressions Venus, 7 and Aristotle themselves? What Frege called proper names included what we now term definite descriptions, such as the morning star, as well as simple or genuine proper names, such as Aristotle, and whilst Frege's distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung applies very well in the case of definite descriptions, it is more problematic in the case of simple proper names. The dilemma that confronts Frege with regard to simple names can be easily stated. Either such names have no sense at all, but purely refer, or else they are to be treated as disguised definite descriptions, i.e. as abbreviations of more complex expressions which make clearer the mode of presentation or mode of determination that is their sense. Degree. But in the latter case, if these complex expressions are themselves made up of simple expressions that in turn are disguised definite descriptions, then we are threatened with either infinite regress or circularity, and our understanding of language would appear to be totally ungrounded. There is no doubt that Frege rejects the first horn. Since the sense of a sentence is dependent on the senses of its parts, if a sentence has a sense, then any component name, however simple, must itself have a sense. Does he, then, equate the sense of a simple name with the sense of some corresponding definite description? This is certainly what is suggested by his notorious Aristotle footnote at the beginning of On Sim and Bedeutung. But aside from being open to the logical objection just raised, such a view concerning the sense of a simple name has obvious counterintuitive implications. For let us assume that someone does indeed equate the sense of Aristotle with the sense, say, of the pupil of Plato and teacher of Alexander the Great, then presumably, for that person, the statement Aristotle is the pupil of Plato and the teacher of Alexander the Great will be. Of course, the logical objection raised above must then be faced, and Frege's answer here is that the complex expressions used in the definitions are understood in virtue of grasping the concept not identical with itself and other such logical concepts, which he assumes we know if we can think at all. Furthermore, as we have seen, our apprehension of extensions of concepts as objects is taken as guaranteed by our acceptance of axiom V. However, even here, as the problems with axiom V show, Frege's conception is fundamentally flawed, and despite his assumption that the chain of definitions could be grounded on logical notions, there did indeed turn out to be a circularity at the very basis of his system. Degree. The supposition that a logical system can somehow pull itself up by its own bootstraps is incoherent. Any logical system must be grounded on something external to it, and this can only be mediated by the use of ordinary language. But this then means that we cannot brush aside the problems confronting a description theory of proper names in ordinary language. For if people typically associate different senses with the simple names they use, then the thoughts that different people express by means of those names will also differ, threatening the objectivity of thought on which Frege laid so much stress throughout his life, at least where objectivity is taken to imply communicability. And the logical objection must again be faced: how is the infinite regress of definitions to be avoided without circularity? At this point, if we wish to retain Frege's basic distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung, but still provide an account of the sense of simple names that makes genuine room for the objectivity of thought, and allows it to be grounded satisfactorily, then we are going to have to modify Frege's account. One approach, which has recently been developed with some sophistication, relies upon the concept of knowing which, a form of knowing which involves having a discriminating conception of an object. On this view, I grasp the sense of an ordinary proper name if I know which object is referred to, knowledge that enables me to distinguish that object from other things and that may be manifested in any number of different ways. Such an approach allows us to preserve what is often regarded as one of Frege's central insights, that the referent of a name can only be apprehended through some particular means of identification. As Frege himself puts it, it is via a sense, and only via a sense, that a proper name is related to an object. In the Aristotle footnote, Frege suggests that different people may attach different senses to the name Aristotle, since they may have different means of identifying him, but there is no need to take this line in order to respect the insight just mentioned. So long as each person has some means of identification, it does not matter which means it is. In the case of simple names, there is no one way of identifying the referent which a person must possess in order to be attributed a grasp of the sense of the name. The point can be clarified by distinguishing the following two theses. There is some particular means of identifying the referent of a name that is possessed by anyone who grasps its sense. Anyone who grasps the sense of a name possesses some particular means of identifying the referent. What is involved here is an elementary scope distinction. Although where the existential quantifier has wider scope than the universal quantifier might be appropriate for definite description, where the universal quantifier has wider scope, is all that is required in the case of simple names registered. Grasp of the sense of Aristotle, in other words, can be shown by saying what its referent is in any number of different ways. Which person is referred to may be indicated by stating that he is the pupil of Plato and teacher of Alexander the Great, or the teacher of Alexander the Great who was born in Stagira, or by means of any other uniquely identifying description. Expressing the matter like this at least preserves something of Frege's idea in the Aristotle footnote. Nevertheless, it must be emphasized that what is being offered here amounts to a revision of Frege's conception of the sense of proper names. The failure to distinguish between definite description and simple names is, in itself, easily rectified, and the scope distinction just drawn seems subtle enough to suggest that only a minor refinement is being made. But if we look more closely at the two theses, we can see that their implications are significantly different. For whilst licenses identifying the sense of a name with a particular means of identification, which to someone with Platonist inclinations might itself be regarded as some kind of object, does not. But if is rejected in the case of simple names, what then sevens the sense of such a name? Frege himself was indeed led into treating senses as objects, but seems quite incompatible with such a view. Grasp of the sense of a name, according to the conception captured in, consists not in apprehending some object that is the sense, but in the ability to distinguish the object that is its referent degree. Now it might be argued that this remains consistent with Frege's fundamental assumption, mentioned above, that objectivity requires objects. All that has been abandoned is the idea that objectivity of senses requires that senses be objects. But this nevertheless represents a significant departure from Frege's own views, for what we have here is objectivism without the Platonism towards which Frege was pulled. Our use of language is indeed grounded, but on the reference of our simple terms and on our ordinary linguistic practices, not on any mysterious abstract entities. We can now see why, in revising Frege's conception in order to provide a more satisfactory account of the sense of simple names, there is a great temptation to read him as insisting that senses require there to be referents, at least in the realm of truth. For on this reading, the revision looks less radical and the account more Fregean than is actually the case. But whilst the approach just sketched may be the right line to take, we are not aiding our understanding of Frege if we attribute to him conceptions that were only present in his thought, at best, in an embryonic form, conceptions that in fact conflict with other views of his that were more fully developed. Of course, the attraction of Frege's conception of senses as modes of presentation of referents has often been felt to lie precisely in the possibility it opens up of avoiding positing senses as independent objects which we must somehow apprehend in addition to their referents. But that Frege did not pursue this path comes out clearly, firstly, in his account of intentional contexts in Unsinn and Bedeutung, where senses are regarded as the indirect referents of expressions, and secondly, in his late essay Der Gedanke. I shall say something about each in turn. Frege held that the Bedeutung of a complex expression is determined by the Bedeutungen of its parts, degree, and his conception of senses as indirect referent arises as a result of defending this principle against an objection concerning its application in intentional contexts. Consider the following two propositions. Gottlob believes that the morning star is the morning star. Gottlob believes that the morning star is the evening star. May clearly be true without being true, despite the fact that the morning star and the evening star refer to the same object, i.e. have the same Bedeutung. But if the component parts all have the same Bedeutung, then and ought also to have the same Bedeutung, i.e. the same truth value, if Frege's principle holds. However, rather than repudiating the principle, or restricting its applicability to extensional contexts, Frege denies that in intentional contexts the Bedeutung of an expression remains the same as it is in extensional contexts. Instead, its intentional or indirect Bedeutung becomes its customary sense. In other words, for example, the Bedeutung of the morning star is the evening star is the sense or thought that this identity statement expresses in normal, extensional contexts, and this is clearly different from the thought expressed by the morning star is the morning star. Frege's strategy here seems reasonable, for we surely do want to say that the truth value of propositions such as or depends on what thought is expressed by the embedded sentence. To make this explicit, and might be rephrased as follows. Gottlob holds as true the thought expressed by the morning star is the morning star. Gottlob holds as true the thought expressed by the morning star is the evening star. In stating what someone believes, I refer to the thoughts that they hold as true, and these thoughts just are, according to Frege, the senses of the appropriate sentences. Now Frege's doctrine of indirect Bedeutung has proved as controversial as any other aspect of his theory of sin and Bedeutung, and the problem of providing a satisfactory account of intentional contexts has generated a huge literature. But here the point is only to emphasize just how deeply integrated the conception of senses as objects was in Frege's philosophy, and indeed, given his other views, just how well motivated it seems to be. For if we can refer to thoughts, is it not plausible to treat them as objects? Can someone else's thought not be the object of my own thought? And if thoughts are objective, and I can share other people's thoughts, then must there not be something that we are sharing? That the answer to these questions is positive comes out most clearly of all in Frege's late paper Der Gedanke, where he does indeed feel compelled to adopt a strong form of Platonism about senses in order to do their objectivity justice. Since thoughts undoubtedly exist, according to Frege, the central question is what kind of objects they are. Frege argues that they can be neither physical objects, because thoughts cannot themselves be perceived, nor mental objects, i.e. ideas, since thoughts must be distinguished from ideas if we are to avoid the absurdities of psychologism. He was led to conclude that thoughts had to be treated as a distinct kind of object, located in a third realm. We might call this metaphysical thesis that thoughts inhabit a separate realm of their own. Frege see phenomenalism. If phenomenalism is the view that the world of phenomena is the primary reality, and noumenalism is the view that the noumenal world is the ultimate reality, then phenomenalism can be defined as the view that it is the world of meanings or senses that has a fundamental status. Typically, the noumenalist will believe in the existence of a world of phenomena as well, but will hold that such a world is ontologically secondary, and so too the phenomenalist may believe in the existence of other worlds in Frege's case, both the physical and mental worlds, but will still regard the phenomenal world, just as Plato conceived his forms, as intellectually purer and more basic. The particular characteristic of the phenomenal world that grants it its privileged status is the timelessness of its inhabitants. What this means for Frege is that thoughts are understood as the senses of complete sentences, sentences in which all indexicality, we might say, has been cashed out. Asterisk. The idea can be illustrated by considering the following sentence involving the indexical today. Today is sunny. Uttered today, this clearly expresses a different thought from that would be expressed if it were uttered tomorrow. So the sentence on its own does not fully express the thought. To grasp the complete thought, we also need to take into account the context of utterance. But if we do so, then the following might be offered as expressing the thought in a more complete form, cashing out the indexical by substituting the exact date. June 14, 1996 is sunny. Of course, if this is to work, then the is here must be understood timelessly, i.e. in the sense in which the is in 3 is a prime number is understood, since taken as a verb in the present tense, it must be replaced by was when someone wants to express the thought on a later day, and would have had to be replaced by will be had someone expressed the thought on an earlier day. Now the first point to note here is that is still not fully complete, since we clearly need to say where it is sunny, and perhaps also be more precise as to the time. At noon on June 14, 1996 it is sunny in Leeds. But there is implicit indexicality here too, for the time has been specified relative to the Christian calendar, and Leeds is being assumed to refer to the city in England. Clearly, the process of cashing out indexicality can go on indefinitely, and if every sentence contains some indexicality, then there can be no such thing as a complete articulation of the thought involved. It is hardly surprising that Frege was led to locate thoughts, as complete and timeless entities, in an ethereal realm, they would seem, necessarily, to transcend our human powers of articulating them. However, even if we allow that caches out some of the indexicality in, do the utterances of and today really express the same thought? Surely it is perfectly possible to think that today is sunny without knowing what date it is. And if it is possible to hold one sentence as true but not the other, then, by Frege's own criterion for sameness of sense, they cannot express the same thought. Since the same will apply to any attempt to cache out an index cycle by means of some definite description, the whole idea of filling out a sentence to capture the thought expressed on a given occasion of use in a more complete form breaks down. Yet Frege himself clearly does allow that the thought expressed by an utterance of today can be expressed in a different form on a different day. He specifically states that to express the same thought tomorrow I will have to use the following sentence. Yesterday was sunny. Just as in his early work Frege emphasized that the same content can be represented by more than one sentence, so too in his later work he was insistent that the same thought can be expressed in many different ways. Clearly, in the case of thoughts expressed using an indexical, or dynamic thoughts as they have been called, indexical substitution is essential if there is to be any possibility of keeping track of such thoughts. To express tomorrow the thought that today is sunny, I will have to say yesterday was sunny, the day after tomorrow, I will have to say the day before yesterday was sunny, and so on. But does the and so on here not hide the real problem? What am I to say in a week's time? Taking the and so on literally, I might use the following. The day before 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 yesterday was sunny. But there is obviously a better sentence, which abbreviates this. Last Friday was sunny. However, this assumes grasp of the concept of a day of the week, and we seem back with our original problem. For I can surely think that today is sunny without knowing what day of the week it is, so that the use of would seem to introduce something new into the thought. The point is quite obvious if we consider how the thought would be expressed in a few years' time. To express the thought as succinctly as possible, I am surely going to have to help myself to the concept of a date and use again. There appears, then, to be no sharp dividing line between the use of today and the use of dates, i.e. no obvious point at which our original thought becomes a different thought as tracking it proceeds. There is thus clearly pressure to treat both and as expressing the same thought. But such a thought must then be conceived of as sufficiently. 77 The terms come from Evans. Commenting on Frege's example here, Evans writes, Frege's idea is that being in the same epistemic state may require different things of us at different times. The changing circumstances force us to change in order to keep hold of a constant reference and a constant thought we must run to keep still. Calling such a thought a dynamic thought, he goes on, the way of thinking of an object to which the general Fregean conception of sense directs us is, in the case of a dynamic Fregean thought, a way of keeping track of an object. 34 Introduction. Abstracted from its linguistic expression as to make the variety of its articulations possible. Yet the Platonism that this suggests conflicts with our ordinary understanding of thoughts, whose individuation, we suppose, depends on the concepts utilized in their articulation. Certainly, if the thought expressed by a sentence depends on the senses of its components, and senses are our modes of presentation, then, since conceiving of today simply as today and conceiving of it as the date it is seem rather different, the two corresponding thoughts would seem to be different. The tension revealed here is most acute of all in the case of the indexical I, which Frege himself admits raises particular problems. According to Frege, we are each presented to ourselves in a special and primitive way, suggesting that thoughts expressed about ourselves by means of I cannot be grasped by anyone else. This seems in clear conflict with the objectivity of thoughts upon which Frege placed so much emphasis throughout his work. Are there purely subjective thoughts after all? Yet Frege still maintains that something is communicated when I express a thought using I, something which someone else might express by using my name. But he nevertheless insists that the thought that someone else might so express is different from my own I thought. So what exactly is the relationship between these two thoughts, and what precisely is it that is communicated in such cases? Frege's account of I thoughts takes up less than 2 pages, and raises far more questions than it answers. But once again we can see the difficulties that indecicality poses for Frege's conception of sense. Registered clearly, and, as uttered today, have something in common. They both refer to, as we might put it, the same event. According to Frege, however, the reference or Bedeutung of a sentence is its truth value, and although the two sentences may indeed share this Bedeutung, it is something that is also shared by any other sentence with the same truth value and have something else in common than mere truth value, yet the only other possibility, in Frege's ontology, is the thought they express. It is hardly surprising, then, if there is a temptation to treat N as expressing the same thought. Clearly, if we had some other notion, finer grained than the notion of Bedeutung yet coarser grained than Frege's original notion of sin, we might be able to do better justice to the similarities and differences here. An obvious candidate is Frege's early notion of conceptual content, which, if a metaphysical gloss could be put on the notion, might be best characterized as referring to a state of affairs, event or circumstance. We could then say that and have both the same truth value and the same content, whilst expressing different thoughts, involving as they do different concepts in their articulation registered degree. Treating the thoughts expressed as different is at least better in line with Frege's usual criterion for sameness of sense registered *. Once again, it seems, what is required here are finer distinctions than Frege himself drew. And if we do introduce a further notion to do the work that Frege's later notion of thought seems intended to do, then we can reject, or at least avoid the Platonist implications of Frege's conception of senses as objects. Let me conclude this section by noting an important connection between the two issues that we have briefly discussed here. For let us assume that we do indeed have some way of specifying what it is for two expressions to have the same sense, and let us simply label the relationship involved here cognitive equivalence. Then we can immediately offer the following contextual definition of sense. Expression A is cognitively equivalent to expression B. The sense of A is identical with the sense of B. Of course, the legitimacy of such a contextual definition depends on being definable without appeal to the concept of sense, but an obvious suggestion as to how this might be done emerges from Sinn and Bedeutung itself. SA, expression 4 is intersubstitutable salva veritate in all intentional 9 contexts with expression B. The connection between Frege's use of the context principle and his conception of senses as objects is now clear, for if the analogy with axiom V holds, then the truth of, on Frege's view, guarantees that the relevant terms for senses have referents. However, if, as suggested above, what the strategy of contextual definition really opens up is the possibility of eliminating the need to suppose that the abstract terms so defined have a reference, realistically construed, then what we actually have here is a way of avoiding treating senses as independent objects, whilst maintaining objectivity about senses to the extent that can be satisfactorily defined. Securing objectivism without Platonism is arguably the central problem that Frege's work poses, and appreciating the interconnections between the elements of Frege's thought, as well as the difficulties that his views encounter, is the first step towards providing an answer. For the translation of Bedeutung. Few terms in the history of philosophy have given rise to as much controversy over their translation into English as Frege's term Bedeutung, as used in his work from the 1890s, in particular. Aristotle's notion of eudaimonia and Hegel's notion of Geist have been vigorously debated for a longer period of time, but even here there is not the range of cognate terms to exacerbate the problem. Bedeutung has been variously translated as reference, denotation, meaning, significance, indication and nominatum, and semantic value, semantic role, and truth value potential have also been used in explaining what Frege had in mind in his later work. The verb bedeuten has been translated as refer to, denote, stand for, mean, signify and indicate, and there are other terms such as bedeutungslos, bedeutungswahl, and gleichbedeutend that need to be taken into account in deciding on a policy. It is fair to say that reference and refer to have been the most widely endorsed, but meaning and its cognates were the terms that were adopted when it was decided to standardize the translation of key terms across the various editions of Frege's works that were published by Blackwell. Given the controversy that this caused, some comment on it is appropriate here. Meaning and its cognates were first used in the translation of Frege's posthumous writings by Peter Long and Roger White, and the criticism it immediately prompted led to a detailed defense of the policy registered. The defense was based on what was called the principle of exegetical neutrality. If at any point in a text there is a passage that raises for the native speaker legitimate questions of exegesis, then, if at all possible, a translator should strive to confront the reader of his version with the same questions of exegesis and not produce a version which in his mind resolves those questions. Registered degree. Since meaning does indeed best capture how Bedeutung is normally used in German, and Frege's own use of Bedeutung sounds as odd in German as meaning does when used in translating his work into English, meaning is the term to employ in respecting this principle. The use of any other term involves an interpretation of the text, and it is not the task of the translator to prejudge issues of exegesis. Now the obvious response to this is to point out that all translation involves interpretation, since it is, after all, the sense of the words, and not the mere words themselves, that a translator is trying to capture. So what, more specifically, makes interpreting Bedeutung as anything other than meaning inappropriate exegesis? Three particular arguments were offered in support of the policy. The first concerns Frege's use of Bedeutung and its cognates prior to 1891, which was when the distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung first appeared and Bedeutung first acquired its technical sense. Given that meaning often does capture Frege's early use of Bedeutung quite naturally and unproblematically, then if meaning is used in translating his early work and reference, say, in translating his later work, then an impression is given of a radical change in terminology which does not appear to the German reader. Retaining meaning avoids this problem. The second argument concerns Frege's use of Bedeutung in his later work when it is either not clear that he is using it in his technical sense or clear that he is not using it in his technical sense. To decide when Frege is or is not using Bedeutung in his technical sense is to make an exegetical decision that it is not the task of the translator to make. Once again, these problems are avoided if meaning is used throughout. The third argument concerns the use of terms such as Bedeutung, meaning and reference in the philosophical literature after Frege. Frege's work was the single most important influence on Wittgenstein, for example, and not only is meaning the natural translation of Bedeutung as used by Wittgenstein, but some of what Wittgenstein said would make no sense at all if it were not so translated. And as far as the use of reference is concerned, since Strawson's essay on referring, in particular, talk of reference may carry implications that would be quite inappropriate in the case of Frege's views, making reference a potentially misleading term to the modern reader. Responses can be made to all three arguments. With regard to Frege's early work, it is not true that meaning and mean are always the best terms to use in translating Bedeutung and Bedeuten. Frege does use Bedeuten, in particular, in the sense of refer to or denote, registered, and it is arguably in the sense that Frege uses it, technically, in his later work. Using refer to or denote at the appropriate places in his early work, as well as in his later work, then, would also indicate the continuity of terminology, whilst the use of mean elsewhere in his early work and its relative absence in his later work would highlight the change in his views. Of course, such an approach would involve more interpretation than some might allow, but it might well be replied that it is just the kind of interpretation that a translator should undertake in seeking to capture the sense of a philosopher's words. A similar response can be made to the second argument. Translators of philosophical texts are always having to make decisions as to when a term is being used in a technical sense or not, and where there is a genuine possibility of dispute, the honest strategy is surely to record the decision either by placing the original term in brackets after its translation, or by explaining the translation in a footnote. Long and White talk of the using of footnotes as a wretched expedient, but given the importance of the issue concerning Bedeutung, in particular, this might seem the only sensible policy. As to the third argument, this cuts both ways. Wittgenstein's use of Bedoeling may suggest that meaning is the best choice, but Russell's account of Frege's views in on denoting suggests quite the opposite. For Russell uses meaning to translate sin, denotation being used to render Bedoeling * registered, since many lecture courses in philosophical logic or the philosophy of language begin with Frege's essay on sin and Bedoeling, and then go on to Russell's theory of descriptions. The translation of Bedoeling as meaning is particularly confusing. The principle of exegetical neutrality is only one of a number of principles that might be formulated to guide the translator, and as with any principle, its application must be balanced against the application of other principles. Translators are usually in a better position than most of their readers to know when a term is being used in a technical sense, or when questions of exegesis arise, and it seems reasonable to expect them to give their readers the benefit of that knowledge. Of course, others may disagree with their interpretive decisions, but as long as the problematic terms or exegetical questions are noted, there can be no real cause for complaint. What might be offered as equally important, in other words, is the principle of interpretive integrity. If at any point in a text there is a term or passage that raises legitimate questions of exegesis, then, whilst using their interpretive skills to offer the best translation they can, a translator should, if at all possible, note the original word used and justify the translation offered, to enable the reader to make up their own mind about the issues involved. Of course, this might be criticized as a license to print footnotes, but judgment must clearly be exercised in its application. What footnotes will be appropriate will depend on the nature of the controversies, the purpose of the translation, the intended readership, and so on. Nevertheless, it remains the case that meaning is the most natural translation of Bedoeling, and that Frege's technical use of Bedoeling, particularly with regard to sentences, strikes a discordant note amongst native German speakers, which should not be toned down for English speakers. Talk of no men are mortal and 2 + 2 = 5, for example, as having the same Bedoeling sounds bizarre to the German reader. Talk of them as having the same meaning certainly sounds no less bizarre to the English reader. Registered, but it might still be suggested that the use of meaning exacerbates the problem for English speakers. If so, is there any other single term that might do the job instead? If there is no single alternative, and a policy is adopted of using different terms depending on the context, what are the relevant considerations? To answer these questions, and to indicate some of the complexities involved, we need to look more closely at the various uses of such terms as meaning, mean, reference and refer to, and draw a number of distinctions. Perhaps the first distinction to be drawn is between meaning as a relation and meaning as an oleic degree understood as a relation. A further distinction can then be drawn between meaning as a horizontal relation and meaning as a vertical relation, depending on whether the relata are in the same ontological category, i.e. on the same level, or not. The verb mean can itself, then, be used in either a horizontal or a vertical sense. I use it in its horizontal sense in saying that bachelor means unmarried man, or that heavy clouds mean rain. For example, I use it in its vertical sense in saying that the philosopher means Aristotle, or that a word means the idea or thing it stands for. In the case of explaining the meaning of a linguistic expression, then, I can either give an alternative linguistic expression, meaning here being understood as a horizontal relation, or specify its extralinguistic correlate, meaning here being understood as a vertical relation. This extralinguistic correlate can itself come to be called the meaning of the expression, meaning then being understood as an object, i.e. as the thing meant. How do these distinctions apply in the case of other terms? A verb such as signify, it seems, also has both a horizontal and a vertical sense, whereas verbs such as connote or imply have a predominantly horizontal sense, and verbs such as denote or designate have a predominantly vertical sense. The verb refer to might also seem to have primarily a vertical sense, though talk of cross-referencing, for example, also indicates a horizontal sense. Like meaning, terms such as signification, connotation, denotation, designation, and reference can be understood as standing for either a relation or an object, although, In the case of reference, a distinction is often drawn between reference and referent. There are also more subtle distinctions that might be drawn here. It seems to me that what verb it is appropriate to use in specifying a vertical relation, for example, may partly depend on the nature of the relata involved. I myself would tend to talk of proper names or definite descriptions as referring to something, whilst talking of schematic letters, term variables, or abstract symbols as denoting or standing for something. Lying behind this, perhaps, is the idea of referring to being something that we do in using language and denoting or standing for being something that a linguistic expression somehow does, or is imputed to do, by itself. Of course, at this level of detail, intuitions as to the use of words may vary widely, and their philosophical significance is debatable. But they do indicate some of the complexities involved here, and how disagreements may express themselves in subtle ways. Can similar distinctions be drawn in the case of German? The first point to note is that bedeuten too can be used in both a horizontal and a vertical sense, and it is this fact that provides support to those who have suggested that mean or signify are the best translations. To use refer to or denote is indeed to make more of an interpretive decision to interpret someone as using bedeuten in its vertical sense. However, in defense of reference and its allies, it might be pointed out that there is not the range of terms in German to express this vertical sense, and that bedeuten is in fact the most natural choice to do so. To this extent, then, there is a difference between the German word bedeuten and the English word mean. The former is more frequently employed in expressing the vertical sense, whilst in English we might well use an alternative, e.g. refer to, denote or stand for. The only everyday German word used in a predominantly vertical sense is bezeichnen, and it is notable that when Frege is explaining his notion of bedeutung, he does indeed use bedeuten and bezeichnen interchangeably. There are, then, some grounds for translating bedeutung as reference, and we might also note here that talk of no men are mortal and 2 + 2 = 5 as having the same reference still strikes the English reader as bizarre, the eccentricity of Frege's own use of bedeutung thus still being conveyed. However, with regard to the issue of the bedeutung of sentences, in particular, not everyone has accepted the eccentricity of Frege's terminology, and it has been suggested that Frege's views seem much less absurd if bedeutung is understood in the sense of significance or importance, which is indeed what bedeutung can sometimes mean in German degree according to Frege. The significance or value of a proposition, as far as logic and science are concerned, lies in its truth value. What could be more natural, then, than to equate the bedeutung of a sentence with its truth value, registered degree? Such a conception of bedeutung as value might seem to be reinforced by the argument that Frege offers in Function and Concept, which was where the distinction between Sinn and bedeutung first appeared. Here the bedeutung of a sentence is seen as the value that a function yields when completed by an object. Frege focuses on identity statements to motivate his conception, where it is less easy to see how anything other than a truth value might be the value, but the functional connection established here between the bedeutung of a whole and the bedeutung of its parts is the key principle. It is this principle that Frege presupposes in what may be called the argument from substitutivity that he offers in On Sinn and Bedeutung. In considering what the bedeutung of a sentence might be, Frege asks what remains constant when proper names with the same bedeutung are intersubstituted within the sentence. His answer is the truth value of the sentence. So too he argues that what is missing when one of the parts of a sentence lacks a bedeutung is also its truth value. Given the principle that the bedeutung of a whole is determined by the bedeutung of its parts, it then seems natural to identify the bedeutung of a sentence with its truth value. Now it has to be said that all of Frege's arguments underdetermine this identification. There are other possibilities as to what remains constant in substitutions, for example most notably, the state of affairs represented. But the point here is just to indicate the motivation behind interpreting bedeutung as value or significance. For if the bedeutung of a sentence is conceived of as its truth value, then given Frege's underlying principle, the bedeutung of its parts can be seen as whatever it is that contributes to determining that truth value, the significance of an expression. In other words, lies in its truth value potential. Degree. The suggestion that the Bedeutung of an expression should be seen as its significance was quite explicitly made in order to play down Frege's realism. Degree. And it is clear that there is a close connection between the issues discussed in the last section and the controversy over the translation of Bedeutung. For if, in focusing on the semantic and epistemological aspects of Frege's philosophy, the ontological issues are bracketed off, then it is natural to focus on Bedeutung as a horizontal rather than vertical relation. To suggest that the Bedeutung of an expression consists in its truth value potential, the contribution it makes to determining the truth value of sentences in which it appears, is indeed to stress the horizontal relation that an expression has to other expressions. But for the reasons given above, this is not how Frege himself conceived of Bedeutung. To return to the first distinction drawn above in considering the uses of meaning, on the vast majority of occasions on which Frege uses the term Bedeutung, it is Bedeutung as an object rather than a relation that he clearly has in mind. Degree. It may be indeed be right to separate the question of what it is for an expression to have Bedeutung from the question of what kind of entity the Bedeutung of an expression is, and to reject Frege's answer to the second question, at least in the case of sentences. Degree. But this should not cloud our appreciation of the ontological weight that Frege himself placed on his notion of Bedeutung. Of course, to translate Bedeutung as referent on the appropriate occasions would be going too far in the other direction, exaggerating the analogy between sentences referring to the true and the false and proper names referring to the objects that are their bearers. Using reference does at least preserve the ambiguity of Bedeutung as relation and Bedeutung as object, though even this might be felt to undervalue the horizontal aspects of Frege's notion of Bedeutung. In the end, then, the choice of a term to translate Bedeutung cannot be dissociated from the interpretation of Frege's philosophy. So what should a sensible policy be? If forced to choose, I myself would use reference, since I do think that for Frege the vertical sense of Bedeutung has priority over the horizontal sense. Meaning, it seems to me, does make Frege's views more eccentric than they are in German, whereas significance, whilst making some of those views less eccentric, obscures Frege's realism. Reference is to be preferred to denotation, since it is a more everyday term, and denotation is only used in a vertical sense. Admittedly, reference does now have Straussian connotations, which are absent in Frege's work, but given that Frege at least ought to be read before Straussian, these should not be misleading. However, as the comments above indicate, there is room for genuine exegetical dispute here, and the obvious answer is simply to leave the term Bedeutung untranslated. Many philosophers who now write about Frege do just this, and there are obvious precedents. Eudaimonia and Geist, mentioned above, are just two examples of terms that are frequently used in the philosophical literature untranslated. There is clearly no better way to respect the principle of exegetical neutrality, although this would hardly be the strategy to adopt for every term about which there might be disagreement. Registered. But given the controversy that surrounds Frege's conception of Bedeutung, in particular, and the way that this brings to a focus all of the central issues in Frege's philosophy, this does seem the only sensible course to take. Where the noun is concerned, this presents no problems at all. To talk of Frege's conception of the Bedeutung of a sentence as a truth value does not sound inelegant. In the case of the verb, however, due to its inflections, leaving its occurrences untranslated is far less natural. But inelegance aside, it is actually easier and less controversial to find an appropriate translation. In most of the contexts where Frege uses Bedeutung, it is clear that he is using it in its vertical sense. Proper names refer to objects, concept words refer to concepts, and sentences refer to truth values, and refer to and stand for are the two English expressions that have generally been used in the translations of Frege's later work that appear in the present volume. The German term has, however, been placed in square brackets immediately afterwards, in accordance with the principle of interpretive integrity. In the end, what is most important is to make sure that each occurrence of Bedeutung, however it is translated, is signaled, and this is the policy that has been followed here. Registered. Preface. The recognition of a scientific truth generally passes through several stages of certainty. Perhaps first guessed from a limited number of particular cases, a universal proposition becomes more and more firmly established by being connected with other truths through chains of inference, whether conclusions that find confirmation in other ways are derived from it, or whether, conversely, it is recognized as following from already established propositions. It can thus be asked, on the one hand, by what path a proposition was gradually reached, and on the other hand, in what way it is now finally to be most firmly established. The former question possibly needs to be answered differently for different people, the latter is more definite, and its answer is connected with the inner nature of the proposition concerned. The firmest proof is obviously the purely togical, which, prescinding from the particularity of things, is based solely on the laws on which all knowledge rests. Accordingly, we require justification into two kinds: those whose proof can be given purely logically and those whose proof must be grounded on empirical facts. But there is no inconsistency in a proposition, belonging to the first kind and yet being such that it can never be apprehended man-mind without the operation of the senses. For thus it is not psychological origination but the most perfect method of proof that lies at the basis of the division. Now, in considering the question of to which of these two kinds arithmetical judgments belong, I first had to see how far one could get in arithmetic by inferences alone, supported only by the laws of thought that transcend all particulars. The course I took was first to seek to reduce the concept of ordering in a series to that of logical consequence, in order then to progress to the concept of number. So that nothing intuitive could intrude here unnoticed, everything had to depend on the chain of inference being free of gaps. In striving to fulfill this requirement in the strictest way, I found an obstacle in the inadequacy of language. However cumbersome the expressions that arose, the more complicated the relations became, the less the precision was attained that my purpose demanded. Out of this need came the idea of the present. It is thus intended to serve primarily to test in the most reliable way the validity of a chain of inference, and to reveal every presupposition that tends to slip in unnoticed, so that its origin can be investigated. The expression of anything that is without significance registered for logical inference has therefore been eschewed. I have called, in 3, that which solely mattered to me conceptual content. This point must therefore always be kept in mind if the nature of my formula language is to be understood correctly. From this the name also arose. Since I restricted myself in the first place to the expression of such relations as are independent of the particularity of things, I was also able to use the expression formula language of pure thought. The modeling on the formula language of arithmetic, which I indicated in the title, refers more to the fundamental ideas than to the detailed construction. Any attempt to establish an artificial similarity by construing a concept as the sum of its marks was far from my mind. My F formula comes closest to that of arithmetic in the way that letters are used. I believe I can make the relationship of my A to ordinary V language clearest if I compare it to that of the microscope to the eye. The latter, due to the range of its applicability, due to the flexibility with which it is able to adapt to the most diverse circumstances, has a great superiority over the microscope. Considered as an optical instrument, it admittedly reveals many imperfections, which usually remain unnoticed only because of its intimate connection with mental life. But as soon as scientific purposes place great demands on sharpness of resolution, the eye turns out to be inadequate. The microscope, on the other hand, is perfectly suited for just such purposes, but precisely because of this is useless for all others. Lana 5 Fat likewise, this is an aid devised for particular scientific chimere purposes, and should therefore not be condemned because it is no good for others. If it fulfills these purposes to some extent, then a lack of new truths in my work may be overlooked. I would console myself on this with the knowledge that a development in method also furthers science. Bacon indeed thought it preferable to invent a means by which everything can be found easily than to discover a particular thing, and all great scientific advances in modern times have indeed had their origin in an improvement in method. Leibniz too recognized, perhaps overestimated, the advantages of an appropriate symbolism. His conception of a universal characteristic, a calculus philosophicus or ratiocinator registered, was too grandiose for the attempt to realize it to go further than the bare preliminaries. The enthusiasm that seized its originator in considering what an immense increase in the mental power of mankind would arise from a symbolism suited to things themselves led him underestimate the difficulties that such an enterprise faces. But even if this great aim cannot be achieved at the first attempt, one need not despair of a slow, step-by-step approach. If a problem in its full generality appears insoluble, it has to be limited provisionally. It can then, perhaps, be dealt with by advancing gradually. Arithmetical, geometrical and chemical symbols can be regarded as realizations of the Leibnizian conception in particular fields. The offered here adds a new one to these, indeed, the one located in the middle, adjoining all the others. From here, with the greatest prospect of success, one can then proceed to fill in the gaps in the existing formula languages, connect their hitherto separate fields into the domain of a single formula language and extend it to fields that have hitherto lacked such a language. I am convinced that my can be successfully applied wherever a special value has to be placed on the validity of proof, as in the case of laying the foundations of the differential and integral calculus. It seems to me to be even easier to extend the domain of this formula language to geometry. Only a few more symbols would have to be added for the intuitive relations that occur here. In this way one would obtain a kind of analysis situs. The transition to the pure theory of motion and thence to mechanics and physics might follow here. In the latter fields, where besides conceptual necessity, natural necessity prevails, registered a further development of the symbolism with the advancement of knowledge is easiest to foresee. But that is no reason to wait until such advancement appears to have come to an end. If it is a task of philosophy to break the power of words over the human mind, by uncovering illusions that through the use of language, often almost unavoidably, arise concerning the relations of concepts by freeing thought from the taint of ordinary linguistic means of express. In the case of external means of representation, even this cannot make thought pure again, but the deviations can, at least, be limited to the unavoidable and harmless, whilst at the same time, just because they are of a quite different kind from those typical of ordinary language, protection is provided against the one-sided influence of one of these means of expression. The very invention of this, it seems to me, has advanced and can be combined into the single one. Which makes a few more simplifications possible. Arithmetic, as I remarked at the beginning, was the starting point of the train of thought that led me to my. I therefore intend to apply it to this science first, seeking to provide further analysis of its concepts and a deeper foundation for its theorems. I announce in the formulae and are two of the axioms that Frege laid down for his logical system, which can be combined using his symbol for identity of. Third part, some preliminary results that move in this direction. Progression along the indicated path, the elucidation of the concepts of number, magnitude, etc., will form the object of further investigations, to which I shall turn immediately after this work. Jena, December 18, 1878. Explanation of the symbols us Foglunna. 1. The symbols used in the general theory of magnitude fall into two kinds. The first consists of the letters, each of which represents either a number left undetermined, or function left undetermined. This indeterminacy makes it possible to use letters for the expression of the general validity of propositions, as in aegyr and rem sili pre latina fero mae. C equals AC plus B. The other kind consists of such symbols, as plus, v, 0, 1, degree 2, each of which has its own particular meaning. I adopt this fundamental idea of distinguishing two kinds of symbols, which unfortunately is not strictly carried through in the theory of magnitude copyright in order to make it generally applicable in the wider domain of pure thought. It therefore dix ide all the symbols lose into those by means underscore of which one The first are the letters, and these should serve primarily to express generality. For all their indeterminacy, it must be insisted that a letter retain, in the same context, the meaning once given to it. I_judgment_. 2. A judgment will always be expressed by means of the symbol. Aramamid gives the content of the judgment. If the small vertical stroke at the left end of the horizontal one i.e. omitted, then the judgment will be transformed into a mere complex of ideas, of which the writer does not state whether he recognizes its truth or not. For example, let copyright consider 1, log, sin, lim. The elucidation of the concept of number was finally published in the Grundlagen in 1884, and the formal attempt to provide a deeper foundation for the theorems of arithmetic in the Grundgesetze, Volume I of which appeared in 1893, and Volume II of which appeared in 1903. For details of this period, see the introduction, pages 4 to 8 above. 53. Mean the judgment, opposite magnetic poles attract one another, then a will not express this judgment, but should merely arouse in the reader the idea of the mutual attraction of opposite magnetic poles, in order, say, to draw conclusions from it and by means of these to test the correctness of the thought. In this case we paraphrase using the words the circumstance that or the proposition that. Not every content can become a judgment by placing dash dash before its symbol, for example, the idea house cannot. WWE therefore distinguish between judgeable and unjudgeable contents. The horizontal stroke, from which the symbol slash dash is formed, binds the symbols that follow it into a whole, and assertion, which one's expressed by means of the vertical stroke at the left end of the horizontal, relates to this. The yen-on stroke. The underscore content stroke serves noses fat to relate any ball to the whole formed by the symbols that follow the stroke. What a stroke must always have a judgeable content. 3. A distinction between subject and predicate finds no place in my representation of a judgment. To justify this, I note that the contents of two judgments can differ in two ways, either the conclusions that can be drawn from one when combined with certain others also always follow from the second when combined with the same judgments, or else this is not the case. The two propositions at Plataea the Greeks defeated the Persians and at Plataea the Persians were defeated by the Greeks differ in the first way. Even if a slight difference in sense can be discerned, the agreement predominates. Now I call that part of the content that is the same in both the conceptual content. Since only this has significance for the, no distinction is needed between propositions that have the same conceptual content. If it is said, the subject is the concept with which the judgment is concerned, then this applies also to the object. It can therefore only be said, the subject is the concept with which the judgment is primarily concerned. The linguistic significance of the position of the subject in the word order ties in its marking the place where what one particularly wants to draw the attention of the listener to is put. This can have the purpose, for example, of indicating a relation between this judgment and others, thereby facilitating the listener's grasp of all the interconnections. Now all those features of language that result only from the interaction of speaker and listener where the speaker, for example, takes the listener's expectations into account and seeks to put them on the right track even before a sentence is finished have no counterpart in my formula language, since here the only thing that is relevant in a judgment is that which influences its possible consequences. Everything that is necessary for a valid inference is fully expressed, but what is not necessary is mostly not even indicated, nothing one's left to guessing. In this I closely follow the example of the formula language of mathematics, in which subject and predicate can also be distinguished only by violating it. Imagine a language in which the proposition Archimedes was killed at the capture of Syracuse is expressed in the following way: the violent death of Archimedes at the capture of Syracuse is a fact. Even here, if one wants, subject and predicate can be distinguished, but the subject contains the whole content, and the predicate serves only to present it as a judgment. Such a language would have only a single predicate for all judgments, namely, Ts effect. It can be seen that there is no question here of subject and predicate in the usual sense. Our Benefschrift Ts such a language and the symbol _Ts its common predicate for all judgments. In my first draft of a formula language I was misled by the example of ordinary language into constructing judgments out of subject and predicate. But I soon convinced myself that this was an obstacle to my particular goal and only led to useless prolixity. 4. The following remarks should since, for our purposes, to explain the significance of the distinctions that are made with regard to judgments. A distinction is drawn between universal and particular judgments. This is not really a distinction between judgments, but between contents. One ought to say, a judgment with a universal content, a judgment with a particular content. For these properties belong to the content even when it is not presented as a judgment, but as a proposition. Oe in cern erit the same applies to negation. In an indirect way one says, for example, suppose that the lines of NCD were not equal. Here the content, that the lines of NCD are not equal, contains a negation, but this content, although capable of being judged, is nevertheless not presented as a judgment. Negation therefore attaches to the content, irrespective of whether this appears as a judgment or not. I therefore hold it more appropriate to regard negation as a mark of a judgeable content. The distinction between categorical, hypothetical and disjunctive judgments seems to me to have only grammatical significance. Eris he apodictic judgment is distinguished from the aestheteric in that it indicates the existence of universal judgments from which the proposition can be inferred, whereas in the case of an assertoric judgment such an indication is lacking. If I call a proposition necessary, I thereby give a hint as to my grounds for judgment. But since this does not affect the conceptual content of the judgment, the podeictic form of a judgment has no significance for us. I.e.s. if a proposition is presented as possible, then either the speaker is refraining from judgment, by indicating that he knows no laws from which its negation would follow, or else he is saying that the proposition's negation in its universal form is false. In the latter case we have what is usually called a particular affirmative judgment. It is possible that the earth will one day collide with another heavenly body is an example of the first case, and a cold can result in death an example of the second. 5. If A and B denote judgeable contents, then there are the following four possibilities. F. The grounds for this will emerge from my work as a whole. 13t. In this latter case, in other words, the negation of the particular affirmative proposition a cold can result in death is the universal negative proposition no colds can result in death. Particular affirmative and universal negative propositions were traditionally seen as contradictories, and as far as this relationship was concerned, Frege did not depart from the traditional view. Cf. 12, pages 73-4 below. 4. Except in the penultimate paragraph, throughout this section the verb bedeuten has been translated as denote and the noun bedeutung as denotation. Other translations render the verb as stand for and the noun as meaning, but this obscures the connection between Frege's use of them. Since stand for does not have a corresponding noun, and meaning is inappropriate in the one context in which bedeutung is used, denote and denotation have therefore been chosen. What we have in this section is the vertical use of bedeuten and bedeutung. The relation involved is that between a sign and its extralinguistic correlate a use, arguably, that corresponds to Frege's official use of these words in his work from 1891 onwards. Certainly, neither mean and meaning nor signify and significance adequately capture Frege's use of bedeuten and bedeutung in the present section, though nor, it has to be said, does refer to and reference, since what we have here are schematic letters and abstract symbols rather than ordinary linguistic expressions such as proper names or definite descriptions. The former, it seems more appropriate to say, denote, or represent or. 56. A is affirmed and B is affirmed, A is affirmed and B is denied, A is denied and B is affirmed, A is denied and B is denied. Pair B now denotes the judgment that the third of these possibilities does not obtain, but one of the other three does. Accordingly, if us B is denied, then this is to say that the third possibility does obtain, i.e. that A is denied and B affirmed. Of the cases in which B is affirmed, the following deserve emphasis. 1. A is to be affirmed. Then the content of B is quite irrelevant. For example, let A denote 3x7 equals 21, and B denote the circumstance that the sun is shining. Here only the first two of the four cases mentioned above are possible. There need not exist a causal connection between the two contents. 2. Bis to be denied. Then the content of A is irrelevant. For example, let B denote the circumstance that perpetual motion is possible, and A the circumstance that the world is infinite. Here only the second and fourth of the four cases are possible. There need not be a causal connection between A and B3. One can make the judgment EEB without knowing whether A and B are to be affirmed or denied. For example, let B denote the circumstance that the moon is in quadrature, and A the circumstance that it appears as a semicircle. In this case, IAEB can be translated with the aid of the connective if the moon is in quadrature, then it appears as a semicircle. The causal link implicit in the word if, however, is not expressed by our symbols, although a judgment of this kind can be made only on the basis of such a link. For this link is something general, but an expression for generality has not yet been introduced. Let us call the vertical stroke which joins the two horizontals the conditional stroke. The part of the upper horizontal stroke to the left of the conditional stroke is the content stroke for the denotation of the complex symbol. Palette B, which has just been explained. To this is attached any symbol that is to be related to the content of the expression as a whole. The part of the horizontal stroke between A and the conditional stroke is the content stroke of A. The horizontal stroke to the left of B is the content stroke of B. It is now easy to see that AB II denies the case in which A is denied, and B and I are affirmed. This must be thought of as constructed from I and B, in the same way as the latter is constructed from B and A. Thus we first have the denial of the case in which I is affirmed and CAAESB is denied. But the denial of the latter means registered that A is denied and B affirmed. From this results what was given above. If a causal link exists, then one can also say, A is the necessary consequence of B and I5 of. If the circumstances B and I obtain, then A too obtains. 16. The word B de tet, in the construction B de tet, de 8, is here being used in its horizontal sense, making means the more appropriate translation. CFFN 14 above. 58. It is no less easy to see that T A B denies the case in which B is affirmed, but A and I are denied. If a causal connection between A and B is assumed, this can be translated. If A is the necessary consequence of B, then it can be concluded that I obtains. 6. From the explanation given in 5 it is clear that from the two judgments pi ada A and B, the new judgment A follows. Of the four cases enumerated above, the third is excluded by Ray B, and the second and fourth by B, so that only the first is left. This inference could perhaps be written thus. Rare it lb A. This would be tedious if long expressions stood in the places of A and B, since each of them would have to be written twice. I therefore use the following abbreviation. Each judgment that occurs in the context of a proof is given a number which is written to the right of the judgment at its first occurrence. For example, let the judgment E, or one containing it as a special case, be called X. Then I write the inference thus. B A. Here it is left to the reader to construct from B and A the judgment psi B, and to see if it accords with the cited judgment X. Asterisk. In logic, following Aristotle, a whole series of modes of inference are enumerated. I use just this one at least in all cases where a new judgment is derived from more than one single judgment. For the truth that lies in another mode of inference can be expressed in a judgment of the form, if M holds, and if N holds, then A holds too, in symbols A, M, and G. From this judgment and N and M, A follows as above. Thus an inference of whatever kind can be reduced to our case. Since it is therefore possible to manage with a single mode of inference, perspicuity demands that this be done. Otherwise, there would be no reason to stop at the Aristotelian modes of inference, new ones could be added indefinitely, a special mode of inference could be made from every judgment expressed in a formula in 13 to 22. This restriction to a single mode of inference, however, one's in no way intended to express A. 18. What Frege means here, as indicated by his use of the verb stimmen, is that the constructed judgment must be either X itself or a substitution instance of X. As his later practice shows, the judgment to be constructed is almost always a substitution instance of the judgment cited, with an indication given of the substitutions to make. The next two paragraphs of the text, in which Frege gives two further illustrations of his method of abbreviating inferences, are here omitted. 1 degree. The single mode of inference that Frege is referring to is modus ponens, although he seems to recognize here that other rules of inference are involved when moving from a single judgment, e.g. as in substitution. 20 te. In part ij, where Frege lays down axioms for his logical system, and derives some theorems. 10. 60. Psychological proposition, but only to settle the question of formulation to maximize effectiveness. Some of the judgments that replace Aristotelian modes of inference will be given in 22. Negation. 7. If a small vertical stroke is attached to the underside of the content stroke, then this is intended to express the circumstance that the content does not obtain. Thus, for example, Pa means A does not obtain. I call this small vertical stroke the negation stroke. The part of the horizontal stroke to the right of the negation stroke is the content stroke of A, the part to the left of the negation stroke, on the other hand, is the content stroke of the negation of A. Here, as elsewhere in the Begriffsschrift, without the judgment stroke no judgment is made. Maya merely invites the formation of the idea that A does not obtain, without expressing whether this idea is true. We now consider some cases in which the symbols for conditionality and negation are combined. PB means, the case in which B is to be affirmed and the negation of A is to be denied does not obtain, in other words, the possibility of affirming both A and B does not exist, or for and B exclude one another. Thus only the following three cases remain. A is affirmed and B is denied. A is denied and B is affirmed. A is denied and B is denied. From the foregoing, it is easy to give the meaning of each of the three parts of the horizontal stroke in front of A. Means, the case in which A is denied and the negation of B is affirmed does not obtain, or both A and B cannot be denied. Only the following possibilities remain. A is affirmed and B is affirmed. A is affirmed and B is denied. A is denied and B is affirmed. A and B between them exhaust the possibilities. Now the words or and either, or are used in two ways. A or B may mean, firstly, just the same as A. i.e. that nothing other than A and B is thinkable. E.g. if a quantity of gas is heated, then its volume or its pressure increases. Secondly, the expression A or B may combine the meanings of A and B. So that firstly, there is no third possibility other than A and B, and secondly, A and B are mutually exclusive. Of the four possibilities only the following two then remain. A is affirmed and B is denied. A is denied and B is affirmed. Of the two uses of the expression A or B, the first, which does not exclude the coexistence of A and B, is the more important, and we shall use the word or with this meaning. Perhaps it is appropriate to draw a distinction between or and either, or, only the latter having the secondary meaning of mutual exclusion. A. Tibea can then be translated by A or B. Similarly, SE has the meaning of A or B or I. 2. b. Means. Psych B's is denied, or the case in which A and B are both affirmed obtains. Conversely, the three possibilities left open by Aramid full can be translated, both A and B are facts. It is also easy to see that A. Al digti can be rendered by A and B and I. If either A or B with the secondary meaning of mutual exclusion is to be symbolized, then copyright AAE and BB must be expressed. This gives A are excluded. Accordingly, or alternatively, BP and A B 63. Instead of expressing and by means of the symbols for conditionality and negation, as is done here, conditionality could also be represented, conversely, by means of a symbol for and the symbol for negation. One might introduce, say, not A obtains. The complex symbol can be translated in the same way. B. A. Means, the case in which A and B are both denied obtains. This can therefore be translated, neither A nor B is a fact. It goes without saying that the words or, and, neither, nor are considered here only in so far as they combine judgeable contents. Frege recognizes here that conjunction might have been taken instead as one of the primitive connectives, but given the fundamental role that modus ponens plays in his logical system, clearly feels that ba, therefore a is more perspicuously expressed by means of the conditional. 13. 14. 64. Identity of content. 8. Identity of content trademark differs from conditionality and negation by relating to names, not to contents. Whilst elsewhere symbols simply represent their contents, so that each combination into which they enter merely expresses a relation between their contents, they at once stand for themselves as soon as they are combined by the symbol for identity of content, for this signifies the circumstance that two names have the same content. Thus with the introduction of a symbol bori-yavi'ol for identity of content, a bifurcation in the meaning of every symbol is necessarily effected, the same symbols standing one moment for their content, the next moment for themselves. This makes it appear at first as if it were here a matter of what pertains to the expression alone, not to the thought, and as if there were no need at all for different symbols for the same content and hence for a symbol for identity of content either. To show that this appearance is deceptive, I take the following example from geometry. B, as the point B when the line is perpendicular to the diameter. Alc OO. To each of these two modes of determination, their dot corresponds a separate name. The need for a symbol for identity of content thus rests on the following: the same content can be fully determined in different ways, but that, in a particular case, the same content is actually given. By two modes of determination. Is the content of a judgment. Before this judgment can be made, two different names corresponding to the two modes of determination must be provided for that is thereby determined. But the judgment requires for its expression a symbol for identity of content to combine the two names. It follows from this that different names for the same content are not always merely a trivial matter of formulation, but touch the very heart of the matter if they are connected with different modes of determination. In this case the judgment as to identity of content is, in the Kantian sense, synthetic. A secondary reason for introducing a symbol for identity of content is that it is occasionally useful to introduce an abbreviation in place of a lengthy expression. The abbreviation and the original expression must then be stated to have the same content. Is usually intended by the speaker to be the principal argument, the next most important often appears as the object. Through the choice of forms such as active and passive, and words such as heavier and lighter, give and receive, ordinary language has the freedom of allowing whatever part of the proposition it wishes to appear as the principal argument, a freedom, however, that is limited by the paucity of words. 10. In order to express an indeterminate function of the argument A, let us enclose A in brackets after a letter, as in d. Similarly, yen signifies a function of the two arguments a and b, which is not further determined. Here the places of a and b in the brackets represent the places. Degree equally, a symbol that has already been thought of as replaceable can also be regarded as replaceable at places where it was previously seen as constant. Asterisk. The German phrase here is Schwind, ihnen halt like Bedeutung. Frege's claim rests on his construal of propositions of the form every a is a b as for all x, if x is an a, then x is a b, which clearly does presuppose function argument analysis, and, Frege would argue, does not just give us an alternative way of regarding the content, but represents the structure of the content itself. 69. That a and b occupy in the function, irrespective of whether a or b occupy one or more places. Thus, ya, b, and wb, a, are in general different. Indeterminate functions of several arguments are expressed in a corresponding way. Letter is put in place of the argument, and a concavity containing this letter inserted in the content stroke. That is valid whatever may be substituted for a. The horizontal stroke to the right of the concavity is the content stroke of registered, where a must be thought of as substituted by something definite. From what was said above about the meaning of the judgment stroke, it is easy to see what an expression such as P's a area CE means. This expression can occur as part of a judgment, as in EAXE, AAX. It is clear that from these judgments, unlike from pre-ERKTS to less general judgments cannot be derived by substituting something definite for a. I.e. Karen denies that X is always a fact whatever may be substituted for a. This in no way denies that it can be given a meaning as such that X is a fact. AX means that the case in which AIE is affirmed and A is denied does not obtain. But this in no way denies that the case in which X is affirmed and A is denied obtains, since, as we have just seen, X can be affirmed and yet from Fx, in other words, we can derive Fa, Fb, Fc, etc. Asterisk 7. Here the word Bedeutung might also be translated as value. See FFN 39 below. THA. EEOA, denied. Thus here also a cannot be substituted by whatever we like without threatening the truth of the judgment. This explains why the concavity with the Gothic letter inscribed is necessary. It delimits the scope of the generality signified by the letter. Only within its scope does a Gothic letter retain its meaning. The same Gothic letter can occur within various scopes in one judgment, without the meaning that may be ascribed to it in one scope carrying over to the others. The scope of a Gothic letter can include that of another, as the example AA E shows. In this case different letters must be chosen. E may not be replaced by A. It is, of course, permitted to replace a Gothic letter everywhere in its scope by another particular one, provided that there are still different letters standing where different letters stood before. This has no effect on the content. Other substitutions are only allowed if the concavity immediately follows the judgment stroke, so that the content of the whole judgment makes up the scope of the Gothic letter. Accordingly, since this case is particularly important, I shall introduce the following abbreviation for it. An italic letter always has as its scope the content of the whole judgment, without this needing to be signified by a concavity in the content stroke. If an italic letter occurs in an expression that is not preceded by a judgment stroke, then this expression is senseless. An italic letter may always be replaced by a Gothic letter that does not yet occur in the judgment, the concavity being inserted immediately after the judgment stroke. E.g. instead of HX one can put AXA. If A occurs only in the argument places of X. It is also clear that from A one can derive 74, 22, 23, i.e. A. If A is an expression in which it does not occur, and if A stands only in the argument places of if EECMEI is denied, then it must be possible to provide a meaning for a such that is denied. Thus if 4 were denied and A affirmed, then it would have to be possible to provide a meaning for a such that A was affirmed and at denied. But because of A this cannot be done, since this means that, whatever A may be, the case in which registered is denied and A affirmed is excluded. Hence one cannot deny A. Something similar applies when more conditional strokes are involved. And affirm for I-E. 12. We now consider some combinations of symbols. Law, X, means that something can be found, say A, such that X is denied. It can therefore be translated, there are some things that do not have the property X. Asterisk degree here, and in the next sentence, the phrase in Bedeutung für A angeben might also be translated to find a value for A, highlighting a use of Bedeutung that is close to Frege's later technical use of the term. Cf. the introduction, pages 42f. Above. Copyright. Immediately prior to this remark, Frege provides one further example, involving 2 conditional strokes, which is omitted here. Le. Fx, which is equivalent to Fx, here calling the property xf. 43. The sense of L8x is different. This means, whatever A may be, X is always to be denied, or, there is nothing that has the property X, or, if we call something that has property XAX, there is no X. For A at, is denied by IAG. It can therefore be translated, there are A's hashtag. EAAP. X. Means, whatever may be substituted for A, the case in which P would have to be denied and X affirmed does not obtain. It is thus possible here that, for some meanings that could be given to A, P would have to be affirmed and X affirmed, for others, P would have to be affirmed and X denied, for still others, P would have to be denied and X denied. It can therefore be translated, if something has the property X, then it also has the property P, or, every X is a P, or, all X's are PS. This is how causal connections are expressed. PTS means, no meaning can be given to a such that P and yen could both be affirmed. It can therefore be translated, what has the property Y does not have the property P, or, no yen is a P asterisk degree. H. This is to be understood as including the case there is one A. If e.g. A signifies the circumstance that X is a house, then IA reads, there are houses or is at least one house. Cf. 2. FNE. Hashtag TE. FX, which is equivalent to 4FX 4TE. FX, which is equivalent to FX 44 TE. For some values of A. CFFN 39 above. 4% TE. Again calling the property X here F. 10 CS PIC. 24. 74. AIEP. A. AP. EEA. And can therefore be rendered as, some A's are not PS asterisk. Bed HP. M. Denies that no M is AP, and therefore means, some M's are PS, or, it is possible for AM to be AP asterisk. The square of logical opposition thus results asterisk. Denies. AP contrario AEP XIOC EAE. SSU. I contradictory ERRNNAATTEE. JR. XE, PSDSESN contrary re AEPCA. XX. The word some is always to be understood here as including the case 1. One might expand by saying, some or at least one. Asterisk TTE, which is equivalent to. Asterisk LE. A, which is equivalent to GX. Asterisk Frege's reproduction of the Aristotelian square of opposition is misleading in several respects, for Frege fails to point out that the traditional relations of contrariety, subcontrariety, and subalternation are all invalidated under his formalizations. See Appendix 2 below. I. and developing Frege's earlier example, we may say that the relation of parent to eldest child is thus many one, the relation of father to child one many, and the relation of father to eldest child one one. Both the analysis of mathematical induction and the definition of a one-one relation were to play a crucial role in Frege's subsequent work. What he had shown in the was that they could be given in purely logical terms registered, as he remarked in his introduction to Part 3. One sees in this example how pure thought, regardless of any content given through the senses or even a prion through an intuition, is capable of bringing forth by itself, from the content which arises from its own nature, judgments which at first sight only seem possible on the basis of some intuition. This can be compared to condensation, by means of which air, which appears to a child's mind to be nothing, can be transformed into a visible fluid forming drops. The propositions about series developed far surpass in generality all similar propositions that can be derived from any intuition of series. The success of his initial condensations no doubt convinced Frege of the possibility of providing logical definitions of all arithmetical concepts and forms of reasoning. The next step was to provide definitions of the numbers themselves, and this was the task he undertook in his second book, The Foundations of Arithmetic. Degree as he later put it in GL 80, only by means of this definition of following in a series is it possible to reduce the transition from n to, which is apparently peculiar to mathematics, to the general laws of logic. Cf. GL 91. See pages 84 to 129 below. Degree. Letter to Marty, 29. 8.1882. Jena, August 29, 1882. Dear colleague. Your friendly postcard gave me much pleasure, the more so as I have found only very little agreement up to now. Allow me to give you some more information about in the hope that you will perhaps have occasion to call attention to it in a journal. It would make it easier for me to publish further works. I have now nearly completed a book in which I treat the concept of number and demonstrate that the first principles of computation, which up to now have generally been regarded as unprovable axioms, can be proved from definitions by means of logical laws alone, so that they may have to be regarded as analytic judgments in Kant's sense. It will not surprise me, and I even expect that you will raise some doubts about this and imagine that there is a mistake in the definitions, in that, to be possible, they presuppose judgments which I have failed to notice, or in that some other essential content from another source of knowledge has crept in unawares. My confidence that this has not happened is based on the application of which will not let through anything that was not expressly presupposed, even if it seems so obvious that in ordinary thought we do not even notice that we are relying on it for support. This seems to place the value and the power of discursive thought in the right light. For whereas Leibniz may well have overestimated it when he hoped to prove everything from concepts, Kant on the contrary seems to me to place too low an estimate on the significance of analytic judgments because he sticks to oversimple examples. I regard it as one of Kant's great merits to have recognized the propositions of geometry as synthetic judgments, but I cannot allow him the same in the case of arithmetic. The two cases are anyway quite different. The field of geometry is the field of possible spatial intuition. Arithmetic recognizes no such limitation. Everything is enumerable, not just what is juxtaposed in space, not just what is successive in time, not just external phenomena, but also inner mental processes and events and even concepts, which stand neither in temporal nor in spatial but only in logical relations to one another. The only barrier to enumerability is to be found in the imperfection of concepts. Bald people, for example, cannot be enumerated as long as the concept of baldness is not defined so precisely that for any individual there can be no doubt whether he falls under it. Thus the area of the enumerable is as wide as that 164 of conceptual thought, and a source of knowledge more restricted in scope, like spatial intuition or sense perception, would not suffice to guarantee the general validity of arithmetical propositions. And to enable one to rely on intuition for support, it does not help at all to let something spatial represent something non-spatial in enumeration, for one would have to justify the admissibility of such a representation. But I wanted to tell you something about my. You emphasize the division between the function of judgment and the matter judged. The distinction between individual and concept seems to me even more important. Registered in language, the two merge into each other. The proper name son becomes a concept name when one speaks of sons, and a concept name with a demonstrative serves to designate an individual. In logic, too, this distinction has not always been observed. The relation of subordination of a concept under a concept is quite different from that of an individual falling under a concept. It seems that logicians have clung too much to the linguistic schema of subject and predicate, which surely contains what are logically quite different relations. I regard it as essential for a concept that the question whether something falls under it have a sense. Thus I would call Christianity a concept only in the sense in which it is used in the proposition this way of life is Christianity, but not in the proposition Christianity continues to spread. A concept is unsaturated in that it requires something to fall under it, hence it cannot exist on its own. That an individual falls under it is a judgeable content, and here the concept appears as a predicate and is always predicative. In this case, where the subject is an individual, the relation of subject to predicate is not a third thing added to the two, but it belongs to the content of the predicate, which is what makes the predicate unsaturated. Now I do not believe that concept formation can precede judgment, because this would presuppose the independent existence of concepts, but I think of a concept as having arisen by decomposition from a judgeable content. I do not believe that for any judgeable content there is only one way in which it can be decomposed, or that one of these possible ways can always claim objective preeminence in the inequality 3-2. We can regard either 2 or 3 as the subject. In the former case we have the concept smaller than 3, in the latter, greater than 2. We can also regard 3 and 2 as a complex subject. As a predicate we then have the concept of the relation of the greater to the smaller. In general I represent the falling of an individual under a concept by F, where X is the subject and F the predicate, and where the empty place in the parenthesis after F indicates unsaturation. The subordination of a concept % under a concept at is expressed by son praise way ma, which makes obvious the difference between subordination and an individual's falling under a concept. Without the strict distinction between individual and concept it is impossible to express particular and existential judgments accurately and in such a way as to make their close relationship obvious. For every particular judgment is an existential judgment. AOEE means, there is at least one square root of 4. Poet AAPC equals V equals 8 means, some cube roots of 8 are square roots of 4. One can insert here two negation strokes that cancel each other. Fed STGBA equals AIA degree equals 8 and think of this as composed of. Introduction. If we ask what the number 1 is, or what the symbol 1 means, we are more often than not given the answer, a thing. And if we then point out that the proposition, the number 1 is a thing, is not a definition, since it has the definite article on one side and the indefinite on the other, and that it only says that the number 1 belongs to the class of things, but not which thing it is, then we may well be invited to choose whatever we like to call the number 1. But if everyone was allowed to understand by this name whatever he liked, then the same proposition about the number 1 would mean different things to different people. Such propositions would have no common content. Some may reject the question, noting that the meaning of the letter A in arithmetic cannot be given either, and if it were said, A means a number, then the same mistake would be made as in the definition, 1 is a thing. Now the rejection of the question in the case of A is quite justified. It means no particular, specifiable number, but serves instead to express the generality of propositions. If, in A plus AA equals A, we substitute for A any number we like, but the same throughout, then a true equation is always obtained. It is in this sense that the letter A is used. But in the case of 1, the matter is essentially different. Can we, in the equation 1 plus 1 equals 2, substitute for 1 both times the same object, say the moon? It seems rather that we must substitute something different for the first one as for the second. Why is it that we must do here precisely what would be a mistake in the other case? Arithmetic does not manage with the letter A alone, but must also use other letters, 6, C, etc., in order to express in general form relations between different numbers. So it might be supposed that the symbol 1 cannot be sufficient either, if it served in a similar way to confer generality on propositions. But does the number 1 not appear as a particular object with specifiable properties, e.g. that of remaining unchanged when multiplied by itself? In this sense, there are no properties of A that can be specified, since whatever is asserted of A is a common property of numbers, whereas 11 equals 1 asserts nothing of the moon, nor of the sun, nor of the Sahara, nor of the peak of Tenerife, for what could the sense of such an assertion be? To such questions not even a mathematician is likely to have a satisfactory answer ready to give. Yet is it not shameful that a science should be so unclear about its most prominent object, which is apparently so simple? Small wonder that no one can say what number is. If a concept that is fundamental to a great science poses difficulties, then it is surely an imperative task to investigate it in more detail and overcome these difficulties, especially since complete clarity will hardly be achieved concerning negative, fractional, and complex numbers, so long as insight into the foundation of the whole structure of arithmetic is deficient. Admittedly, many will not think this worth the trouble. This concept, they suppose, is quite adequately treated in the elementary textbooks, and thereby settled once and for all. Who can then believe that he still has something to learn about so simple a matter? So free from any difficulty is the concept of positive whole number taken to be, that it is assumed that it can be explained scientifically and definitively to children, and that everyone, without further reflection or acquaintance with what others have thought, knows all about it. The first precondition for learning is thus frequently lacking, the knowledge that we do not know. The result is that we remain content with a crude conception, even though Herbart has already provided a better one. It is depressing and discouraging that again and again an insight once achieved threatens to be lost in this way, and that so much work appears to be done in vain, because in our inflated conceit we do not think it necessary to appropriate its fruits. My work too, I am well aware, is exposed to such a danger. This crudity of conception surfaces when calculation is described as aggregative, mechanical thought registered. I doubt that there is any such thought. Aggregative imagination there may well be, but that has no significance for calculation. Thought is essentially the same everywhere. It is not the case that there are different kinds of laws of thought depending on the object. The differences merely consist in the greater or lesser purity and independence from psychological influences and external aids such as ordinary language, numerals, and such like, and also in the degree of refinement in the structure of concepts, but it is precisely in this respect that mathematics aims not to be surpassed by any other science, not even philosophy. It will be seen from the present work that even an inference like that from 2 to n+1, which is apparently peculiar to mathematics, is based on general logical laws, and that there is no need of special laws for aggregative thought. Admittedly, it is possible to manipulate numerals mechanically, just as it is possible to speak like a parrot, but that can scarcely be called thinking. It only becomes possible after mathematical symbolism has been so developed, through genuine thinking, that it does the thinking for us, so to speak. This does not show that numbers are formed in a particularly mechanical way, as sand, say, is formed from grains of quartz. It is in the interest of mathematicians, I think, to counter such a view, which is characterized by a disparagement of the principal object of their science and thereby that science itself. Yet even mathematicians are prone to say such things. Sooner or later, however, the concept of number must be recognized as having a finer structure than most of the concepts of other sciences, even though it is still one of the simplest in arithmetic. In order, then, to dispel this illusion that no difficulties at all are posed by the positive whole numbers, but that general agreement prevails, it seemed to me a good idea to discuss some of the views of philosophers and mathematicians on the questions raised here. It will be seen how little accord is to be found, even outright contradictions emerging. Some say, for example, units are identical with one another, others hold that they are different, and both sides have reasons for their claim that cannot be rejected out of hand. Here I shall try to motivate the need for a more exact investigation. At the same time, this preliminary elucidation of the views expressed by others will clear the ground for my own conception, by convincing people beforehand that these other paths do not lead to the goal, and that my opinion is not just one of many equally justified opinions, and so I hope to settle the question definitively, at least in essentials. Admittedly, this has led me to take a more philosophical approach than many mathematicians may deem appropriate, but a fundamental investigation of the concept of number will inevitably turn out to be somewhat philosophical. The task is shared by mathematics and philosophy. If the cooperation between these sciences, despite many attempts from both sides, is not as productive as might be wished or is surely possible, then this seems to me to be due to the prevalence of psychological modes of investigation, which have even penetrated logic. With this trend, mathematics has no points of contact at all, and this easily explains the aversion of many mathematicians to philosophical investigations. When, for example, Stricker copyright calls the ideas of number motor phenomena, dependent on muscle sensations, no mathematician can recognize his numbers in this or knows where to begin with such a proposition. An arithmetic founded on muscle sensations would certainly be sensational, but it would also turn out to be just as vague as this foundation. No, arithmetic has nothing at all to do with sensations. Just as little has it to do with mental images, compounded from the traces of earlier sense impressions. The fluctuating and indeterminate nature of these forms stands in stark contrast to the determinate and fixed nature of mathematical concepts and objects. It may well be useful to investigate the ideas and changes of ideas that occur during mathematical thinking, but psychology should not suppose that it can contribute anything at all to the foundation of arithmetic. To the mathematician as such, these mental images, their origin and change are irrelevant. Stricker himself says that he associates nothing more than the idea of the symbol 100 with the word hundred. Others may have the idea of the letter C or something else. Does it not follow from this that these mental images are completely irrelevant and incidental to the essence of the matter as it concerns us here, just as incidental as blackboard and chalk, and that they do not deserve to be called ideas of the number 100 at all? The essence of the matter should not be seen to lie in such ideas. The description of the origin of an idea should not be taken for a definition, nor should the account of the mental and physical conditions for becoming aware of a proposition be taken for a proof, and nor should the discovery of a proposition be confused with its truth. We must be reminded, it seems, that a proposition just as little ceases to be true when I am no longer thinking of it as the sun is extinguished when I close my eyes. Otherwise we would end up finding it necessary to take account of the phosphorus content of our brain in proving Pythagoras' theorem, and astronomers would shy away from extending their conclusions to the distant past, for fear of the objection, you reckon that 2x2 equals 4 held then, but the idea of number has a development, a history. One can doubt whether it had reached that stage by then. How do you know that this proposition already existed at that point in the past? Might not the creatures living at that time have held the proposition 2x2 equals 5, from which the proposition 2x2 equals 4 only evolved through natural selection in the struggle for existence, and might not this in turn, perhaps, be destined in the same way to develop further into 2x2 equals 3? Est modus in rebus, sunt certi denici fines, the historical mode of investigation, which seeks to trace the development of things from which to understand their nature, is certainly legitimate, but it also has its limitations. If everything were in continual flux and nothing remained fixed and eternal, then knowledge of the world would cease to be possible and everything would be thrown into confusion. We imagine, it seems, that concepts originate in the individual mind like leaves on a tree, and we suppose that their nature can be understood by investigating their origin and seeking to explain them psychologically through the working of the human mind. But this conception makes everything subjective, and taken to its logical conclusion, abolishes truth. What is called the history of concepts is really a history either of our knowledge of concepts or of the meanings of words. Often it is only through enormous intellectual work, which can last for hundreds of years, that knowledge of a concept in its purity is achieved, by peeling off the alien clothing that conceals it from the mind's eye. What are we then to say when someone, instead of carrying on this work where it still seems incomplete, ignores it entirely, and enters the nursery or takes himself back to the earliest conceivable stage of human development, in order there to discover, like John Stuart Mill, some gingerbread or pebble arithmetic? It remains only to ascribe to the flavor of the cake a special meaning for the concept of number. This is surely the exact opposite of a rational procedure, and in any case as unmathematical as it could possibly be. No wonder that mathematicians want nothing to do with it. Instead of finding concepts in particular purity near to their imagined source, everything is seen blurred and undifferentiated as through a fog. It is as though someone who wanted to learn about America tried to take himself back to the position of Columbus as he caught his first dubious glimpse of his supposed India. Admittedly, such a comparison proves nothing, but it does, I hope, make my point. It may well be that the history of discoveries is useful in many cases as preparation for further research, but it should not aspire to take its place. As far as mathematicians are concerned, combating such views would scarcely have been necessary, but since I wanted to resolve the disputed issues, as far as possible, for philosophers as well, I was forced to involve myself a little in psychology, if only to repel its incursion into mathematics. Besides, psychological turns of phrase occur even in mathematical textbooks. If someone feels obliged to give a definition, and yet cannot do so, then he will at least describe the way in which the object or concept concerned is arrived at. This case is easily recognized by the absence of any further mention of such an explanation. For teaching purposes, such an introduction to things is quite in order, only it should always be clearly distinguished from a definition. A delightful example of how even mathematicians can confuse the grounds of proof with the mental or physical conditions for constructing proofs is afforded by E. Schroeder, in offering the following, under the heading Special Axiom. The intended principle could well be called the axiom of the inherence of symbols. It gives us the assurance that in all our elaborations and inferences the symbols remain fixed in our memory and even firmer on paper, etc. Now, just as much as mathematics must refuse any assistance from psychology, it must accept its close connection with logic. Indeed, I endorse the view of those who regard a sharp separation as impossible. It is at least granted that any investigation into the validity of a proof or the legitimacy of a definition must be logical. But such issues are not at all to be dismissed from mathematics, since it is only by resolving them that the necessary certainty is attained. Admittedly, in this direction too I go somewhat further than is usual. Most mathematicians are content, in investigations of a similar kind, when they have satisfied their immediate needs. If a definition allows itself to be used in proofs, if contradictions are nowhere encountered, if connections are revealed between apparently distant things, and if this yields greater order and regularity, then the definition is usually regarded as sufficiently established and few questions are asked about its logical justification. This procedure has in any case the advantage that it is unlikely entirely to fail in its purpose. I too think that definitions must show their worth by their fruitfulness, by their usefulness in constructing proofs. But it is well to observe that the rigor of a proof remains an illusion, however complete the chains of inference may be, if the definitions are only justified retrospectively, by the non-appearance of any contradiction. Fundamentally, then, only an empirical certainty is ever achieved, and it must really be accepted that in the end a contradiction might still be encountered that brings the whole edifice down in ruins. That is why I have felt obliged to go back somewhat further into the general logical foundations than most mathematicians, perhaps, would regard as necessary. In this investigation I have adhered to the following fundamental principles. There must be a sharp separation of the psychological from the logical, the subjective from the objective. The meaning of a word must be asked for in the context of a proposition, not in isolation, the distinction between concept and object must be kept in mind. To comply with the first, I have used the word idea always in the psychological sense, and have distinguished ideas from both concepts and objects. If the second principle is not observed, then one is almost forced to take as the meaning of words mental images or acts of an individual mind, and thereby to offend against the first as well. As concerns the third point, it is a mere illusion to suppose that a concept can be made into an object without altering it. From this it follows that a widely held formalist theory of fractional, negative numbers, etc., is untenable. How I intend to improve on it can be only indicated in the present work. In all these cases, as with the positive whole numbers, it will come down to fixing the sense of an equation. My results will, I think, at least in essentials, win the approval of those mathematicians who take the trouble to consider my arguments. They seem to me to be in the air, and separately they have, perhaps, already been stated, at least in rough form, though they may well be new in their connections with one another. I have sometimes been surprised that accounts that come so close to my conception on one point deviate so sharply on another. The reception by philosophers will be varied, depending on their standpoint. It will certainly be worst by those empiricists who would recognize only induction as the original mode of inference, and even that not really as a mode of inference, but as habituation. One or another, perhaps, will take this opportunity to examine afresh the foundations of his theory of knowledge. To those who might want to declare my definitions unnatural, I would suggest that the question here is not whether they are natural, but whether they go to the heart of the matter and are logically unobjectionable. I cherish the hope that even philosophers will find something useful in the present work, if they examine it without prejudice. ******. 1. After departing for a long time from Euclidean rigor, mathematics is now returning to it, and even striving to take it further. In arithmetic, simply as a result of the origin in India of many of its methods and concepts, reasoning has traditionally been less strict than in geometry, which had mainly been developed by the Greeks. This was only reinforced by the discovery of higher analysis, since considerable, almost insuperable difficulties stood in the way of a rigorous treatment of this subject, whilst at the same time there seemed little profit in the expenditure of effort in overcoming them. Later developments, however, have shown more and more clearly that in mathematics a mere moral conviction, based on many successful applications, is insufficient. A proof is now demanded of many things that previously counted as self-evident. It is only in this way that the limits to their validity have in many cases been determined. The concepts of function, continuity, limit, and infinity have been shown to require sharper definition. Negative and irrational numbers, which have long been accepted in science, have had to submit to a more exacting test of their legitimacy. Thus everywhere efforts are being made to provide rigorous proofs, precise determinations of the limits of validity and, as a means to this, sharp definitions of concepts. 2. This path must eventually lead to the concept of number registered and the simplest propositions holding of the positive whole numbers, which form the foundation of the whole of arithmetic. Admittedly, numerical formulae such as 5 plus 7 equals 12 and laws such as that of the associativity of addition are so frequently confirmed by the countless applications that are made of them every day, that it can seem almost ludicrous to call them into question by demanding a proof. But it lies deep in the nature of mathematics always to prefer proof, wherever it is possible, to inductive confirmation. Euclid proved many things that would have been granted him anyway. And it was the dissatisfaction even with Euclidean rigor that led to the investigation of the axiom of parallels. Thus this movement towards ever greater rigor has already in many ways left behind the originally felt need, and the need has itself grown more and more in strength and extent. The aim of proof is not only to place the truth of a proposition beyond all doubt, but also to afford insight into the dependence of truths on one another. After one has been convinced of the immovability of a boulder by vain attempts to shift it, the question then arises as to what secures it so firmly. The further these investigations are pursued, the fewer become the primitive truths to which everything is reduced, and this simplification is in itself a worthwhile goal. Perhaps the hope is even raised that, by bringing to light the general principles involved in what people have instinctively done in the simplest cases, general methods of concept formation and justification may be discovered that will also be useful in more complicated cases. 3. Philosophical motives too have influenced my investigation. Questions as to the a priori or a posteriori, synthetic or analytic nature of arithmetical truths here await their answer. For even though these concepts themselves belong to philosophy, I still believe that no decision can be reached without help from mathematics. Admittedly, this depends on the sense that is given to the questions. It frequently happens that we first discover the content of a proposition and then provide a rigorous proof in another, more difficult way, by means of which the conditions of its validity can often also be discerned more precisely. Thus in general the question as to how we arrive at the content of a judgment has to be distinguished from the question as to how we provide the justification for our assertion. Now these distinctions between a priori and a posteriori, synthetic and analytic, in my opinion, concern not the content of the judgment but the justification for making the judgment. Where there is no such justification, there is no possibility of drawing the distinctions either. An a priori error is thus just as much an absurdity as, say, a blue concept. If a proposition is called a posteriori or analytic in my sense, then this is a judgment not about the psychological, physiological, and physical conditions that have made it possible to form the content of the proposition in our mind, nor about how someone else, perhaps erroneously, has come to hold it to be true, but rather about the ultimate ground on which the justification for holding it to be true rests. In this way the question is removed from the domain of psychology and assigned to that of mathematics, if it concerns a mathematical truth. It now depends on finding a proof and following it back to the primitive truths. If, on the way, only general logical laws and definitions are encountered, then the truth is analytic, assuming that propositions on which the admissibility of any definition rests are also taken into account. If it is not possible to provide a proof, however, without using truths that are not of a general logical nature, but belong instead to the domain of a particular science, then the proposition is synthetic. For a truth to be a posteriori, it must be impossible for its proof to avoid appeal to facts, that is, to unprovable and non-general truths that contain assertions about particular objects. If, on the other hand, it is possible to provide a proof from completely general laws, which themselves neither need nor admit of proof, then the truth is a priori registered. 4. Starting from these philosophical questions, we arrive at the same demand that had arisen independently in the domain of mathematics, that the fundamental theorems of arithmetic, wherever possible, must be proved with the greatest rigor, since only if the utmost care is taken to avoid any gaps in the chain of inference can it be said with certainty upon what primitive truths the proof is based, and only if these are known can the philosophical questions be answered. If an attempt is now made to meet this demand, then propositions are very soon encountered that cannot be proved so long as the concepts that occur in them cannot be analyzed into simpler ones or the propositions cannot be reduced to something more general. Now here it is above all number which must be defined or recognized as indefinable. This is the task of the present work degree. On its outcome depends the decision as to the nature of arithmetical laws. Before tackling these questions themselves, I shall first say something to provide a hint as to their answers. For if it should turn out that there are reasons, from other points of view, why the fundamental theorems of arithmetic are analytic, then this would also speak in favor of their provability and the definability of the concept of number. Reasons for holding that these truths are a posteriori would have the opposite effect. The points at issue here may therefore first be submitted to a preliminary examination. Frege poses a dilemma for the view that numbers are sets. Either the things of which numbers are sets are different, or else they are identical. If they are different, then there will be as many twos, say, as there are different pairs of objects in the universe. If they are identical, then they merge into one, and plurality is never attained. A distinction must be drawn between unit and one. Unit is a concept word, whereas one is a proper name, and as such, does not admit of a plural. We say the number one and indicate by the definite article a definite and unique object of scientific inquiry. There are not different numbers one, but only one. Attempts to overcome the difficulty. Frege considers various attempts to resolve the problem of the supposed identity of units, by, amongst others, Jevons and Schroeder, but finds them all wanting. The translation resumes at the point where Frege begins to develop his positive account. Solution of the difficulty. 45. Let us now review what we have so far established and the questions that still remain unanswered. Number is not abstracted from things in the way that color, weight, and hardness are, and is not a property of things in the sense that they are. The question still remains as to what it is of which something is asserted in making a statement of number. Number is not anything physical, but nor is it anything subjective, an idea. Number does not result from the adding of thing to thing. Even naming each addition does not alter the situation. The expressions multitude, set, plurality, due to their vagueness, are unsuitable for use in defining number. With regard to one and unity, the question remains as to how the element of choice in our conceptions, which seems to blur every distinction between one and many, is to be restricted. Distinguishability, indivisibility, unanalyzability cannot be taken as marks asterisk of what we express by the word one. If the things to be numbered are called units, then the unconditional assertion that units are identical is false. That they are identical in certain respects is no doubt correct but worthless. The difference between the things to be numbered is actually necessary if the number is to be greater than 1. It thus seems that we must ascribe two contradictory properties to units, identity and distinguishability. A distinction must be drawn between one and unit. The word one, as the proper name of an object of mathematical inquiry, does not admit of a plural. It therefore makes no sense to let numbers result from the combination of ones. The plus sign in 1 plus 1 equals 2 cannot mean such a combination. 46. To throw light on the matter, it will help to consider number in the context of a judgment that brings out its ordinary use. If, in looking at the same external phenomenon, I can say with equal truth this is a copse and these are 5 trees, or here are 4 companies and here are 500 men, then what changes here is neither the individual nor the whole, the aggregate, but rather my terminology. But that is only a sign of the replacement of one concept by another. This suggests as the answer to the first question of the previous section that a statement of number contains an assertion about a concept. This is perhaps clearest in the case of the number 0. If I say Venus has 0 moons, then there is no moon or aggregate of moons to assert anything of at all, but instead it is the concept moon of Venus to which a property is ascribed, namely, that of including nothing under it. If I say the king's carriage is drawn by 4 horses, then I am ascribing the number 4 to the concept horse that draws the king's carriage, for it may be objected that a concept such as inhabitant of Germany, even though its marks remain the same, would have a property that changed from year to year, if a statement of number did assert something about it. It is fair to reply that objects too change their properties without preventing us from recognizing them as the same. But here there is a more particular explanation. For the concept inhabitant of Germany contains the time as a variable component, or, to put it mathematically, is a function of the time. Instead of is an inhabitant of Germany, we can say inhabits Germany, and this relates to the present point in time. Thus there is already something fluid in the concept itself. On the other hand, the same number belongs to the concept inhabitant of Germany at the beginning of the year 1883, Berlin time throughout eternity. 47. That a statement of number expresses something factual independent of our conceptions can only surprise those who regard a concept as something subjective like an idea. But this view is wrong. If, for example, we subordinate the concept of body to the concept of what has weight, or the concept of whale to the concept of mammal, then we are thereby asserting something objective. Now if the concepts were subjective, then the subordination of one to the other, as a relation between them, would also be subjective, just as a relation between ideas is. Admittedly, at first sight the proposition, "all whales are mammals," appears to be about animals, not concepts, but if it is asked which animal is then being spoken of, there is no single one that can be picked out. Even assuming that a whale is present, our proposition still asserts nothing about it. We cannot infer from it that the animal present is a mammal, without the additional proposition that it is a whale, as to which our proposition says nothing. In general, it is impossible to speak of an object without in some way designating or naming it. But the word whale does not name any individual creature. If it be replied that an individual, definite object is certainly not what is being spoken of, but rather an indefinite one, then I suspect that indefinite object is only another expression for concept, and a poorer, self-contradictory one at that. Even if our proposition can only be justified by observing individual animals, this proves nothing as to its content. Whether it is true or not, or on what grounds we hold it as true, is irrelevant to the question as to what the proposition is about. If, then, a concept is something objective, then an assertion about it can also contain something factual. 48. The false impression given by some earlier examples that different numbers may belong to the same thing is explained by the fact that objects were there taken as the bearers of number. As soon as we restore to its rightful place the true bearer, the concept, numbers reveal themselves as just as mutually exclusive in their realm as colors are in theirs. We now also see how number can come to be thought of as arrived at by abstraction from things. What is actually obtained is a concept, in which the number is then discovered. Thus abstraction often does, in fact, precede the formation of a judgment of number. The confusion is the same as if it were said, the concept of fire risk is obtained by building a half-timbered house with wooden gables, thatched roof, and drafty chimneys. The power of collecting together that a concept has far surpasses the unifying power of synthetic apperception. By means of the latter it would not be possible to combine the inhabitants of Germany into a whole, but they can certainly be brought under the concept inhabitant of Germany and counted. The extensive applicability of number can now also be explained. It is indeed puzzling how the same can be asserted of physical and mental phenomena alike, of the spatial and temporal as well as of the non-spatial and non-temporal. But this is not at all what happens in statements of number. Only concepts, under which the physical and mental, the spatial and temporal, the non-spatial and non-temporal are brought, are ascribed numbers. 49. We find confirmation of our view in Spinoza, who says I answer that a thing is called one or single merely with respect to its existence, and not its essence, for we conceive of things in terms of number only after they have been brought under a common measure. For example, whoever holds in his hand a sesterce and a dollar will not think of the number 2 unless he can give the sesterce and this dollar one and the same name, viz. piece of silver or coin, then he can affirm that he has 2 pieces of silver or coins, since he designates by the name coin not only the sesterce but also the dollar. When he goes on, from this it is clear that a thing is called one or single only after another thing has been conceived that agrees with it, and when he thinks that God cannot be called one or single in any real sense, because we can form no abstract concept of his essence, then he goes wrong in thinking that a concept can only be acquired directly by abstraction from particular objects. A concept can just as well be acquired via its marks, and then it is possible for nothing to fall under it. If this did not happen, we would never be able to deny existence, and hence the affirmation of existence would lose its content too. 50. E. Schroeder emphasizes that, to be able to speak of the frequency of a thing, the name of this thing must always be a generic term, a general concept word, for as soon as an object is pictured completely with all its properties and relations, it will stand out in the world as unique and its like will no longer be found. The name of the object then takes on the character of a proper name and the object cannot be thought of as one that occurs anywhere else. But this holds not only of concrete objects, it holds in general of anything, even where the idea of it arises through abstractions, provided only that this idea contains in it sufficient elements to fully determine the thing concerned, is only possible for a thing in so far as one disregards or abstracts from some of its characteristic marks and relations, which distinguish it from all other things, by means of which the name of the thing then becomes a concept applicable to more things. 51. The truth in this account is clothed in such distorted and misleading language that it has to be disentangled and sifted out. First of all, it will not do to call a general concept word the name of a thing. The illusion then arises that number is a property of things. A general concept word just designates a concept. Only with the definite article or a demonstrative pronoun does it function as a proper name of a thing, but it then ceases to function as a concept word. The name of a thing is a proper name. An object does not occur anywhere else, but several objects may fall under a concept. That a concept is not only obtained by abstraction from the things that fall under it has already been noted in connection with Spinoza. Here I will add that a concept does not cease to be a concept when only one single thing falls under it, which thing is therefore completely determined by it. It is just that what belongs to such a concept is the number 1, which is a number in the same sense as 2 and 3. With a concept the question is always whether anything, and if so what, falls under it. With a proper name such questions make no sense. One should not be deceived by the use in language of a proper name, e.g. moon, as a concept word, and vice versa. The distinction nevertheless remains. As soon as a word is used with the indefinite article or in the plural without an article, it is a concept word. 52. Further confirmation of the view that number is ascribed to concepts can be found in our ordinary use of language, in saying 10 man, 4 mark, 3 barrel. The use of the singular here may indicate that the concept is intended, not the thing. The advantage of this form of expression is particularly evident in the case of the number 0. Elsewhere, admittedly, language ascribes number to objects, not to concepts. We say number of bales just as we say weight of bales. Thus we are apparently speaking of objects, whereas in truth we intend to assert something of a concept. This use of language is confusing. The expression 4 thoroughbred horses generates the illusion that 4 qualifies the concept thoroughbred horse just as thoroughbred qualifies the concept horse. However, only thoroughbred is such a mark. We use the word 4 to assert something of a concept. 53. By properties that are asserted of a concept I do not, of course, mean the marks that make up the concept. These are properties of the things that fall under the concept, not of the concept. Thus right-angled is not a property of the concept right-angled triangle, but the proposition that there is no right-angled, rectilinear, equilateral triangle does express a property of the concept right-angled, rectilinear, equilateral triangle. It ascribes to this the number 0. In this respect existence is similar to number. Affirmation of existence is indeed nothing other than denial of the number 0. Since existence is a property of concepts, the ontological proof of the existence of God fails in its aim. Registered but oneness is just as little a mark of the concept God as existence. Oneness cannot be used to define this concept any more than strength, spaciousness, and homeliness can be used together with stones, mortar and beams to build a house. However, it should not be concluded that a property of a concept can never be deduced from the concept, that is, from its marks. Under certain circumstances this is possible, just as we can occasionally infer the durability of a building from the type of stone. It would therefore be going too far to assert that oneness or existence can never be inferred from the marks of a concept. It is just that this can never happen as directly as the mark of a concept can be ascribed as a property to an object that falls under the concept. It would also be wrong to deny that existence and oneness can ever be marks of concepts. They are just not marks of concepts in which language suggests they are included. If, for example, all concepts under which only one object falls, are collected under one concept, then oneness is a mark of this concept. Under it would fall, for example, the concept moon of the earth, though not the heavenly body itself. Thus a concept can fall under a higher one, that is to say, a concept of second order. But this relationship is not to be confused with that of subordination. 54. It now becomes possible to give a satisfactory account of units. E. Schroeder says on p. 7 of his textbook cited above, this generic term or concept will be called the denomination of the number formed in the way indicated and constitutes the essence of its unit. In fact, would it not be most appropriate to call a concept the unit that relates to the number which belongs to it? We can then give a sense to assertions that are made about the unit, that it is separated from its surroundings and indivisible. For the concept to which the number is ascribed does in general delimit what falls under it in a definite way. The concept letter in the word Zahl delimits the Z from the A from the H, and so on. The concept syllable in the word Zahl picks out the word as a whole and as indivisible in the sense that the parts do not now fall under the concept. Not all concepts work this way. We can, for example, divide up what falls under the concept read in a variety of ways, without the parts ceasing to fall under it. To such a concept no finite number belongs. The proposition concerning the distinguishability and indivisibility of units can therefore be stated thus: only a concept that delimits what falls under it in a definite way and allows no arbitrary division into parts can constitute the unit that relates to a finite number. It will be noticed, however, that indivisibility here has a special meaning. We can now easily answer the question as to how the identity of units is to be reconciled with their distinguishability. The word unit is being used here in a double sense. Units are identical if the word has the meaning explained above. In the proposition Jupiter has 4 moons, the unit is moon of Jupiter. Under this concept falls moon I as well as moon 2, moon 3, and moon 4. Thus we can say, the unit to which I relates is identical with the unit to which 2 relates, and so on. Here we have identity. But if it is the distinguishability of units that is asserted, then by this is understood the distinguishability of the things numbered. For the concept of number, every individual number is an independent object. 55. Having recognized that a statement of number contains an assertion about a concept, we can attempt to complete the Leibnizian definitions of the individual numbers by defining 0 and 1. It is natural to say, the number 0 belongs to a concept if no object falls under it. But this appears to replace 0 by no, which means the same. The following formulation is therefore preferable: the number 0 belongs to a concept if, whatever a may be, the proposition holds universally that it does not fall under that concept. In a similar way we could say, the number 1 belongs to a concept f if, whatever a may be, the proposition does not hold universally that it does not fall under f, and if from the propositions a falls under f and b falls under f, it follows universally that a and b are the same. It still remains to give a general definition of the transition from one number to the next. We could try the following formulation: the number belongs to the concept f if there is an objective falling under f such that the number 7 belongs to the concept falling under f, but not a. 20. In modern notation, using the device of the numerical quantifier, for x being read as there are n x's such that, the 3 definitions here can be formalized thus. Gox, fx is defined as fx. Gx, fx is defined as fx and Grix, fx is defined as what is subjective has no location. How is it possible for the number 4, which is objective, not to be anywhere? Now I maintain that there is no contradiction at all in this. The number 4 is, in fact, exactly the same for everyone who deals with it, but this has nothing to do with being spatial. Not every objective object has a location. To obtain the concept of number, the sense of a numerical equation must be determined. 62. How, then, is a number to be given to us, if we cannot have any idea or intuition of it? Only in the context of a proposition do words mean something. It will therefore depend on defining the sense of a proposition in which a number word occurs. As it stands, this still leaves much undetermined. but we have already established that number words are to be understood as standing for independent objects. This gives us a class of propositions that must have a sense, propositions that express recognition. If the symbol A is to designate an object for us, then we must have a criterion that decides in all cases whether B is the same as A, even if it is not always in our power to apply this criterion. In our case, we must define the sense of the proposition. That is, we must represent the content of this proposition in another way, without using the expression the number that belongs to the concept f. In doing so, we shall be giving a general criterion for the equality of numbers. When we have thus acquired a means of grasping a definite number and recognizing it as the same again, we can give it a number word as its proper name. 63. Hume trademark has already mentioned such a means, when two numbers are so combined, as that the one has always a unit answering to every unit of the other, we pronounce them equal. The view that equality of numbers must be defined in terms of 1-1 correlation seems recently to have gained widespread acceptance amongst mathematicians. But it initially raises logical doubts and difficulties, which we ought not to pass over without examination. The relationship of equality does not hold only amongst numbers. From this it seems to follow that it ought not to be defined specially for this case. One would think that the concept of equality would already have been fixed, from which, together with the concept of number, it must then follow when numbers are equal to one another, without requiring any further, special definition. Against this, it is to be noted that for us the concept of number has not yet been fixed, but is only to be determined by means of our definition. Our aim is to form the content of a judgment that can be construed as an equation on each side of which is a number. We thus do not intend to define equality specially for this case, but by means of the concept of equality, taken as already known, to obtain that which is to be regarded as being equal. Admittedly, this seems to be a very unusual kind of definition, which has certainly not yet received sufficient attention from logicians, but that it is not unheard of may be shown by a few examples. Can be construed as an equation. If we do this, we obtain the concept of direction and say, the direction of line A is equal to the direction of line 6. We thus replace the symbol / by the more general equals, by distributing the particular content of the former to A and B. We split up the content in a different way from the original way and thereby acquire a new concept. Admittedly, the process is often seen in reverse, and parallel lines are frequently defined as lines whose directions are equal. The proposition if two lines are parallel to a third, then they are parallel to one another can then very easily be proved by appealing to the corresponding proposition concerning equality. It is only a pity that this stands the true situation on its head. For everything geometrical must surely originate in intuition. I now ask whether anyone has had an intuition of the direction of a line. Of the line, certainly. But is the direction of a line distinguished in intuition from the line itself? Hardly. This concept is only found through a mental act that takes off from intuition. On the other hand, one does have an idea of parallel lines. The proof just mentioned only works by covertly presupposing, in the use of the word direction, what is to be proved, for were the proposition if two lines are parallel to a third, then they are parallel to one another false, then A/B could not be transformed into an equation. Similarly, from the parallelism of planes, a concept can be obtained that corresponds to that of direction in the case of lines. I have seen the word orientation used for this. From geometrical similarity there arises the concept of shape, so that, for example, instead of the two triangles are similar, one says, the two triangles have equal shapes or the shape of the one triangle is equal to the shape of the other. So too, from the collinear relationship of geometrical figures, a concept can be obtained for which a name has still to be found. 65. Now in order to get, for example, from parallelism registered to the concept of direction, let us try the following definition, the proposition. Line A is parallel to line 0. Is to mean the same as the direction of line A is equal to the direction of line B. This definition is unusual inasmuch as it apparently specifies the already known relation of equality, whereas it is actually intended to introduce the expression the direction of line A, which only occurs incidentally. From this there arises a second doubt, as to whether such a definition might not involve us in conflict with the well-known laws of identity. 2 *. What are these? As analytic truths, they should be derivable from the concept itself. Leibniz offers the following definition: Aoc, oe idem sunt, quorum unum potest substitui alteri salva veritate. I shall adopt this definition of identity as my own. Whether one says the same, like Leibniz, or equal, is unimportant. The same may appear to express complete agreement, equal only agreement in this or that respect, but a form of words can be employed in which this distinction ceases to apply. Instead of the lines are equal in length, for example, one can say the length of the lines is equal or the same. Instead of the surfaces are identical in color, one can say the color of the surfaces is identical. Degree, and this is the way we used the word in the examples above. In universal substitutability, in fact, all the laws of identity are contained. In order to justify our suggested definition of the direction of a line, we would thus have to show that the direction of A can be everywhere substituted by the direction of B, if line A is parallel to line B. This is made simpler by initially knowing no other assertion about the direction of a line than that it agrees with the direction of another line. We would therefore need to demonstrate only the substitutability in an equality of this kind, or in contents that contain such equalities as components registered. All other assertions about directions would first have to be defined, and for these definitions we could adopt the rule that the substitutability of the direction of a line by that of one parallel to it must remain valid. 66. But yet a third doubt arises about our suggested definition. In the proposition, the direction of A is equal to the direction of B, the direction of A appears as an object registered, and we have in our definition a means of re-identifying this object should it appear in another guise, say, as the direction of 6. But this means does not provide for all cases. It cannot, for example, be used to decide whether England is the same as the direction of the Earth's axis. Excuse the apparently nonsensical example. Of course, no one is going to confuse England with the direction of the Earth's axis, but that is no thanks to our definition. That says nothing as to whether the proposition, the direction of A is equal to Q, is to be affirmed or denied, unless G itself is given in the form the direction of B. What we lack is the concept of direction, for if we had this, then we could stipulate that if G is not a direction, then our proposition is to be denied, and if G is a direction, then the original definition decides the matter. Now it is natural to offer the definition. Q is a direction, if there is a line 6 whose direction is GQ. But it is now clear that we have come round in a circle. In order to apply this definition, we would already have to know in each case whether the proposition GQ is equal to the direction of 0 is to be affirmed or denied. 67. If one were to say, G is a direction if it is introduced by means of the definition offered above, then the way in which the object Q is introduced would be treated as a property of it, which it is not. The definition of an object asserts, as such, really nothing about it, but instead stipulates the meaning of a symbol. After this has been done, it transforms itself into a judgment which does deal with the object, but now it no longer introduces it but stands on the same level as other assertions about it. If this way out were chosen, it would presuppose that an object can only be given in one single way, for otherwise it would not follow, from the fact that G was not introduced by means of our definition, that it could not have been so introduced. All equations would then come down to this, that whatever is given to us in the same way is to be recognized as the same. But this is so self-evident and so unfruitful that it is not worth stating. Indeed, no conclusion could ever be drawn here that was different from any of the premises. The multitude of meaningful uses of equations depends rather on the fact that something can be re-identified even though it is given in a different way. 68. Since we cannot in this way obtain a sharply defined concept of direction nor, for the same reasons, such a concept of number, let us try another way. If line A is parallel to line B, then the extension of the concept line parallel to line A is equal to the extension of the concept line parallel to line 0, and conversely, if the extensions of these two concepts are equal, then A is parallel to B. Let us therefore suggest the definitions. The direction of line A is the extension of the concept parallel to line A, the shape of triangle D is the extension of the concept similar to triangle dis. If we want to apply this to our own case, then we have to substitute for directions or triangles concepts, and for parallelism or similarity the possibility of correlating one the objects that fall under the one concept with those that fall under the other. If this possibility obtains, I shall speak, for short, of the concept F being equinumerous to the concept G, but I must ask that this word be regarded as an arbitrarily chosen form of expression, whose meaning is to be gleaned not from its linguistic construction but from this stipulation. I therefore offer the definition. The number that belongs to the concept F is the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept F. 69. That this definition is correct will hardly, perhaps, be clear at first. For is an extension of a concept not thought to be something different? What it is thought to be is evident from the basic assertions that can be made about extensions of concepts. They are the following. Equality, that one is more inclusive than another. Now the proposition. The extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept F is equal to the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept G. Is true if and only if the proposition. The same number belongs to the concept F as to the concept G. Is also true. Here there is thus complete agreement. Certainly, we do not say that one number is more inclusive than another, in the sense in which the extension of a concept may be more inclusive than that of another, but the case in which the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept F is more inclusive than the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept G cannot occur either, but rather, if all concepts that are equinumerous to G are also equinumerous to F, then conversely, all concepts that are equinumerous to F are also equinumerous to G. This more inclusive should not, of course, be confused with greater, which occurs amongst numbers. Admittedly, the case can still be imagined in which the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept F is more inclusive or less inclusive than the extension of another concept, which, according to our definition, could not then be a number, and it is not usual to call a number more inclusive or less inclusive than the extension of a concept, but there is also nothing to stop us adopting such a form of speech, should such a case occur. The first step is to provide a more exact definition of equinumericity. Frege has already indicated that this is to be defined in terms of one-one correlation, and the key point here is that this can itself be characterized independently of number. Frege gives an example to illustrate the idea. If a waiter wants to be sure of laying just as many knives as plates on a table, he does not need to count either of them, if he simply lays a knife right next to each plate, so that every knife on the table is located right next to a plate. The plates and knives are thus correlated 1-1, by means of the same spatial relationship. Generalizing, then, two concepts F and G are equinumerous if there is a relation R that correlates 1-1 the objects falling under F with the objects falling under G, and this, as Frege had already shown in the, can be characterized purely logically. The first conjunct says that for any F, there is one and only one G to which it is R related, and the second conjunct adds that for any G, there is one and only one F to which it is R related. On p77 above. As Frege remarks in 72, in offering the same analysis there, this reduces 1-1 correlation to purely logical relationships. Returning to the problem that Frege felt had been unresolved in 56, we do now have a way of determining whether the number that belongs to the concept F is the same as the number that belongs to the concept G. The expression V7 is a number is taken as equivalent to the expression there is a concept such that 7 is the number that belongs to it, and this is now seen as acceptable with Frege's explicit definition in place. Thus the concept of number is defined, admittedly, it seems, in terms of itself, but nevertheless without error, since the number that belongs to the concept f is already defined. In the case of the number 0, Frege utilizes the concept not identical with itself, yielding the following definition. The number 0 is the number which belongs to the concept not identical with itself. In offering this, Frege remarks that there is no objection to taking a concept that contains a contradiction, so long as we do not assume that something falls under it. All that can be demanded of a concept on the part of logic and for rigor of proof is its sharp boundary, that for every object it is determined whether it falls under the concept or not. Now this demand is completely satisfied by a concept containing a contradiction such as not identical with itself, since of every object it is known that it does not fall under such a concept. Furthermore, the crucial point about Frege's chosen concept is that it can be specified purely logically, utilizing the Leibnizian definition of identity given in 65. The next step in the project is to define the successor relation, relating any two adjacent members of the natural number series. Frege offers this definition of n follows in the natural number series immediately after m. There is a concept f, and an object x falling under it, such that the number that belongs to the concept f is n and the number that belongs to the concept falling under f but not identical with x is m. Intuitively, this clearly gives the desired result. There is one less object falling under the latter concept than under the former, and the relationship between the two concepts can be characterized purely logically. Frege goes on to show how the definition yields 1 as the successor of 0. Take the concept identical with 0. Since one and only one object falls under this concept, namely, the number 0, the number that belongs to this concept is the number 1. The number that belongs to the concept falling under the concept identical with 0 but not identical with 0, on the other hand, is clearly 0, since nothing can fall under this concept. So the condition stated in is satisfied, and we can conclude that 1 is the successor of 0. What Frege has done here, in other words, is provide a suitable concept to substitute in to generate a definition of the number 1. The number 1 is the number that belongs to the concept identical with 0. Since 0 has already been defined purely logically, and in fact is the only object that has been so defined up to this point, the concept identical with 0 is obviously the ideal concept for Frege to take in order to define the number 1 logically. What the argument just given then shows is that this is indeed the number that follows in the natural number series immediately after 0. With Frege's definitions in place, it becomes possible to derive the familiar properties of the natural numbers. For example, implies that every natural number has a successor, i.e. that no member of the natural number series follows after itself, as Frege puts it in 83. In the Grundlagen Frege merely states a handful of theorems, the full task was to be undertaken in the Grundgesetze*. Infinite numbers. In the final subdivision of Part 4, Frege makes some brief remarks about infinite numbers, the existence of which is unproblematic. On his account of number. For the number that belongs to the concept finite number, defined as the concept member of the natural number series beginning with 0 is clearly an infinite number, which Frege symbolizes by co. There is nothing at all weird or wonderful about the infinite number, so defined. The number that belongs to the concept f means no more nor less than, there is a relation that correlates 1 the objects falling under the concept f with the finite numbers. According to our definitions, this has a perfectly clear and unambiguous sense, and that is sufficient to justify the use of the symbol, and secure it a meaning. That we can form no idea of an infinite number is quite irrelevant and applies just as much to finite numbers. Our number is in this way just as definite as any finite number, it can without doubt be recognized as the same again and be distinguished from another. Frege goes on to express his agreement with Cantor that infinite numbers are as legitimate as finite numbers, though he does suggest that his own method of introducing infinite numbers, through logical definition, is superior to Cantor's appeal to inner intuition. Furthermore, Frege notes, since on his account numbers are characterized right from the start as belonging to concepts, there is no extension of the meaning of number when infinite numbers are introduced, so that worries about invalidating any fundamental laws are minimized. The translation resumes at the beginning of the concluding part. V. Conclusion. 87. I hope in this work to have made it probable that arithmetical laws are analytic judgments and therefore a prion. Accordingly, arithmetic would be simply a further developed logic, every arithmetical theorem a logical law, albeit a derivative one. Applications of arithmetic in natural science would be logical processing of observed facts, calculation would be inference. The laws of number will not need, as Bauman thinks, to prove their worth in practice in order to be applicable to the external world, for in the external world, in the totality of the spatial, there are no concepts, no properties of concepts, no numbers. The laws of number are thus not really applicable to external things, they are not laws of nature. But they are certainly applicable to judgments that are made about things in the external world, they are laws of nature. They do not assert a connection between natural phenomena, but a connection between judgments, and the latter include the laws of nature. 88. Kant obviously underestimated the value of analytic judgments, no doubt as a result of defining the concept too narrowly, although the broader concept used here does appear to have been in his mind. On the basis of his definition, the division into analytic and synthetic judgments is not exhaustive. He is thinking of the case of the universal affirmative judgment. Here one can speak of a subject concept and ask according to the definition whether the predicate concept is contained in it. But what if the subject is an individual object? What if the question concerns an existential judgment? Here there can be no talk at all of a subject concept in Kant's sense. Kant seems to think of a concept as defined by a conjunction of marks, but this is one of the least fruitful ways of forming concepts. Looking back over the definitions given above, there is scarcely one of this kind to be found. The same holds true of the really fruitful definitions in mathematics, for example, of the continuity of a function. We do not have here a series of conjunctions of marks, but rather a more intimate, I would say more organic, connection of defining elements. The distinction can be clarified by means of a geometrical analogy. If the concepts are represented by areas on a plane, then the concept defined by a conjunction of marks corresponds to the area that is common to all the areas representing the marks, it is enclosed by sections of their boundaries. With such a definition, it is thus a matter in terms of the analogy of using the lines already given to demarcate an area in a new way *, but nothing essentially new comes out of this. The more fruitful definitions of concepts draw boundary lines that were not there at all. What can be inferred from them cannot be seen from the start, what was put into the box is not simply being taken out again. These inferences extend our knowledge, and should therefore be taken as synthetic, according to Kant, yet they can be proved purely logically and are thus analytic. They are, in fact, contained in the definitions, but like a plant in a seed, not like a beam in a house. Often several definitions are needed for the proof of a proposition, which is not therefore contained in any single one and yet does follow purely logically from all of them together. 89. I must also contradict the generality of Kant's claim that without sensibility no object would be given to us. 0 and 1 are objects that cannot be given to us through the senses. Even those who regard the smaller numbers as intuitable will surely have to concede that none of the numbers greater than 1000 can be given to them in intuition, and yet we know various things about them. Perhaps Kant used the word object in some other sense, but then 0, 1, and r entirely drop out of his account, for they are not concepts either, and even of concepts Kant requires that objects be associated with them in intuition. In order not to lay myself open to the charge of simply picking holes in the work of a genius to whom we can only look up with grateful admiration, I think I should also emphasize the agreement that by far prevails. To touch only on what is salient here, I see Kant as having performed a great service in drawing the distinction between synthetic and analytic judgments. In calling geometrical truth synthetic and a priori, he revealed their true nature. And this is still worth repeating now, since it is still not often recognized. If Kant was wrong about arithmetic, then that does not, I believe, detract fundamentally from the service he performed. What mattered to him was the existence of synthetic a priori judgments, whether they occur only in geometry or also in arithmetic is of less significance. 90. He do not claim to have made the analytic nature of arithmetical propositions more than probable, since it can still always be doubted whether their proof can be completely constructed from purely logical laws, or whether an assumption of another kind has not intruded somewhere unnoticed. Nor will this doubt be fully allayed by the indications I have given of the proof of some propositions. It can only be removed by a chain of inference free of gaps, with no step taken that is not in accord with one of a few modes of inference recognized as purely logical. Until now hardly a proof has been constructed like this, since the mathematician is content if every transition to a new judgment is self-evidently correct, without inquiring into the nature of the self-evidence, whether it is logical or intuitive. Such a transition is often very complex and equivalent to several simple inferences, alongside which something from intuition can still enter. Progress is by leaps, and from this arises the apparently abundant variety of modes of inference in mathematics, for the bigger the leaps, the more complex the combinations of simple inferences and intuitive axioms they can represent. Nevertheless, such a transition is often immediately self-evident to us, without our being aware of the intermediate steps, and since it does not present itself as one of the recognized logical modes of inference, we are all too ready to take the self-evidence as intuitive and the inferred truth as synthetic, even when its domain of validity obviously extends beyond the intuitable. It is not possible this way to separate cleanly the synthetic that is based on intuition from the analytic. Nor is it possible to draw up with certainty a complete list of axioms of intuition, from which every mathematical proof can be constructed according to logical laws. 91. The requirement that all leaps in an argument be avoided cannot therefore be repudiated. That it is so hard to satisfy lies in the prolixity of a step-by-step approach. Every proof that is only slightly complicated threatens to become monstrously long. In addition, the enormous variety of logical forms revealed in ordinary language makes it difficult to delimit a set of modes of inference that covers all cases and is easy to survey. To reduce these deficiencies, I devised my. It is intended to achieve greater economy and surveyability of expression and to be used in a few fixed forms in the manner of a calculus, so that no transition is permitted that is not in accord with the rules that are laid down once and for all. No assumption can then slip in unnoticed. In this way I have proved, without borrowing an axiom from intuition, a theorem that might at first sight be taken as synthetic, which I shall here formulate thus. If the relation of every member of a series to its successor is many one, and if m and y follow x in the series, then either y precedes m in the series or coincides with m or follows m. From this proof it can be seen that propositions that extend our knowledge can contain analytic judgments registered. Are here omitted. The formalist is understood as someone who imagines that one need only postulate that, say, the laws of addition and multiplication, as defined over the natural numbers, hold for any extension of the number system, in order to investigate coherently the properties of that extended system. But, Frege argues, it is quite wrong to suppose that a concept has instances if no contradiction has yet revealed itself. Not only are self-contradictory concepts admissible, but even if a concept contains no contradiction, that is still no guarantee that anything falls under it. Even the mathematician cannot create whatever he likes, any more than the geographer. He too can only discover what is there and name it. Frege remarks that it is common to act as if mere postulation were already its own fulfillment. Yet postulating, say, that through any 3 points a straight line can be drawn is simply incoherent, and we first have to prove that our postulates contain no contradiction. With the introduction of new numbers, Frege writes, the meaning of the words sum and product is extended, and we cannot automatically assume that initial definitions of basic concepts remain valid in any enlarged system *degree. But if we cannot just define new numbers into existence by specifying a list of properties that characterize them, nor arrive at them by simply extending an existing number system taking its axioms for granted, how are they then to be apprehended? Frege takes up this question in 104. 104. How, then, are fractions, irrational numbers and complex numbers to be given to us? If we turn for help to intuition, then we introduce something foreign into arithmetic, but if we only define the concept of such a number by its marks, if we only require that the number have certain properties, then nothing guarantees that anything falls under the concept and corresponds to our demands, and yet it is precisely on this that proofs must rest. Now how is it in the case of the numbers? Should we really not talk of 1000, before that many objects have been given to us in intuition? Is it until then an empty symbol? No. It has a quite definite sense, even though it is psychologically impossible, in view of the brevity of our life, for us to apprehend so many objects, degree, but nevertheless 1000/9 is an object, whose properties we can recognize, even though it is not intuitable. We can convince ourselves of this by showing that one and only one positive whole number is always expressed by a, the symbol introduced for the nth power of a, where a and n are positive whole numbers. To explain this in detail here would lead us too far away. The general strategy will be clear from the way we define 0 in 74, 1 in 77, and the infinite number, in 84, and from the sketch of the proof that every finite number in the natural number series has a successor. So too in the case of the definitions of fractions, complex numbers, etc., everything will depend in the end on finding a judgeable content that can be transformed into an equation whose sides are precisely the new numbers. In other words, we must fix the sense of a recognition judgment for such numbers. In doing so, we must heed the doubts that we discussed, in 63-68, concerning such a transformation. If we proceed in the same way as we did there, then the new numbers will be given to us as extensions of concepts. 105. On this conception of numbers, it seems to me, the attraction that work on arithmetic and analysis holds is easily explained. Adapting the familiar words, it might well be said, the real object of reason is reason itself. We are concerned in arithmetic not with objects that become known to us through the medium of the senses as something foreign from outside, but with objects that are immediately given to reason, which can fully comprehend them, as its own. Registered. And yet, or rather precisely because of this, these objects are not subjective fantasies. There is nothing more objective than arithmetical laws. A rough estimate shows that millions of years would not suffice for this. PPTT2 might be called formalist. Yet it is quite different from what was criticized above under this name. By this I do not in the least want to deny that without sense impressions we are as thick as a plank and know nothing of numbers or of anything else, but this psychological proposition does not concern us here at all. I emphasize this again because of the constant danger of confusing two fundamentally different questions. 106. Let us now cast a brief glance back over the course of our investigation. After establishing that number is neither a collection of things nor a property of such, nor a subjective product of mental processes, but rather, that a statement of number asserts something objective about a concept, we first attempted to define the individual numbers 0, 1, etc., and the relation of succession in the number series. The first attempt failed, because we had only defined each assertion about concepts, but not 0, 1 separately, which are only parts of the assertion. This had the result that we were unable to prove the equality of numbers. It showed that the numbers with which arithmetic is concerned must be grasped not as dependent attributes but substantively. Asterisk. Numbers thus appeared as re-identifiable objects, though not as physical or even merely spatial ones, nor as ones which we can picture through the power of imagination. We then laid down the principle that the meaning of a word is to be defined not in isolation, but in the context of a proposition, only by adhering to this, I believe, can the physical conception of number be avoided, without falling into a psychological one. Now there is one kind of proposition that, for every object, must have a sense, that is, recognition statements, called equations in the case of numbers. As we saw, statements of number 2 are to be construed as equations. It thus came down to fixing the sense of a numerical equation, expressing it without making use of number words or the word number. The possibility of correlating 1 the objects falling under concept F with those falling under concept G we recognized as the content of a recognition judgment concerning numbers. Our definition thus had to lay it down that this possibility means the same as a numerical equation. We recalled similar cases, the definition of direction in terms of parallelism, shape in terms of similarity, etc. 107. The question then arose, when is it justified to construe a content as that of a recognition judgment? For this the condition must be fulfilled that in every judgment the left-hand side of the putative equation can be substituted by the right-hand side without altering its truth. Now, without adding further definitions, we do not initially know anything about the left or right-hand sides of such an equation than just that they are equal. So all that needed to be demonstrated was substitutability in an equation. But there still remained one doubt. A recognition statement must always have a sense. If we now construe the possibility of correlating 1 the objects falling under concept F with those falling under concept G as an equation, by saying, the number that belongs to the concept F is equal to the number that belongs to the concept G. Hereby introducing the expression the number that belongs to the concept F, then the equation only has a sense if both sides have this same form. According to such a definition, we could not judge whether an equation is true or false, if only one side has this form. This led us to the definition. The number that belongs to the concept F is the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept F, where a concept F is called equinumerous to a concept G if the possibility exists of 1-1 correlation. We assumed here that the sense of the expression extension of a concept was known. This way of overcoming the difficulty may well not meet with universal approval, and many will prefer removing the doubt in another way. I too attach no great importance to the introduction of extensions of concepts. 108. It now still remained to define 1-1 correlation. We reduced this to purely logical relations. After we had then indicated the proof of the proposition the number that belongs to the concept F is equal to the number that belongs to the concept G, if the concept F is equinumerous to the concept G, we define 0, the expression directly follows M in the natural number series, and the number 1, and showed that 1 directly follows 0 in the natural number series. We cited a few theorems, which can easily be proved at this point, and then went a little more deeply into the following proposition, which reveals the infinity of the number series. Every number in the natural number series has a successor. We were thus led to the concept member of the natural number series ending with 7, from which we could show that the number belonging to this directly follows 1 in the natural number series. We first defined it by means of the general relation of the following in A at series of an object X by an object Y. The sense of this expression too was reduced to purely logical relations. And this enabled us to prove that the inference from N2, which is usually regarded as specifically mathematical, is based on general logical modes of inference. To prove the infinity of the number series, we then needed the theorem that no finite number follows in the natural number series after itself. We thus arrived at the concepts of finite and infinite number. We showed that the latter is fundamentally no less logically justified than the former. By way of comparison, Cantor's infinite numbers and his following in a succession were considered, and the difference in formulation pointed out. The Foundations of Arithmetic 129. 109. From all that has gone before, the analytic and a priori nature of arithmetical truths has thus emerged as highly probable, and we achieved an improvement on Kant's view. We further saw what is still missing in order to raise this probability to certainty, and indicated the path that must lead to this. Finally, we used our results in a critique of a formalist theory of negative, fractional, irrational, and complex numbers, which showed up its inadequacies. We recognized its error in assuming as proved that a concept is free from contradiction if no contradiction has revealed itself, and in taking freedom from contradiction as sufficient guarantee that something falls under the concept. This theory imagines that it need only formulate postulates, whose fulfillment then takes care of itself. It behaves like a god, who can create by his mere word whatever he needs. It must also be reprimanded for passing off as a definition what is only a set of instructions, the following of which would introduce something foreign into arithmetic, even though in its formulation it might be regarded as innocent. This is only because it remains a mere set of instructions. This formalist theory is thus in danger of lapsing back into an a posteriori or at least synthetic theory, however much it may give the appearance of soaring on the heights of abstraction. Now our earlier account of the positive whole numbers shows us the possibility of avoiding the confusion with external things and geometrical intuitions, yet without making the mistake of the formalist theory. As there, it depends on fixing the content of a recognition judgment. If we think of this as everywhere achieved, then negative, fractional, irrational and complex numbers appear as no more mysterious than the positive whole numbers, which are no more real, actual, or tangible than they. 119. Function and Concept. Preface. I publish this lecture separately in the hope of finding readers who are unfamiliar with the proceedings of the Jena Society for Medicine and Science. It is my intention, in the near future, as I have indicated elsewhere, to explain how I express the fundamental definitions of arithmetic in my, and how I construct proofs from these solely by means of my symbols. For this purpose it will be useful to be able to refer to this lecture so as not to be drawn then into discussions which many might condemn as not directly relevant, but which others might welcome. As befitting the occasion, my lecture was not addressed only to mathematicians, and I sought to express myself in as accessible a way as the time available and the subject allowed. May it then arouse interest in the matter in wider learned circles, particularly amongst logicians. Rather a long time ago I had the honor of addressing this society about the symbolic system that I entitled. Today I should like to throw light upon the subject from another side, and tell you about some supplementations and new conceptions, whose necessity has occurred to me since then. There can here be no question of setting forth my in its entirety, but only of elucidating some fundamental ideas. My starting point is what is called a function in mathematics. The original bedeutung of this word was not so wide as that which it has since obtained. It will be well to begin by dealing with this first usage, and only then consider the later extensions. I shall for the moment be speaking only of functions of a single argument. The first place where a scientific expression appears with a clear-cut bedeutung is where it is required for the statement of a law. This case arose as regards functions upon the discovery of higher analysis. Here for the first time it was a matter of setting forth laws holding for functions in general. So we must go back to the time when higher analysis was discovered, if we want to know how the word function was originally understood. The answer that we are likely to get to this question is, a function of x was taken to be a mathematical expression containing x, a formula containing the letter x. Thus, example the expression 2x plus x would be a function of x, and 2.2 plus 2 would be a function of 2. This answer cannot satisfy us, for here no distinction is made between form and content, sign and thing signified, a mistake, admittedly, that is very often met with in mathematical works, even those of celebrated authors. I have already pointed out on a previous occasion the defects of the current formal theories in arithmetic. We there have talk about signs that neither have nor are meant to have any content, but nevertheless properties are ascribed to them which are unintelligible except as belonging to the content of a sign. So also here, a mere expression, the form for a content, cannot be the heart of the matter, only the content itself can be that. Now what is the content, the bedeutung of 2.2 plus 2? The same as of 18 or 3.6. What is expressed in the equation 2.2 plus 2 equals 18 is that the right-hand complex of signs has the same bedeutung as the left-hand one. I must here combat the view that, example 2 plus 5 and 3 plus 4 are equal but not the same. This view is grounded in the same confusion of form and content, sign, and things signified. It is as though one wanted to regard the sweet-smelling violet as differing from viola odorata because the names sound different. Difference of sign cannot by itself be a sufficient ground for difference of the things signified. The only reason why in our case the matter is less obvious is that the bedeutung of the numeral 17 is not anything perceptible to the senses. There is at present a very widespread tendency not to recognize as an object anything that cannot be perceived by means of the senses. This leads here to numerals being taken to be numbers, the proper objects of our discussion, copyright, and then, I admit, 7 and 2 plus 5 would indeed be different. But such a conception is untenable, for we cannot speak of any arithmetical properties of numbers whatsoever without going back to the bedeutung of the signs. For example, the property belonging to 1, of being the result of multiplying itself by itself, would be a mere myth, for no microscopical or chemical investigation, however far it was carried, could ever detect this property in the possession of the innocent character that we call a figure 1. Perhaps there is talk of a definition, but no definition is creative in the sense of being able to endow a thing with properties that it has not already got apart from the one property of expressing and signifying something in virtue of the definition. The characters we call numerals have, on the other hand, physical and chemical properties depending on the writing material. One could imagine the introduction someday of quite new numerals, just as, example, the Arabic numerals superseded the Roman. Nobody is seriously going to suppose that in this way we should get quite new numbers, quite new arithmetical objects, with properties still to be investigated. Thus we must distinguish between numerals and their bedeutungen, and if so, we shall have to recognize that the expressions 2, 1 plus 1, 3 1, 6:3 all have the same bedeutung, for it is quite inconceivable where the difference between them could lie. Perhaps you say, 1 plus 1 is a sum, but 6:3 is a quotient. But what is 6:3? The number that when multiplied by 3 gives the result 6. We say the number, not a number. By using the definite article, we indicate that there is only a single number. Now we have plus plus dot equals 6. And thus is the very number that was designated as. The different expressions correspond to different conceptions and aspects, but nevertheless always to the same thing. Otherwise the equation x equals 4 would not just have the roots 2 and 2, but also the root and countless others, all of them different, even if they resembled one another in a certain respect. By recognizing only two real roots, we are rejecting the view that the sign of equality does not stand for complete coincidence but only partial agreement. If we adhere to this truth, we see that the expressions 2.1 degree plus 1, dd up, 2.4 degrees plus 4, stand for numbers, viz. 3, 18, 100, and 32. So if a function were really the bedeutung of a mathematical expression, it would just be a number, and nothing new would have been gained for arithmetic. Admittedly, people who use the word function ordinarily have in mind expressions in which a number is just indicated indefinitely by the letter x, e.g. diatans, but that makes no difference, for this expression likewise just indefinitely indicates a number, and it makes no essential difference whether I write it down or just write down x. All the same, it is precisely by the notation that uses x to indicate a number indefinitely that we are led to the right conception. People call x the argument, and recognize the same function again in EEAEAE 2.47 plus 4, sun. Only with different arguments, viz. 1, 4, and 5. From this we may discern that it is the common element of these expressions that contains the essential peculiarity of a function, i.e. what is present in qxr plus x, over and above the letter x. We could write this somewhat as follows. PJCSIR on OSIE. I am concerned to show that the argument does not belong with a function, but goes together with the function to make up a complete whole, for a function by itself must be called incomplete, in need of supplementation, or unsaturated. And in this respect functions differ fundamentally from numbers. Since such is the essence of functions, we can explain why, on the one hand, we recognize the same function in 2.1 plus 1 and 2.2 degree, plus 2, even though these expressions stand for different numbers, whereas, on the other hand, we 134 function and concept do not find one and the same function in 2.1 degree plus 1 and for 1 in spite of their equal numerical values. Moreover, we now see how people are easily led to regard the form of an expression as what is essential to a function. We recognize the function in the expression by imagining the latter as split up, and the possibility of thus splitting it up is suggested by its structure. The two parts into which a mathematical expression is thus split up, the sign of the argument and the expression of the function, are dissimilar, for the argument is a number, a whole complete in itself, as the function is not. For instance, if I say the function 2.x plus x, x must not be considered as belonging to the function. This letter only serves to indicate the kind of supplementation that is needed. It enables one to recognize the places where the sign for the argument must go in. We give the name the value of a function for an argument to the result of completing the function with the argument. Thus, example 3 is the value of the function 2.x degree plus x for the argument 1, since we have 21 degrees plus 1 equals 3, there are functions, such as 2 plus xx or 2 plus 0.x, whose value is always the same, whatever the argument. We have 2 equals 2 plus xx and 2 equals 2 plus 0.x. Now if we counted the argument as belonging with the function, we should hold that the number 2 is this function. But this is wrong. Even though here the value of the function is always 2, the function itself must nevertheless be distinguished from 2, for the expression for a function must always show one or more places that are intended to be filled up with the sign of the argument. The method of analytic geometry supplies us with a means of intuitively representing the values of a function for different arguments. If we regard the argument as the numerical value of an abscissa, and the corresponding value of the function as the numerical value of the ordinate of a point, we obtain a set of points that presents itself to intuition as a curve. Any point on the curve corresponds to an argument together with the associated value of the function. Thus E/GS. Function and concept 135. Yields a parabola. Here y indicates the value of the function and the numerical value of the ordinate, and x similarly indicates the argument and the numerical value of the abscissa. If we compare with this the function x, we find that they have always the same value for the same argument. We have generally x for x equals x, whatever number we take for x. Thus the curve we get from y equals x for x is the same as the one that arises out of y equals x. I express this as follows: the function x has the same value range as the function x for x. If we write x for x equals x, we have not put one function equal to the other, but only the values of one equal to those of the other. And if we so understand this equation that it is to hold whatever argument may be substituted for x, then we have thus expressed that an equality holds generally. But we can also say, the value range of the function x is equal to that of the function x asterisk for x, and here we have an equality between value ranges. The possibility of regarding the equality holding generally between values of functions as a equality, viz. an equality between value ranges is, I think, indemonstrable. It must be taken to be a fundamental law of logic asterisk. Equals in many phrases of ordinary mathematical terminology, the word function certainly corresponds to what I have here called the value range of a function. But function, in the sense of the word employed here, is the logically prior. We may further introduce a brief notation for the value range of a function. To this end I replace the sign of the argument in the expression for the function by a Greek vowel, enclose the whole in brackets, and prefix to it the same Greek letter with a smooth breathing. Accordingly, example E is the value range of the function x asterisk for x and is the value range of the function x, so that in E equals and, we have the expression for, the first value range is the same as the second. A different choice of Greek letters is made on purpose, in order to indicate that there is nothing that obliges us to take the same one. X, for x equals x, understood as above, expresses the same sense, but in a different way. It presents the sense as an equality holding generally, whereas the newly introduced expression is simply an equation, whose right side, as well its left, has a bedeutung that is complete in itself. In x equals x, the left side considered in isolation indicates a number only indefinitely, and the same is true of the right side. If we just had x asterisk for x, we could write instead y for y without altering the sense, for y like x indicates a number only indefinitely. But if we combine the two sides to form an equation, we must choose the same letter for both sides, and we thus express something that is not contained in the left side by itself, nor in the right side, nor in the equals sign, viz. Generality. Admittedly, what we express is the generality of an equality, but primarily it is a generality. Just as we indicate a number indefinitely by a letter, in order to express generality, we also need letters to indicate a function indefinitely. To this end, people ordinarily use the letters f and f, thus, f, where x replaces the argument. Here the need of a function for supplementation is expressed by the fact that the letter f or f carries along with it a pair of brackets. The space between these is meant to receive the sign for the argument. Thus, f indicates the value range of a function that is left undetermined. Now, how has the bedeutung of the word function been extended by the progress of science? We can distinguish two directions in which this has happened. In the first place, the field of mathematical operations that serve for constructing functions has been extended. Besides addition, multiplication, exponentiation, and their converses, the various means of transition to the limit have been introduced. To be sure, people have not always been clearly aware that they were thus adopting something essentially new. People have gone further still, and have actually been obliged to resort to ordinary language, because the symbolic language of analysis failed, e.g. when they were speaking of a function whose value is 1 for rational and 0 for irrational arguments. Secondly, the field of possible arguments and values for functions has been extended by the admission of complex numbers. In conjunction with this, the sense of the expressions sum, product, etc., had to be defined more widely. In both directions I go still further. I begin by adding to the signs plus, etc., which serve for constructing a functional expression, also signs such as equals, so that I can speak, example of the function x equals 1, where x takes the place of the argument as before. The first question that arises here is what the values of this function are for different arguments. Now if we replace x successively by 1, 0, 1, 2, we get 1, 0, 3, 4, 2, equals bb 1, 1, 1, 1. Of these equations the first and third are true, the others false. I now say, the value of our function is a truth value, and distinguish between the truth values of what is true and what is false. I call the first, for short, the true, and the second, the false. Consequently, example what 2 equals 4 stands for is the true, just as, say, 2 stands for 4. And 2 equals 1 stands for the false. Accordingly, 92 equals 4, it 94 equals 4s. All stand for the same thing, viz. the true, so that in we have a correct equation. The objection here suggests itself that 2 asterisk equals 4 and 2 1 nevertheless tell us quite different things, express quite different thoughts, but likewise 27 equals 4 and 4.4 equals 4 express different thoughts, and yet we can replace 2 by 4.4, since both signs have the same Bedeutung. Consequently, 2 asterisk equals 4 and 4.4 equals 4 likewise have the same Bedeutung. We see from this that from identity of Bedeutung there does not follow identity of the thought. If we say the evening star is a planet with a shorter period of revolution than the Earth, the thought we express is other than in the sentence the morning star is a planet with a shorter period of revolution than the Earth, for somebody who does not know that the morning star is the evening star might regard one as true and the other as false. And yet the Bedeutung of both sentences must be the same, for it is just a matter of interchange of the words evening star and morning star, which have the same Bedeutung, i.e. are proper names of the same heavenly body. We must distinguish between sense and Bedeutung. 2 and 4.4 certainly have the same Bedeutung, i.e. are proper names of the same number, but they have not the same sense. Consequently, 2 equals 4 and 4.4 equals 4 have the same Bedeutung, but not the same sense. Thus, just as we write ds equals AAE, we may also write with equal justification 2 equals 4, equals and equals 2%. Plus 1 is always a truth value. We get the true as its value, example for the argument, and this can also be expressed thus: 1 is a number less by 1 than a number whose square is equal to its double. This expresses the fact that 1 falls under a concept. Now the functions a and 1 equals 241 always have the same value for the same argument, viz. the true for the arguments 1 and plus 1, and the false for all other arguments. According to our previous conventions, we shall also say that these functions have the same value range, and express this in symbols as follows: OE equals 1, equals a or 1, equals 200 plus 1. In logic this is called identity of the extension of concepts. Hence we can designate as an extension the value range of a function whose value for every argument is a truth value. We shall not stop at equations and inequalities. The linguistic form of equations is a statement. A statement contains a thought as its sense, and this thought is in general true or false, i.e. it has in general a truth value, which must be regarded as the Bedeutung of the sentence, just as, say, the number 4 is the Bedeutung of the expression 2 plus 2, or London the Bedeutung of the expression the capital of England. Statements in general, just like equations or inequalities or expressions in analysis, can be imagined to be split up into 2 parts, one complete in itself, and the other in need of supplementation, or unsaturated. Thus, example, we split up the sentence Caesar conquered Gaul into Caesar and conquered Gaul. The second part is unsaturated. It contains an empty place. Only when this place is filled up with a proper name, or with an expression that replaces a proper name, does a complete sense appear. Here too I give the name function to the Bedeutung of this unsaturated part. In this case the argument is Caesar. 16, 17, 18, 140 function and concept. We see that here we have undertaken to extend in the other direction, viz. as regards what can occur as an argument. Not merely numbers, but objects in general, are now admissible, and here persons must assuredly be counted as objects. The 2 truth values have already been introduced as possible values of a function. We must go further and admit objects without restriction as values of functions. To get an example of this, let us start, example, with the expression the capital of the German Empire. This obviously takes the place of a proper name, and stands for an object. If we now split it up into the parts, the capital of and the German Empire, where I count the genitive form as going with the first part, then this part is unsaturated, whereas the other is complete in itself. So in accordance with what I said before, I call the capital of X the expression of a function. If we take the German Empire as the argument, we get Berlin as the value of the function. When we have thus admitted objects without restriction as arguments and values of functions, the question arises what it is that we are here calling an object. I regard a regular definition as impossible, since we have here something too simple to admit of logical analysis. It is only 19. Possible to indicate what is meant. Here I can only say briefly, an object is anything that is not a function, so that an expression for it does not contain any empty place. A statement contains no empty place, and therefore we must take its Bedeutung as an object. But this Bedeutung is a truth value. Thus the two truth values are objects. Earlier on we presented equations between value ranges, e.g. E equals and. We can split this up into E and equals and. This latter part needs supplementation, since on the left of the equals sign it contains an empty place. The first part, E, is fully complete in itself and thus stands for an object. Value ranges of functions are objects, whereas functions themselves are not. We gave the name value range also to E, but we could also have termed function and concept 141. It the extension of the concept, square root of 1. Extensions of concepts likewise are objects, although concepts themselves are not. After thus extending the field of things that may be taken as arguments, we must get more exact specifications as to the Bedeutungen of the signs already in use. So long as the only objects dealt with in arithmetic are the integers, the letters a and b in a plus bb indicate only integers, the plus sign need be defined only between integers. Every widening of the field to which the objects indicated by a and b belong obliges us to give a new definition of the plus sign. It seems to be demanded by scientific rigor that we ensure that an expression never becomes bedeutungslos. We must see to it that we never perform calculations with empty signs in the belief that we are dealing with objects. People have in the past carried out invalid procedures with divergent infinite series. It is thus necessary to lay down rules from which it follows. Example: what O plus 1 stands for, if copyright stands for the sun. What rules we lay down is a matter of comparative indifference, but it is essential that we should do so that a plus b should always have a Bedeutung, whatever signs for definite objects may be inserted in place of a and b. This involves the requirement as regards concepts, that, for any argument, they shall have a truth value as their value, that it shall be determinate, for any object, whether it falls under the concept or not. In other words, as regards concepts we have a requirement of sharp delimitation. If this were not satisfied it would be impossible to set forth logical laws about them. For any argument x for which x plus 1 were Bedeutungslos, the function x plus 1 equals 10 would likewise have no value, and thus no truth value either, so that the concept, what gives the result 10 when increased by 1, would have no sharp boundaries. The requirement of the sharp delimitation of concepts thus carries along with it this requirement for functions in general that they must have a value for every argument. We have so far considered truth values only as values of functions, not as arguments. By what I have just said, we must get a value of a function when we take a truth value as the argument, but as regards the signs already in common use, the only point, in most cases, of a rule to this effect is that there should be a rule. It does not much matter what is determined upon. But now we must deal with certain functions that are of importance to us precisely when their argument is a truth value. I introduce the following as such a function. 20. A. Se. Dip. 142 Function and concept. X. I lay down the rule that the value of this function shall be the true if the true is taken as argument, and that contrariwise, in all other cases the value of this function is the false, i.e. both when the argument is the false and when it is not a truth value at all. Accordingly, e.g. 1 plus 3 equals 4 is the true, whereas both 1 plus 3 equals 5 and also are the false. Thus this function has as its value the argument itself, when that is a truth value. I used to call this horizontal stroke the content stroke, a name that no longer seems to me appropriate. I now wish to call it simply the horizontal. If we write down an equation or inequality, e.g. 5, 4, we ordinarily wish at the same time to express a judgment. In our example, we want to assert that 5 is greater than 4. According to the view I am here presenting, 5, 4 and 1 plus 3 equals 5 just give us expressions for truth values, without making any assertion. This separation of the act from the subject matter of judgment seems to be indispensable, for otherwise we could not express a mere supposition, the putting of a case, without a simultaneous judgment as to its arising or not. We thus need a special sign in order to be able to assert something. To this end I make use of a vertical stroke at the left end of the horizontal, so that, example, by writing plus dash 2 plus 3 equals 5, we assert that 2 plus 3 equals 5. Thus here we are not just writing down a truth value, as in 23 plus b equals d5, but also at the same time saying that it is the true copyright. The next simplest function, we may say, is the one whose value is underscore the false for just those arguments for which the value of x is the true, and, conversely, is the true for the arguments for which the value of x1's the false. I symbolize it thus, x. And here I call the little vertical stroke the negation stroke. I conceive of this as a function with the argument de Gyre lgaex, where I imagine the two horizontal strokes to be fused together. But we also have equals always has the true as its value, whatever the argument may be, in all other cases. I re-RK 223, 24, 25, 144 function and concept is to stand for the false. For our function x equals x we get the first case. Thus, agoa is the true, and we write this as follows. The horizontal stroke to the right and to the left of the concavity are to be regarded as horizontals in our sense. Instead of a, any other Gothic letter could be chosen, except those which are to serve as letters for a function, like f and %. This notation affords the possibility of negating generality, as in mis ae, that is to say, equals gss7 equals is the false, since not every argument makes the value of the function x equals 1 to be the true. Now if equals re is the false, then mappa ce is the true, according to the rule that we laid down previously for the negation stroke. Thus we have re-earn aes, i.e. not every object is a square root of 1, or there are objects that are not square roots of 1. Can we also express, there are square roots of 1? Certainly, we need only take, instead of the function x asterisk equals 1, the function j psi. By fusing together the horizontals in APAE Winley EE we get array of EB. This stands for the false, since not every argument makes the value of the function OMIMCT. Function and concept 145. To be the true. E.g. 1 equals 1 is the false, 417 equals 1 is the true. Now since A is thus the false, CELEE is the true. Po war EE, i.e. not every argument makes the value of the function footai x equals 1 to be the true, or, not every argument makes the value of the function x asterisk equals 1 to be the false, or, there is at least one square root of 1. At this point there may follow a few examples in symbols and words. Leah 742-0, there is at least one positive number. INEO, there is at least one negative number. HLA-A 3A plus 2A equals 0, there is at least one root of the equation. X 3x asterisk plus 2x equals 0. From this we may see how to express existential sentences, which are so important. If we use the functional letter f as an indefinite indication of a concept, then TAM gives us the form that includes the last examples. The expressions TEVATS at t equals OSEE on EE get 20 equals 0, arise from this photom in a manner analogous to that in which x gives rise to 1, 27, 3. Now just as in x, we have a function whose argument is indicated by x, I also conceive of Seer SF at 26, 27, 28, 146 function and concept as the expression of a function whose argument is indicated by f. Such a function is obviously a fundamentally different one from those we have dealt with so far, for only a function can occur as its argument. Now just as functions are fundamentally different from objects, so also functions whose arguments are and must be functions are fundamentally different from functions whose arguments are objects and cannot be anything else. I call the latter first level, the former second level, functions. In the same way, I distinguish between first level and second level concepts. Second level functions have actually long been used in analysis, e.g. definite integrals gf. We regard the function to be integrated as the argument. I will now add something about functions with two arguments. We get the expression for a function by splitting up the complex sign for an object into a saturated and an unsaturated part. Thus, we split up this sign for the true 2ssog into 3 and x2. We can further split up the unsaturated part x2 in the same way, into 2 and y, where y enables us to recognize the empty place previously filled up by *27 in xy. We have a function with two arguments, one indicated by x and the other by y, and in 3. We have the value of this function for the arguments 3 and 2. We have here a function whose value is always a truth value. We called such functions of one argument concepts, we call such functions of two arguments relations. Thus we have relations also, example in x plus y equals 9 and in plus 9, whereas the function x plus y has numbers as values. We shall therefore not call this a relation. 4 cf. my Grundlagender arithmetic. 1. There used the term second order instead of second level. The ontological proof of God's existence suffers from the fallacy of treating existence as a first level concept. Function and concept 147. At this point I may introduce a function not peculiar to arithmetic. The value of the function EMEA xy is to be the false if we take the true as the y argument and at the same time take some object that is not the true as the x argument. In all other cases the value of this function is to be the true. The lower horizontal stroke, and the two parts that the upper one is split into by the vertical, are to be regarded as horizontals. Consequently, we can always regard as the arguments of our function x and vol, truth values. Among functions of one argument we distinguished first level and second level ones. Here, a greater multiplicity is possible. A function of two arguments may be of the same level in relation to them, or of different levels. There are equal-leveled and unequal-leveled functions. Those we have dealt with up to now were equal-leveled. An example of an unequal-leveled function is the differential quotient, if we take the arguments to be the function that is to be differentiated and the argument for which it is differentiated, or the definite integral, so long as we take as arguments the function to be integrated and the upper limit. Equal-leveled functions can again be divided into first-level and second-level ones. An example of a second-level one is fs, where f and f indicate the arguments. In regard to second-level functions with one argument, we must make a distinction, according as the role of this argument can be played by a function of one or of two arguments, for a function of one argument is essentially so different from one with two arguments that the one function cannot occur as an argument in the same place as the other. Some second-level functions of one argument require that this should be a function with one argument, others, that it should be a function with two arguments, and these two classes are sharply divided. EDADD equals a. Phi, a. F. is an example of a second-level function with one argument, which requires that this should be a function of two arguments. The letter f here indicates the argument, and the two places, separated by a comma. 29. 30. 31. 148 Function and concept. Within the brackets that follow f, bring it to our notice that f represents a function with two arguments. Degree for functions of two arguments, there arises a still greater multiplicity. If we look back from here over the development of arithmetic, we discern an advance from level to level. At first people did calculations with individual numbers, 1, 3, etc. 2 plus 0.3 equals 5, 2.3 equals 6. Are theorems of this sort. Then they went on to more general laws that hold good for all numbers. What corresponds to this in symbolism is the transition to algebra. A theorem of this sort is .c equals a.c plus duke. At this stage they had got to the point of dealing with individual functions, but were not yet using the word, in its mathematical sense, and had not yet grasped its Bedeutung. The next higher level was the recognition of general laws about functions, accompanied by the coinage of the technical term function. What corresponds to this in symbolism is the introduction of letters like f, to indicate functions indefinitely. A theorem of this sort is df.f df dx df dx, dx. Now at this point people had particular second-level functions, but lacked the conception of what we have called second-level functions. By forming that, we make the next step forward. One might think that this would go on. But probably this last step is already not so rich in consequences as the earlier ones, for instead of second-level functions one can deal, in further advances, with first-level functions, as shall be shown elsewhere. But this does not banish from the world the difference between first-level and second-level functions, for it is not made arbitrarily, but founded deep in the nature of things. Again, instead of functions of two arguments we can deal with functions of a single but complex argument, but the distinction between functions of one and of two arguments still holds in all its sharpness. Equals f. Yen I, letter to Husserl, 24.5.189. Jena, May 24, 1891. Dear Doctor, I thank you especially for your philosophy of arithmetic, in which you take notice of my own similar endeavors, perhaps more thoroughly than has been done up to now. I hope to find some time soon to reply to your objections. All I should like to say about it now is that there seems to be a difference of opinion between us on how a concept word is related to objects. The following schema should make my view clear. Asterisk. Proposition proper name concept word LLL sense of the proposition proper name concept word Bedeutung object of the ER falling under proposition proper name concept word the concept. Translated by Hans Kahl. For details of the Frege/Husserl correspondence, CPMC, pages 60-1/WB, pages 91-3. Frege's review of Husserl's book finally appeared in 1894, cp 224 below. Asterisk on p97 of WB there is a facsimile of the page of Frege's letter that includes the schema. 96. 150 Letter to Husserl, 24.5.1891. With a concept word it takes one more step to reach the object than with a proper name, and the last step may be missing, i.e., the concept may be empty without the concept word ceasing to be scientifically useful. I have drawn the last step from concept to object horizontally in order to indicate that it takes place on the same level, that objects and concepts have the same objectivity degree. In literary use it is sufficient if everything has a sense, in scientific use there must also be Bedeutungen. In the foundations I did not yet draw the distinction between sense and Bedeutung. In 97 I should now prefer to speak of having a Bedeutung instead of having a sense. Elsewhere, too, e.g. in 100, 101, 102, I would now often replace sense by Bedeutung degree. What I used to call judgeable content is now divided into thought and truth value. Judgment in the narrower sense could be characterized as a transition from a thought to a truth value. Now it seems to me that for you the schema would look like this. Concept word. Sense of the concept word. Object falling under the concept, so that for you it would take the same number of steps to get from proper names to objects as from concept words. The only difference between proper names and concept words would then be that the former could refer to only one object and the latter to more than one. A concept word whose concept was empty would then have to be excluded from science, just like a proper name without a corresponding object. Yours sincerely, Dr. G. Frege. See pages 99 to 100 above. Degree. It is worth noting that in these sections Frege is criticizing formalism, where it might seem especially important to draw some kind of distinction between Sinn and Bedeutung. CBS, 2, for the early notion of judgeable content, and cf. Co. p. 186 below, on the later bifurcation of this notion. Asterisk. The German construction here is sich besinnen auf. On Sinn and Bedeutung. A equals a holds a priori and, according to Kant, is to be labeled analytic, while statements of the form A equals B often contain very valuable extensions of our knowledge and cannot always be established a priori. The discovery that the rising sun is not new every morning, but always the same, was one of the most fertile astronomical discoveries. Even today the re-identification of a small planet or a comet is not always a matter of course. Now if we were to regard equality as a relation between that which the names A and 0 designate, it would seem that A equals B could not differ from A equals A, i.e. provided A equals B is true. A relation would thereby be expressed of a thing to itself, and indeed one in which each thing stands to itself but to no other thing. What we apparently want to state by at equals 6 is that the signs or names A and B designate the same thing, so that those signs themselves would be under discussion, a relation between them would be asserted. But this relation would hold between the names or signs only insofar as they named or designated something. It would be mediated by the connection of each of the two signs with the same designated thing. But this is arbitrary. Nobody can be forbidden to use any arbitrarily producible event or object as a sign for something. In that case the sentence A equals B would no longer be concerned with the subject matter, but only with its mode of designation. We would express no proper knowledge by its means. In many cases this is what we want to do. If the sign arena geir memeronian I something, the cognitive what ge of A equals a 1 becomes essentially P, to that of A equals B, provided A equals 6 is true. A difference can arise only if the difference between the signs corresponds to a difference in the mode of presentation of the thing designated. Let A, C be the lines connecting the vertices of a triangle with the midpoints of the opposite sides. The point of intersection of A and B is then the same as the point of intersection of B and C. So we have different designations for the same point, and these names likewise indicate the mode of presentation, and hence the statement contains actual knowledge. It is natural, now, to think of their being connected with a sign, besides that which the sign designates, which may be called the Bedeutung of the sign, also what I should like to call the sense of the sign, wherein the mode of presentation is contained. In our example, accordingly, the Bedeutung of the expressions the point of intersection of A and 0 and the point of intersection of 6 and C would be the same, but not their sense. The Bedeutung of evening star would be the same as that of morning star, but not the sense. It is clear from the context that by sign and name I have here understood any designation figuring as a proper name, which thus has as its Bedeutung a definite object, but not a consent or a relation, which shall be discussed further in another article. The designation of a single object can also consist of several words or other signs. For brevity, let every such designation be called a proper name. The sense of a proper name is grasped by everybody who is sufficiently familiar with the language or totality of designations to which it belongs, registered, but this serves to illuminate only a single aspect of the Bedeutung, supposing it to have one. Comprehensive knowledge of the Bedeutung would require us to be able to say immediately whether any given sense attaches to it. To such knowledge we never attain. The regular connection between a sign, its sense, and its Bedeutung is of such a kind that to the sign there corresponds a definite sense and to that in turn a definite Bedeutung, while to a given Bedeutung. Expressions in different languages or even in and the same language. To be sure, exceptions to this regular behavior occur. To every expression belonging to a complete totality of signs, there should certainly correspond a definite sense, but natural languages often do not satisfy this condition, and one must be content if the same word has the same sense in the same context. It may perhaps be granted that every grammatically well-formed expression figuring as a proper name always has a sense. But this is not one to say that to the sense there also corresponds a Bedeutung. The words "the celestial body most distant from the earth" have a sense, but it is very doubtful if they also have a Bedeutung. The expression "the least rapidly convergent series" has a sense, but demonstrably there is no Bedeutung, since for every given convergent series, another convergent, but less rapidly convergent, series can be found. In grasping a sense, one is not thereby assured of a Bedeutung. If words are used in the ordinary ways what one intends to speak of, wing, it can also happen, however, that one wishes to talk about the words themselves or their sense. This happens, for instance, when the words of Fiogo are so one's own words then first designate words of the other speaker, and only the latter have their usual Bedeutung. We then have, signs of, signs / in writing, the words are in this case enclosed in quotation marks. Accordingly, a word standing between quotation marks must not be taken as having its ordinary Bedeutung. In order to speak of the sense of an expression one may simply use the phrase "the sense of the expression a." In indirect speech one talks about the cephas, example of another person's remarks. It is quite clear that in this way of speaking words do not have their customary Bedeutung but designate what is usually their sense. In order to have a short expression, we will say, in indirect speech, words are used indirectly or have their indirect Bedeutung. We distinguish accordingly for one can hardly deny that mankind has a common store of thoughts which is transmitted from one generation to another. In the light of this, one need have no scruples in speaking simply of the sense, whereas in the case of an idea one must, strictly speaking, add whom it belongs to and at what time. It might perhaps be said, just as one man connects this idea, and another that idea, with the same word, so also one man can associate the sense and another that sense. But there still remains a difference in the mode of connection. They are not prevented from grasping the same sense, but they cannot have the 30 same idea. Si duo idem facient, non est idem. If two persons picture the same thing, each still has his own idea. It is indeed sometimes possible to establish differences in the ideas, or even in the sensations, of different men, but an exact comparison is not possible, because we cannot have both ideas together in the same consciousness. The Bedeutung of a proper name is the object itself which we designate by using it. The idea which we have in that case is wholly subjective. In between lies the sense, which underscore is indeed no longer subjective like the idea, but is yet not the object itself. The following analogy will perhaps clarify these relationships. Somebody observes the moon through a telescope. I compare the moon itself to the Bedeutung. It is the object of the observation, mediated by the real image projected by the object glass in the interior of the telescope, and by the retinal image of the observer. The former I compare to the sense, the latter is like the idea or intuition. The optical image in the telescope is indeed one-sided and dependent upon the standpoint of observation, but it is still objective, inasmuch as it can be used by several observers. To any rate it could be arranged for several to use it simultaneously. But each one would have his own retinal image. On account of the diverse shapes of the observer's eyes, even a geometrical congruence could hardly be achieved, and an actual coincidence would be out of the question. This analogy might be developed still further, by assuming A's retinal image made visible to B, or A might also see his own retinal image in a mirror. In this way we might perhaps show how an idea can itself be taken as an object, but as such is not for the observer what it directly is for the person having the idea. But to pursue this would take us too far afield. We can now recognize three levels of difference between words, expressions, or whole sentences. The difference may concern at most the ideas, or the sense but not the Bedeutung, or, finally, the Bedeutung as well. With respect to the first level, it is to be noted that, on account 31 of the uncertain connection of ideas with words, a difference may hold for one person, which another does not find. The difference between a translation and the original text should properly not overstep the first level. To the possible differences here belong also the coloring and shading which poetic eloquence seeks to give to the sense. Such coloring and shading are not objective, and must be evoked by each hearer or reader according to the hints of the poet or the speaker. Without some affinity in human ideas, art would certainly be impossible, but it can never be exactly determined how far the intentions of the poet are realized. In what follows there will be no further discussion of ideas and intuitions, they have been mentioned here only to ensure that the idea L. A2. 156 on sin and Bedeutung, aroused in the hearer by a word shall not be confused with its sense or its Bedeutung. To make short and exact expressions possible, let the following phraseology be established. A proper name expresses its sense, stands for or designates its Bedeutung. By employing a sign we express its sense and designate its Bedeutung. Idealists or sceptics will perhaps long since have objected, you talk, without further ado, of the moon as an object, but how do you know that the name the moon has any Bedeutung? How do you know that anything whatsoever has a Bedeutung? I reply that when we say the moon, we do not intend to speak of our idea of the moon, nor are we satisfied with the sense alone, but we presuppose a Bedeutung. To assume that in the sentence the moon is smaller than the earth the idea of the moon is in question, would be flatly to misunderstand the sense. If this is what the speaker wanted, he would use the phrase my idea of the moon. Now we can of course be mistaken in the presupposition, and such mistakes have indeed occurred. But the question whether the presupposition is perhaps always mistaken need not be answered here. In order to justify speaking of the Bedeutung of a sign, it is enough, at first, to point out our intention in speaking or thinking. So far we have considered the sense and Bedeutung only of such expressions, words, or signs as we have called proper names. We now inquire concerning the sense and Bedeutung of an entire assertoric sentence. Such a sentence contains a thought *. Is this thought, now, to be regarded as its sense or its Bedeutung? Let us assume for the time being that the sentence has a Bedeutung. If we now replace one word of the sentence by another having the same Bedeutung, but a different sense, this can have no effect upon the Bedeutung of the sentence. Yet we can see that in such a case the thought changes, since, example, the thought in the sentence the morning star is a body illuminated by the sun differs from that in the sentence the evening star is a body illuminated by the sun. Anybody who did not know that the evening star is the morning star might hold the one thought to be true, the other false. The thought, accordingly, cannot be the Bedeutung of the sentence, but must rather be considered as its sense. What is the position now with regard to the Bedeutung? Have we a right even to inquire about it? Is it possible that a sentence as a whole has only a sense, but no Bedeutung? At any rate, one might expect that such sentences occur, just as there are parts of sentences having sense but no Bedeutung. And sentences which contain proper names without Bedeutung will be of this kind. The sentence Odysseus was set ashore at Ithaca while sound asleep obviously has a sense. But since it is doubtful whether the name Odysseus, occurring therein, has a Bedeutung, it is also doubtful whether the whole sentence does. Yet it is certain, nevertheless, that anyone who seriously took the sentence to be true or false would ascribe to the name Odysseus a Bedeutung, not merely a sense, for it is of the Bedeutung of the name 33 that the predicate is affirmed or denied. Whoever does not admit the name has a Bedeutung can neither apply nor withhold the predicate. But in that case it would be superfluous to advance to the Bedeutung of the name. One could be satisfied with the sense, if one wanted to go no further than the thought. If it were a question only of the sense of the sentence, the thought, it would be needless to bother with the Bedeutung of a part of the sentence. Only the sense, not the Bedeutung, of the part is relevant to the sense of the whole sentence. The thought remains the same whether Odysseus has a Bedeutung or not. The fact that we concern ourselves at all about the Bedeutung of a part of the sentence indicates that we generally recognize and expect a Bedeutung for the sentence itself. The thought loses value for us as soon as we recognize that the Bedeutung of one of its parts is missing. We are therefore justified in not being satisfied with the sense of a sentence, and in inquiring also as to its Bedeutung. But now why do we want every proper name to have not only a sense, but also a Bedeutung? Why is the thought not enough for us? Because, and to the extent that, we are concerned with its truth value. This is not always the case. In hearing an epic poem, for instance, apart from the euphony of the language, we are interested only in the sense of the sentences and the images and feelings thereby aroused. The question of truth would cause us to abandon aesthetic delight for an attitude of scientific investigation. Hence it is a matter of no concern to us whether the name Odysseus, for instance, has a Bedeutung, so long as we accept the poem as a work of art. It is the striving for truth that drives us always to advance from the sense to the Bedeutung. We have seen that the Bedeutung of a sentence may always be sought, whenever the Bedeutung of its components is involved, and that this is the case when and only when we are inquiring after the truth value. We are therefore driven into accepting the truth value of a sentence, 34 as constituting its Bedeutung. By the truth value of a sentence I understand the circumstance that it is true or false / there are no further truth values. For brevity I call the one the the other the false. Every assertoric sentence concerned with the Bedeutung of its words is therefore to be regarded as a proper name, and its Bedeutung, if it has one, is either the true or the false. These two objects are recognized, if only implicitly, by everybody who judges something to be true, and so even by a sceptic. The designation of the truth values as objects may appear to be an arbitrary fancy or perhaps a mere play upon words, from which no profound consequences could be drawn. What I am calling an object can be more exactly discussed only in connection with concept and relation. I will reserve this for another article. But so much should already be clear, that in every judgment degree, no matter how trivial, the step from the level of thoughts to the level of Bedeutung has already been taken. One might be tempted to regard the relation of the thought to the true not as that of sense to Bedeutung, but rather as that of subject to predicate. One can, indeed, say, the thought that 5 is a prime number is true. But closer examination shows that nothing more has been said than in the simple sentence 5 is a prime number. The truth claim arises in each case from the forny of the assertoric sentence, and when the latter lacks its usual force, example in the mouth of an actor upon the stage, even the sentence the thought that 5 is a prime number is true contains only a thought, and indeed the same thought as the simple 5 is a prime number. It follows that the relation of the thought to the true 35 may not be compared with that of subject to predicate. Subject and predicate are just elements of thought, they stand on the same level for knowledge. By combining subject and predicate, one reaches only a thought, never passes from a sense to its Bedeutung, never from a thought to its truth value. One moves at the same level but never advances from one level to the next. A truth value cannot be a part of a thought, any more than, say, the sun can, for it is not a sense but an object. If our supposition that the Bedeutung of a sentence is its truth value is correct, the latter must remain unchanged when a part of the sentence is replaced by an expression with the same Bedeutung. And this is in fact the case. Leibniz gives the definition, idem sunt, qui sibi mutuo substitui possunt, salva veritate degree. If we are dealing with sentences which the Bedeutung of their component parts is at all relevant, then what feature except the truth value can be found that belongs to such sentences quite generally and remains unchanged by substitutions of the kind just mentioned? If now the truth value of a sentence is its Bedeutung, then on the one hand all true sentences have the same Bedeutung, and so, on the other hand, do all false sentences. From this we see that in the Bedeutung of the sentence all that is specific is obliterated. We can never be concerned only with the Bedeutung of a sentence, but again the mere thought alone yields no knowledge, but only the thought together with its Bedeutung, i.e. its truth value. Judgments can be regarded as advances from a thought to a truth value. Naturally this cannot be a definition. Judgment is something quite peculiar and incomparable. One might also say that judgments are distinctions of parts within truth values. Such distinction occurs by a return to the thought. To every sense attaching to a truth value would correspond its own manner of analysis. However, I have here used the word part in a special sense. I have in fact transferred the relation between the parts and the whole of the sentence to its Bedeutung, by calling the Bedeutung of a word part of the Bedeutung of the sentence, if the word itself is a part of the sentence. This way of speaking can certainly be attacked, because the whole Bedeutung and one part of it do not suffice to determine the remainder, and because the word part is already used of bodies in another sense. A special term would need to be invented. The supposition that the truth value of a sentence is its Bedeutung shall now be put to further test. We have found that the truth value of a sentence remains unchanged when an expression in it is replaced by another with the same Bedeutung, but we have not yet considered the case in which the expression to be replaced is itself a sentence. Now if our view is correct, the truth value of a sentence containing another as part must remain unchanged when the part is replaced by another sentence having the same truth value. Exceptions are to be expected when the whole sentence or its part is direct or indirect quotation, for in such cases, as we have seen, the words do not have their customary Bedeutung. In direct quotation, a sentence designates another sentence, and in indirect speech a thought. We are thus led to consider subordinate sentences or clauses. These occur as parts of a sentence complex, which is, from the logical standpoint, likewise a sentence a main sentence. But here we meet the question whether it is also true of the subordinate sentence that its Bedeutung is a truth value. Of indirect speech we already know the opposite. Grammarians view subordinate clauses as representatives of parts of sentences and divide them accordingly into noun clauses, adjective clauses, adverbial clauses. This might generate the supposition that the Bedeutung of a subordinate clause was not a truth value but rather of the same kind as the Bedeutung of a noun or adjective or adverb, in short, of a part of a sentence, whose sense was not a thought but only a part of a thought. Only a more thorough investigation can clarify the issue. In so doing, we shall not follow the grammatical categories strictly, but rather group together what is logically of the same kind. Let us first search for cases in which the sense of the subordinate clause, as we have just supposed, is not an independent thought. The case of an abstract noun clause registered introduced by that, includes the case of indirect speech, in which we have seen the words to have their indirect Bedeutung, coincident with what is customarily their sense. In this case, then, the subordinate clause has for its Bedeutung a thought, not a truth value, and for its sense not a thought, but the sense of the words the thought that, which is only a part of the thought in the entire complex sentence. This happens after say, hear, be of the opinion, be convinced, conclude, and similar words. There is a different, and indeed somewhat complicated, situation after words like recognize, know, fancy, which are to be considered later. That in the cases of the first kind the Bedeutung of the subordinate clause is in fact the thought can also be recognized by seeing that it is indifferent to the truth of the whole whether the subordinate clause is true or false. Let us compare, for instance, the two sentences Copernicus believed that the planetary orbits are circles and Copernicus believed that the apparent motion of the sun is produced by the real motion of the earth. One subordinate clause can be substituted for the other without harm to the truth. The main clause and the subordinate clause together have as their sense only a single thought, and the truth of the whole includes neither the truth nor the untruth of the subordinate clause. In such cases it is not permissible to replace one expression in the subordinate clause by another having the same customary Bedeutung, but only by one having the same indirect Bedeutung, i.e. the same customary sense. Somebody might conclude, the Bedeutung of a sentence is not its truth value, for in that case it could always be replaced by another sentence of the same truth value. But this proves too much. One might just as well claim that the Bedeutung of morning star is not Venus, since one may not always say Venus in place of morning star. One has the right to conclude only that the Bedeutung of a sentence is not always its truth value, and that morning star does not always stand for the planet Venus, viz. When the word has its indirect Bedeutung. An exception of such a kind occurs in the subordinate clause just considered, which has a thought as its Bedeutung. If one says it seems that, one means it seems to me that, or I think that. We therefore have the same case again. The situation is similar in the case of expressions such as to be pleased, to regret, to approve, to blame, to hope, to fear. If, toward the end of the Battle of Waterloo, registered Wellington was glad that the Prussians were coming, the basis for his joy was a conviction. Had he been deceived, he would have been no less pleased so long as his illusion lasted, and before he became so convinced he could not have been pleased that the Prussians were coming, even though in fact they might have been already approaching. Just as a conviction or a belief is the ground of a feeling, it can, as in inference, also be the ground of a conviction. In the sentence Columbus inferred from the roundness of the earth that he could reach India by traveling towards the west, we have as the Bedeutungen of the parts two thoughts, that the earth is round, and that Columbus by traveling to the west could reach India. All that is relevant here is that Columbus was convinced of both, and that the one conviction was a ground for the other. Whether the earth is really round and Columbus could really reach India by traveling west, as he thought, is immaterial to the truth of our sentence, but it is not immaterial whether we replace the earth by the planet which is accompanied by a moon whose diameter is greater than the fourth part of its own. Here also we have the indirect Bedeutung of the words. Adverbial final clauses beginning in order that also belong here, for obviously the purpose is a thought, therefore, indirect Bedeutung for the words, subjunctive mood. A subordinate clause with that after command, ask, forbid, would appear in direct speech as an imperative. Such a sentence has no Bedeutung but only a sense. A command, a request, are indeed not thoughts, but they stand on the same level as thoughts. Hence in subordinate clauses depending upon command, ask, etc., words have their indirect Bedeutung. The Bedeutung of such a clause is therefore not a truth value but a command, a request, and so forth. The case is similar for the dependent question in phrases such as doubt whether, not to know what. It is easy to see that here also the words are to be taken to have their indirect Bedeutung. Dependent clauses. Expressing questions beginning with who, what, where, when, how, by what means, etc., seem at times to approximate very closely to adverbial clauses in which words have their customary Bedeutung. These cases are distinguished linguistically by the mood of the verb. With the subjunctive, we have a dependent question and the words have their indirect Bedeutung, so that a proper name cannot in general be replaced by another name of the same object. In the cases so far considered, the words of the subordinate clauses had their indirect Bedeutung, and this made it clear that the Bedeutung of the subordinate clause itself was indirect, i.e. not a truth value but a thought, a command, a request, a question. The subordinate clause could be regarded as a noun, indeed one could say, as a proper name of that thought, that command, etc., which it represented in the context of the sentence structure. We now come to other subordinate clauses, in which the words do have their customary Bedeutung without however a thought occurring as sense and a truth value as Bedeutung. How this is possible is best made clear by examples. Whoever discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits died in misery. If the sense of the subordinate clause were here a thought, it would have to be possible to express it also in a separate sentence. But it does not work, because the grammatical subject whoever has no independent sense and only mediates the relation with the consequent clause died in misery. For this reason the sense of the subordinate clause is not a complete thought, and its Bedeutung is Kepler, not a truth value. One might object that the sense of the whole does contain a thought as part, viz. that there was somebody who first discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits, for whoever takes the whole to be true cannot deny this part. This is undoubtedly so, but only because otherwise the dependent clause whoever discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits would have no Bedeutung. If anything is asserted, there is always an obvious presupposition that the simple or compound proper names used have a Bedeutung. If therefore one asserts Kepler died in misery, there is a presupposition that the name Kepler designates something, but it does not follow that the sense of the sentence Kepler died in misery contains the thought that the name Kepler designates something. If this were the case, the negation would have to run not Kepler did not die in misery, but Kepler did not die in misery, or the name Kepler is bedeutungslos. On Sinn and Bedeutung 163. That the name Kepler designates something is just as much a presupposition for the assertion Kepler died in misery as for the contrary assertion. Now languages have the fault of containing expressions which fail to designate an object because the truth of some sentence is a prerequisite. Thus it depends on the truth of the sentence. There was someone who discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits. Whether the subordinate clause, whoever discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits, really designates an object, or only seems to do so while in fact is bedeutungslos. And thus it may appear as if our subordinate clause contained as a part of its sense the thought that there was somebody who discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits. If this were right, the negation would run. Either whoever discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits did not die in misery, or there was nobody who discovered the elliptic form of the planetary orbits. This arises from an imperfection of language, from which even the symbolic language of mathematical analysis is not altogether free. Even their combinations of symbols can occur that seem to stand for something but are bedeutungslos, e.g. divergent infinite series. This can be avoided, example by means of the special stipulation that divergent infinite series shall stand for the number 0. A logically perfect language should satisfy the conditions, that every expression grammatically well constructed as a proper name out of signs already introduced shall in fact designate an object, and that no new sign shall be introduced as a proper name without being secured a Bedeutung. The logic books contain warnings against logical mistakes arising from the ambiguity of expressions. I regard as no less pertinent a warning against apparent proper names that have no Bedeutung. The history of mathematics supplies errors which have arisen in this way. This lends itself to demagogic abuse as easily as ambiguity, perhaps more easily. The will of the people can serve as an example, for it is easy to establish that there is at any rate no generally accepted Bedeutung for this expression. It is therefore by no means unimportant to eliminate the source of these mistakes, at least in science, once and for all. Then such objections as the one discussed above would become impossible, because it could never depend upon the truth of a thought whether a proper name had a Bedeutung. With the consideration of these noun clauses may be coupled that of types of adjective and adverbial clauses which are logically in close relation to them. Adjective clauses also serve to construct compound proper names, though, unlike noun clauses, they are not sufficient by themselves for this purpose. These adjective clauses are to be regarded as equivalent to adjectives. Instead of the square root of 4 which is smaller than 0, one can also say the negative square root of 4. We have here the case of a compound proper name constructed from the expression for a concept with the help of the singular definite article. This is at any rate permissible if the concept applies to one and only one single object. Expressions for concepts can be so constructed that marks of a concept are given by adjective clauses as, in our example, by the clause which is smaller than 0. It is evident that such an adjective clause cannot have a thought as sense or a truth value as Bedeutung, any more than the noun clause could. Its sense, which can also in many cases be expressed by a single adjective, is only a part of a thought. Here, as in the case of the noun clause, there is no independent subject and therefore no possibility of reproducing the sense of the subordinate clause in an independent sentence. Places, instants, stretches of time, logically considered, are objects, hence the linguistic designation of a definite place, a definite instant, or a stretch of time is to be regarded as a proper name. Now adverbial clauses of place and time can be used to construct such a proper name in much the same way as we have seen noun and adjective clauses can. In the same way, expressions for concepts that apply to places, etc., can be constructed. It is to be noted here also that the sense of these subordinate clauses cannot be reproduced in an independent sentence, since an essential component, viz. the determination of place or time, is missing and is just indicated by a relative pronoun or a conjunction. In conditional clauses, also, there most often recognizably occurs an indefinite indicator, with a correlative indicator in the dependent clause. In so far as each indicator relates to the other, both clauses together form a connected whole, which as a rule expresses only a single thought. In the sentence, if a number is less than 1 and greater than 0, its square is less than 1 and greater than 0. The component in question is a number in the antecedent clause and JTS in the consequent clause. It is by means of this very indefiniteness that the sense acquires the generality expected of a law. It is this which is responsible for the fact that the antecedent clause alone has no complete thought as its sense, and in combination with the consequent clause expresses one and only one thought, whose parts are no longer thoughts. It is, in general, incorrect to say that in the hypothetical judgment two judgments are put in reciprocal relationship. If this or something similar is said, the word judgment is used in the same sense as I have connected with the word thought, so that I would use the formulation. A hypothetical thought establishes a reciprocal relationship between two thoughts. This could be true only if an indefinite indicator is absent, but in such a case there would also be no generality. If an instant of time is to be indefinitely indicated in both the antecedent and the consequent clause, this is often achieved merely by using the present tense of the verb, which in such a case however does not indicate the temporal present. This grammatical form is then the indefinite indicator in the main and subordinate clauses. An example of this is, when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, the longest day in the northern hemisphere occurs. Here, also, it is impossible to express the sense of the subordinate clause in a full sentence, because this sense is not a complete thought. If we say the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, this would refer to our present time and thereby change the sense. Neither is the sense of the main clause a thought, only the whole, composed of main and subordinate clauses, has such a sense. It may be added that several common components may be indefinitely indicated in the antecedent and consequent clauses. It is clear that noun clauses with who or what and adverbial clauses with where, when, wherever, whenever are often to be interpreted as having the sense of antecedent clauses, e.g. who touches pitch, defile himself. Adjective clauses can also take the place of conditional clauses. Thus the sense of the sentence previously used can be given in the form the square of a number which is less than 1 and greater than 0 is less than 1 and greater than 0. The situation is quite different if the common component of the two clauses is designated by a proper name. In the sentence, Napoleon, who recognized the danger to his right flank, himself led his guards against the enemy position. Two thoughts are expressed. Napoleon recognized the danger to his right flank, Napoleon himself led his guards against the enemy position. When and where this happened is to be fixed only by the context, but is nevertheless to be taken as definitely determined thereby. If the entire sentence is uttered as an assertion, we thereby simultaneously assert both component sentences. If one of the parts is false, the whole is false. Here we have the case that the subordinate clause by itself has a complete thought as sense. The Bedeutung of the subordinate clause is accordingly a truth value. We can therefore expect that it may be replaced, without harm to the truth value of the whole, by a sentence having the same truth value. This is indeed the case, but it is to be noted that for purely grammatical reasons, its subject must be Napoleon, for only then can it be brought into the form of an adjective clause attaching to Napoleon. But if the degree auf unser Gegenwart beziehen on Sinn and Bedeutung 167 demand that it be expressed in this form is waived, and the connection shown by and, this restriction disappears. Subsidiary clauses beginning with although also express complete thoughts. This conjunction actually has no sense and does not change the sense of the clause but only illuminates it in a peculiar fashion. We could indeed replace the concessive clause without harm to the truth of the whole by another of the same truth value, but the light in which the clause is placed by the conjunction might then easily appear unsuitable, as if a song with a sad subject were to be sung in a lively fashion. In the last cases the truth of the whole included the truth of the component clauses. The case is different if an antecedent clause expresses a complete thought by containing, in place of an indefinite indicator, a proper name or something which is to be regarded as equivalent. In the sentence, if the sun has already risen, the sky is very cloudy. The time is the present, that is to say, definite. And the place is also to be thought of as definite. Here it can be said that a relation between the truth values of antecedent and consequent clauses has been asserted, viz. that the case does not occur in which the antecedent stands for the true and the consequent for the false. Accordingly, our sentence is true if the sun has not yet risen, whether the sky is very cloudy or not, and also if the sun has risen and the sky is very cloudy. Since only truth values are here in question, each component clause can be replaced by another of the same truth value without changing the truth value of the whole. To be sure, the light in which the subject then appears would usually be unsuitable, the thought might easily seem distorted, but this has nothing to do with its truth value. One must always observe that there are overtones of subsidiary thoughts, which are however not explicitly expressed and therefore should not be reckoned in the sense. Hence, also, no account need be taken of their truth values trademarked. The simplest cases have now been discussed. Let us review what we have learned. The subordinate clause usually has for its sense not a thought, but only a part of one, and consequently no truth value as Bedeutung. The reason for this is either that the words in the subordinate clause have their indirect Bedeutung, so that the Bedeutung, not the sense, of the subordinate clause is a thought, or else that, on account of the presence of an indefinite indicator, the subordinate clause is incomplete and expresses a thought only when combined with the main clause. It may happen, however, that the sense of the subsidiary clause is a complete thought, in which case it can be replaced by another of the same truth value without harm to the truth of the whole provided there are no grammatical obstacles. An examination of all the subordinate clauses which one may encounter will soon provide some which do not fit well into these categories. The reason, so far as I can see, is that these subordinate clauses have no such simple sense. Almost always, it seems, we connect with the main thoughts expressed by us subsidiary thoughts which, although not expressed, are associated with our words, in accordance with psychological laws, by the hearer. And since the subsidiary thought appears to be connected with our words on its own account, almost like the main thought itself, we want it also to be expressed. The sense of the sentence is thereby enriched, and it may well happen that we have more simple thoughts than clauses. In many cases the sentence must be understood in this way, in others it may be doubtful whether the subsidiary thought belongs to the sense of the sentence or only accompanies it. One might perhaps find that the sentence, Napoleon, who recognized the danger to his right flank, himself led his guards against the enemy position, expresses not only the two thoughts shown above, but also the thought that the knowledge of the danger was the reason why he led the guards against the enemy position. One may in fact doubt whether this thought is just slightly suggested or really expressed. Let the question be considered whether our sentence is false if Napoleon's decision had already been made before he recognized the danger. If our sentence could be true in spite of this, the subsidiary thought should not be understood as part of the sense. One would probably decide in favor of this. The alternative would make for a quite complicated situation. We should have more simple thoughts than clauses. If the sentence, Napoleon recognized the danger to his right flank, were now to be replaced by another having the same truth value, e.g., Napoleon was already more than 45 years old, not only would our first thought be changed, but also our third one. Hence the truth value of the latter might change, viz. If his age was not f nang, this may be important for the question whether an assertion is a lie, or an oath of perjury. the reason for the decision to lead the guards against the enemy. This shows why clauses of equal truth value cannot always be substituted for one another in such cases. The clause expresses more through its connection with another than it does in isolation. Let us now consider cases where this regularly happens. In the sentence, Babel fancies that the return of Alsace-Lorraine would appease France's desire for revenge. Two thoughts are expressed, which are not however shown by means of antecedent and consequent clauses, viz. Babel believes that the return of Alsace-Lorraine would appease France's desire for revenge. The return of Alsace-Lorraine would not appease France's desire for revenge. In the expression of the first thought, the words of the subordinate clause have their indirect Bedeutung, while the same words have their customary Bedeutung in the expression of the second thought. This shows that the subordinate clause in our original complex sentence is to be taken twice over, with different Bedeutungen, of which one is a thought, the other a truth value. Since the truth value is not the whole Bedeutung of the subordinate clause, we cannot simply replace the latter by another of equal truth value. Similar considerations apply to expressions such as know, recognize, it is well known. By means of a subordinate causal clause and the associated main clause we express several thoughts, which however do not correspond separately to the original clauses. In the sentence because ice is less dense than water, it floats on water we have ice is less dense than water, if anything is less dense than water, it floats on water, ice floats on water. The third thought, however, need not be explicitly introduced, since it is contained in the remaining two. On the other hand, neither the first and third nor the second and third combined would furnish the sense of our sentence. It can now be seen that our subordinate clause, because ice is less dense than water, 4 cf. 9 above. 5 wissen, kennen, es ist bekannt. 48. 49. 170 on Sinn and Bedeutung. Expresses our first thought, as well as a part of our second. This is how it comes to pass that our subsidiary clause cannot be simply replaced by another of equal truth value, for this would alter our second thought and thereby might well alter its truth value. The situation is similar in the sentence. If iron were less dense than water, it would float on water. Here we have the two thoughts that iron is not less dense than water, and that something floats on water if it is less dense than water. The subsidiary clause again expresses one thought and a part of the other. If we interpret the sentence already considered, after Schleswig-Holstein was separated from Denmark, Prussia and Austria quarreled, in such a way that it expresses the thought that Schleswig-Holstein was once separated from Denmark, we have first this thought, and secondly the thought that, at a time more closely determined by the subordinate clause, Prussia and Austria quarreled. Here also the subordinate clause expresses not only one thought but also a part of another. Therefore it may not in general be replaced by another of the same truth value. It is hard to exhaust all the possibilities given by language, but I hope to have brought to light at least the essential reasons why a subordinate clause may not always be replaced by another of equal truth value without harm to the truth of the whole sentence structure. These reasons arise when the subordinate clause does not stand for a truth value, inasmuch as it expresses only a part of a thought, when the subordinate clause does stand for a truth value, but is not restricted to so doing, inasmuch as its sense includes one thought and part of another. The first case arises for words having indirect Bedeutung, if a part of the sentence is only an indefinite indicator instead of a proper name. In the second case, the subsidiary clause may have to be taken twice over, viz. once in its customary Bedeutung, and the other time in its indirect Bedeutung, or the sense of a part of the subordinate clause may likewise be a component of another thought, which, taken together with on Sinn and Bedeutung the thought directly expressed by the subordinate clause, makes up the sense of the whole sentence. It follows with sufficient probability from the foregoing that the cases where a subordinate clause is not replaceable by another of the same value cannot be brought in dis proof of our view that a truth value is the Bedeutung of a sentence that has a thought as its sense. Let us return to our starting point. If we found A equals A and A equals B to have different cognitive values, the explanation is that for the purpose of acquiring knowledge, the sense of the sentence, viz., the thought expressed by it, is no less relevant than its Bedeutung, i.e. its truth value. If now A equals B, then indeed the Bedeutung of B is the same as that of A, and hence the truth value of A equals B is the same as that of A equals A. In spite of this, the sense of B may differ from the sense of A, and thereby the thought expressed by A equals 0 will differ from that expressed by A equals A. In that case the two sentences do not have the same cognitive value. If we understand by judgment the advance from the thought to its truth value, as in the present paper, we can also say that the judgments are different. 50. 128. In an article I distinguished between sense and Bedeutung in the first instance only for the case of proper names. The same distinction can also be drawn for concept words. Now it is easy to become unclear about this by confounding the division into concepts and objects with the distinction between sense and Bedeutung, so that we run together sense and concept on the one hand and Bedeutung and object on the other. To every concept word or proper name, there corresponds as a rule a sense and a Bedeutung, as I use these words. Of course in fiction and ectastasrasic words only have a sense, but in science and wherever we are concerned about truth, we are not prepared to rest content with the sense, we also attach a Bedeutung to proper names and concept words, and if through some oversight, say, we fail to do this, then we are making a mistake that can easily vitiate our thinking. The Bedeutung of a proper name is the object it designates or names. A concept word stands for registered a concept, if the word is used as is appropriate for logic. I may clarify this by drawing attention to a fact that seems to weigh heavily on the side of extensionalist as against intentionalist logicians, namely, that in any sentence we can substitute, salva veritate one concept word for another if they have the same extension, so that it is also the case that in relation to inference, and where the laws of logic are concerned, concepts differ only in so far as their extensions are different. The funda_mental_logical relation is that of an object's falling under a concept. All relations between concepts can be reduced to this. If an object falls under two concept, it falls under all concepts with the same extension, and this implies what we said above. Therefore just as proper names can replace one another salva veritate, so too can concept words, if their extension is the same. Of course the thought will alter when such replacements are made, but this is the sense of the sentence, not its Bedeutung. The Bedeutung, which is the truth value, remains the same. For this reason we might easily come to propose the extension of a concept as the Bedeutung of a concept word. To do this, however, would be to overlook the fact that the extensions of concepts are objects and not concepts. Nevertheless there is a kernel of truth in this position. In order to bring it out more clearly, I need to advert to what I said in my work on function and concept. On the view expressed there a concept is a function of one argument, whose value is always a truth value. Here I am borrowing the term function from analysis and, whilst retaining what is essential to it, using it in a somewhat extended meaning, a procedure for which the history of analysis itself affords a precedent. The name of a function is accompanied by empty places where the argument is to go. In analysis this is usually indicated by the letter x, which fills the empty places in question. But the argument is not to be counted as belonging to the function, and so the letter x is not to be counted as belonging to the name of the function either. Consequently one can always speak of the name of a function as having empty places, since what fills them does not, strictly speaking, belong to them. Accordingly I call the function itself unsaturated, or in need of supplementation, because its name has first to be completed with the sign of an argument if we are to obtain a Bedeutung that is complete in itself. I call such a Bedeutung an object and, in this case, the value of the function for the argument that affects the supplementing or saturating. In the cases we first encounter the argument is itself an object, and it is to these that we shall mainly confine ourselves here. Now with a concept we have the special case that the value is always a truth value. That is to say, if we complete the name of a concept with a proper name, we obtain a sentence whose sense is a thought, and this sentence has a truth value as its Bedeutung. To acknowledge this Bedeutung as that of the true is to judge that the object which is taken as the argument falls under the concept. What in the case of a function is called unsaturatedness, we may, in the case of a concept, call its predicative nature registered. This comes out even in the cases in which we speak of a subject concept. Degree such being the essence of a concept, there is now a great obstacle in the way of expressing ourselves correctly and making ourselves understood. If I want to speak of a concept, language, with an almost irresistible force, compels me to use an inappropriate expression which obscures, I might almost say falsifies the thought. One would assume, on the basis of its analogy with other expressions, that if I say the concept equilateral triangle I am designating a concept, just as I am of course naming a planet if I say the planet Neptune. But this is not the case, for we do not have anything with a predicative nature. Hence the Bedeutung of the expression the concept equilateral triangle is an object. We cannot avoid words like the concept, but where we use them we must always bear their inappropriateness in mind. Degree from what we have said it follows that objects and concepts are fundamentally different and cannot stand in for one another. And the same goes for the corresponding words or signs. Proper names cannot really be used as predicates. Where they might seem to be, we find on looking more closely that the sense is such that they only form part of the predicate. Concepts cannot stand in the same relations as objects. It would not be false, but impossible to think of them as doing so. Hence, the words relation of a subject to a predicate designate two quite different relations, according as the subject is an object or is itself a concept. Therefore it would be best to banish the words subject and predicate from logic entirely, since they lead us again and again to confound two quite different relations, that of an object's falling under a concept and that of one concept being subordinated to another. The words all and some, which go with the grammatical subject, belong in sense with the grammatical predicate, as we see if we go over to the negative. From this alone it immediately follows that the predicate in these cases is different from that which is asserted of an object. And in the same way the relation of equality, by which I understand complete coincidence, identity, asterisk can only be thought of as holding for objects, not concepts. If we say the Bedeutung of the word conic section is the same as that of the concept word curve of the second degree, or the concept conic section coincides with the concept curve of the second degree, the words Bedeutung of the concept word conic section are the name of an object, not of a concept, for their nature is not predicative, they are not unsaturated, they cannot be used with the indefinite article. The same goes for the words the concept conic section. But although the relation of equality can only be thought of as holding for objects, there is an analogous relation for concepts. Since this is a relation between concepts, I call it a second-level relation, whereas the former relation I call a first-level relation. We say that an object A is equal to an object 6 if A falls under every concept under which 6 falls, and conversely. We obtain something corresponding to this for concepts if we switch the roles of concept and object. We could then say that the relation we had in mind above holds between the concept at and the concept X, if every object that falls under registered also falls under X, and conversely. Of course, in saying this we have again been unable to avoid using the expressions the concept registered, the concept X, which again obscures the real sense. So for the reader who is not frightened of the I will add the following: the unsaturatedness of a concept is represented in the by leaving at least one empty place in its designation where the name of the object which we are saying falls under the concept is to go. This place or places always has to be filled in some way or other. Besides being filled by a proper name, it can also be filled by a sign which only indicates an object. We can see from this that the sign of equality, or one analogous to it, can never be flanked by the designation of a concept alone, but in addition to the concept an object must also be designated or indicated as well. Even if we only indicate concepts schematically by a function letter, we must see to it that we give expression to their unsaturatedness by an accompanying empty place as in registered NX. In other words, we may only use the letters, which are meant to indicate or designate concepts, as function letters, i.e. in such a way that they are accompanied by a place for the argument. This being so, we may not write registered equals x, because here the letters registered and x do not occur as function letters. But nor may we write registered equals x, because the argument places have to be filled. But when they are filled, it is not the functions themselves that are put equal to one another. In addition to the function letter there will be something else on either side of the equality sign, something not belonging to the function. These letters cannot be replaced by letters that are not used as function letters. There must always be an argument place to receive the it. The idea might occur to one simply to write registered equals x. This may seem alright so long as we are indicating concepts schematically, but a mode of designation that is really adequate must provide for all cases. Let us take an example which I have already used in my paper on function and concept. Asterisk for every argument the function x equals 1 has the same value as the function asterisk equals 2, i.e. every object falling under the concept just by 1 then a number whose square is equal to its double falls under the concept square root of 1, and conversely. If we express this thought in the way that we gave above, we should have r equals 200 plus 1. What we have here is that second level relation which corresponds to, but should not be confused with, equality between objects. If we write it SA equals 2, we have expressed what is essentially the same thought, construed as an equation between values of functions that holds generally. We have here the same second level relation, we have in addition the sign of equality, but this does not suffice on its own to designate this relation, it has to be used in combination with the sign for generality. In the first line we have a general statement but not an equation. In E equals A equals 21A plus 1. We do have an equation, but not between concepts but between objects, namely extensions of concepts. Degree now we have seen that the relation of equality between objects cannot be conceived as holding between concepts too, but that there is a corresponding relation for concepts. It follows that the word the same that is used to designate the former relation between objects cannot properly be used to designate the latter relation as well. If we try to use it to do this, the only recourse we really have is to say the concept registered is the same as the concept x, and in saying this we have of course named a relation between objects, where what is intended is a relation between concepts. We have the same case if we say the bedeutung of the concept word A is the same as that of the concept word B. Indeed we should really outlaw the expression the bedeutung of the concept word A, because the definite article before bedeutung points to an object and belies the predicative nature of a concept. It would be better to confine ourselves to saying what the concept word A stands for this at any rate is to be used predicatively. Jesus is, what the concept word man stands for in the sense of Jesus is a man. Now if we bear all this in mind, we shall be well able to assert what two concept words stand for is the same if and only if the extensions of the corresponding concepts coincide without being led astray by the improper use of the word the same. And with this statement we have, I believe, made an important concession to the extensionalist logicians. They are right when they show by their preference for the extension, as against the intension, of a concept that they these objects have the names the concept registered and the concept x regard the bedeutung and not the sense of the words as the essential thing for logic. The intentionalist logicians are only too happy not to go beyond the sense, for what they call the intention, if it is not an idea, is nothing other than the sense. They forget that logic is not concerned with how thoughts, regardless of truth value, follow from thoughts, that the step from thought to truth value more generally, the step from sense to bedeutung has to be taken. They forget that the laws of logic are first and foremost laws in the realm of bedeutung and only relate indirectly to sense. If it is a question of the truth of something and truth is the goal of logic, we also have to inquire after bedeutung. We have to throw aside proper names that do not designate or name an object, though they may have a sense. we have to throw aside concept words that do not have a Bedeutung. These are not such as, say, contain a contradiction, for there is nothing at all wrong in a concept's being empty, but such as have vague boundaries. It must be determinate for every object whether it falls under a concept or not. A concept word which does not meet this requirement on its Bedeutung is bedeutungslos. E.g., the word u at av belongs to this class, although it is true that certain marks are supplied. For this reason the context cited need not lack a sense, any more than other contexts in which the name Nausicaa, registered, which probably does not stand for or name anything, occurs. But it behaves as if it names a girl, and it is thus assured of a sense. And for fiction the sense is enough. The thought, though it is devoid of Bedeutung, of truth value, is enough, but not for science. In my Grundlagen and the paper on formal theories of arithmetic, I showed that for certain proofs it is far from being a matter of indifference whether a combination of signs, e.g. J1 has a Bedeutung trademark or not, that, on the contrary, the whole cogency of the proof stands or falls with this. The Bedeutung is thus shown at every point to be the essential thing for science. Therefore, even if we concede to the intentionalist logicians that it is the concept as opposed to the extension that is the fundamental thing, this does not mean that it is to be taken as the sense of a concept word, it is its Bedeutung, and the extensionalist logicians come closer to the truth in so far as they are presenting in the extension a Bedeutung as the essential thing. Though this Bedeutung is certainly not the concept itself, it is still very closely connected with it. Husserl takes Schroeder to task for the unclarity in his discussion of the words unsinnig, einsinnig, and mersinnig, ungetig, mdutig, merdutig, and unclarity indeed there is, but even the distinctions Husserl draws are inadequate. It was hardly to be expected that Schroeder's use of the particles sinnig and dutig would not differ from my own, still less can I take issue with him over this, since when his work appeared nothing had been published by me in this connection. For him this distinction is connected with that between common names and proper names, and the unclarity springs from a faulty conception of the distinction between concept and object. According to him there is nothing amiss with common names that are merdutig, they are this when more than one object falls under the corresponding concept. On this view it would be possible for a common name to be ungetig too, like round square, without its being defective. Schroeder, however, calls it unsinnig as well and is thus untrue to his own way of speaking, for according to this the round square would have to be called emsinnig, and Husserl was right when he called it a univocal common name, for univocal and equivocal correspond to Schroeder's einsinnig and mersinnig. Husserl says, obviously he confuses two quite different questions here, namely whether a name has a Bedeutung, and whether there does or does not exist an object corresponding to the name. This distinction is inadequate. The word common name leads to the mistaken assumption that a common name is related to objects in essentially the same way as is a proper name, the difference being only that the latter names just one thing whilst the former is usually applicable to more than one. But this is false, and that is why I prefer concept word to common name. A proper name must at least have a sense, otherwise it would be an empty sequence of sounds and it would be wrong to call it a name. But if it is to have a use in science we must require that it have a Bedeutung too, that it designates or names an object. Thus it is via a sense, and only via a sense, that a proper name is related to an object. A concept word must have a sense too, and if it is to have a use in science, a Bedeutung, but this consists neither of one object nor of a plurality of objects, it is a concept. Now in the case of a concept it can of course again be asked whether one object falls under it, or more than one or none. But this relates directly to the concept and nothing else. So a concept word can be absolutely impeccable, logically speaking, without there being an object to which it is related through its sense and Bedeutung. As we see, this relation to an object is more indirect and inessential, so that there seems little point in dividing concept words up according as no object falls under the corresponding concepts or one object or more than one. Logic must demand not only of proper names but of concept words as well, that the step from the word to the sense and from the sense to the Bedeutung be determinate beyond any doubt. Otherwise we should not be entitled to speak of a Bedeutung at all. Of course this holds for all signs and combinations of signs with the same function as proper names or concept words. In a series of articles in this quarterly on intuition and its psychical elaboration, Benno Carey has several times referred to my Grundlagender arithmetic and other works of mine, sometimes agreeing and sometimes disagreeing with me. I cannot but be pleased at this, and I think the best way I can show my appreciation is to take up the discussion of the points he contests. This seems to me all the more necessary, because his opposition is at least partly based on a misunderstanding, which might be shared by others, of what I say about concepts, and because, even apart from this particular reason, the matter is important and difficult enough for a more thorough treatment than seemed to me suitable in my Grundlagen. The word concept is used in various ways. Its sense is sometimes psychological, sometimes logical, and sometimes perhaps a confused mixture of both. Since this license exists, it is natural to restrict it by requiring that when once a usage is adopted it shall be maintained. What I decided was to keep strictly to a purely logical use. The question whether this or that use is more appropriate is one that I should like to leave on one side, as of minor importance. Agreement about the mode of expression will easily be reached when once it is recognized that there is something that deserves a special term. It seems to me that Carey's misunderstanding results from his unintentionally confusing his own usage of the word concept with mine. This readily gives rise to contradictions, for which my usage is not to blame. Carey contests what he calls my definition of concept. I would remark, in the first place, that my explanation is not meant as a proper definition. One cannot require that everything be defined, any more than one can require that a chemist decompose every substance. What is simple cannot be decomposed, and what is logically simple cannot have a proper definition. Now something logically simple is no more given us at the outset than most of the chemical elements are, it is reached only by means of scientific work. If something has been discovered that is simple, or at least must count as simple for the time being, we shall have to coin a term for it, since language will not originally contain an expression that exactly answers. On the introduction of a name for something logically simple, a definition is not possible. There is nothing for it but to lead the reader or hearer, by means of hints, to understand the words as is intended. Carey wants to make out that the distinction between concept and object is not absolute. He says, in a previous passage I have myself expressed the opinion that the relation between the content of the concept and the concept object is, in a certain respect, a peculiar and irreducible one, but this was in no way bound up with the view that the properties of being a concept and of being an object are mutually exclusive. The latter view no more follows from the former than it would follow, if, example, the relation of father and son were one that could not be further reduced, that a man could not be at once a father and a son. Let us fasten on this simile. If there were, or had been, beings that were fathers but could not be sons, such beings would obviously be quite different in kind from all men who are sons. Now it is something like this that happens here. A concept as I understand the word is predicative *. On the other hand, a name of an object, a proper name, is quite incapable of being used as a grammatical predicate. This admittedly needs elucidation, otherwise it might appear false. Surely one can just as well assert of a thing that it is Alexander the Great, or is the number 4, or is the planet Venus, as that it is green or is a mammal. If anybody thinks this, he is not distinguishing the uses of the word is. In the last two examples it serves as a copula, as a mere verbal sign of predication. As such it can sometimes be replaced by the mere personal. It is, in fact, the Bedeutung of a grammatical predicate. On concept and object. 183. Suffix. Compare, example dieses Blatt ist grün and dieses Blatt grünt. We are here saying that something falls under a concept, and the grammatical predicate stands for this concept. In the first three examples, on the other hand, is used like the equal sign in arithmetic, to express an equation registered in the sentence the morning star is Venus. We have two proper names, morning star and Venus, for the same object. In the sentence the morning star is a planet we have a proper name, the morning star, and a concept word, planet. So far as language goes, no more has happened than that Venus has been replaced by a planet, but really the relation has become wholly different. An equation is reversible, and objects falling under a concept is an irreversible relation. In the sentence the morning star is Venus, is obviously not the mere copula, its content is an essential part of the predicate, so that the word Venus does not constitute the whole of the predicate copyright. One might say instead, the morning star is no other than Venus. What was previously implicit in the single word is here set forth in 4 separate words, and in is no other than the word is now really is the mere copula. What is predicated here is thus not Venus but no other than Venus. These words stand for a concept, admittedly only one object falls under this, but such a concept must still always be distinguished from the object. We have here a word Venus that can never be a proper predicate, although it can form part of a predicate. The Bedeutung of this word is thus something that can never occur as a concept, but only as an object. Carey, too, would probably not wish to dispute that there is something of this kind. But this involves admitting a distinction, which it is very important to recognize, between what can occur only as an object, and everything else. And this distinction would not be effaced even if it were true, as Carey thinks it is, that there are concepts that can also be objects. There are, indeed, cases that seem to support his view. I myself have indicated that a concept may fall under a higher concept which, however, must not be confused with one concept's being subordinate to another. Carey does not appeal to this. Instead, he gives the following example: the concept horse is a concept easily attained, and thinks that the concept horse is an object, in fact one of the objects that fall under the concept easily attained. Quite so, the 3 words the concept horse do designate an object, but on that very account they do not designate a concept, as I am using the word. This is in full accord with the criterion I gave that the singular definite article always indicates an object, whereas the indefinite article accompanies a concept word. Carey holds that no logical rules can be based on linguistic distinctions, but my own way of doing this is something that nobody can avoid who lays down such rules at all, for we cannot understand one another without language, and so in the end we must always rely on other people's understanding words, inflections, and sentence construction in essentially the same way as ourselves. As I said before, I was not trying to give a definition, but only hints, and to this end I appealed to the general feeling for the German language. It is here very much to my advantage that there is such good accord between the linguistic distinction and the real one. As regards the indefinite article, there are probably no exceptions to our rule at all for us to remark, apart from obsolete formulas like ein edler Rat. The matter is not so simple for the definite article, especially in the plural, but then my criterion does not relate to this case. In the singular, so far as I can see, the matter is doubtful only when a singular takes the place of a plural, as in the sentences the Turk besieged Vienna, the horse is a 4-legged animal. These cases are so easily recognizable as special ones that the value of our rule is hardly impaired by their occurrence. It is clear that in the first sentence the Turk is the proper name of a people. The second sentence is probably best regarded as expressing a universal judgment, say all horses are 4-legged animals or all properly constituted horses are 4-legged animals. These will be discussed later. Carey calls my criterion unsuitable, for surely, he says, in the sentence the concept that I am now talking about is an individual concept, the name composed of the first 8 words stands for a concept, but he is not taking the word concept in my sense, and it is not in what I have laid down that the contradiction lies. But nobody can require that my mode of expression shall agree with Carey's. It must indeed be recognized that here we are confronted by an awkwardness of language, which I admit cannot be avoided, if we say that the concept horse is not a concept, whereas, example, the city of Berlin is a city, and the volcano Vesuvius is a volcano. Language is here in a predicament that justifies the departure from custom. The peculiarity of our case is indicated by Carey himself, by means of the quotation marks around horse. I use italics to the same end. There was no reason to mark out the words Berlin and Vesuvius in a similar way. In logical discussions one quite often needs to say something about a concept, and to express this in the form usual for such predications, viz. to make what is said about the concept into the content of the grammatical predicate. Consequently, one would expect that the Bedeutung of the grammatical subject would be the concept, but the concept as mange. Such cannot play this part. In view of its predicative nature, it must first be converted into an object, or, more precisely, an object must go proxy for it. We designate this object by prefixing the words the conspl 9. The concept man is not empty. Here the first three words are to be regarded as a proper name, which can no more be used predicatively than Berlin or Vesuvius. When we say Jesus falls under the concept man, then, setting aside the copula, the predicate is someone falling under the concept man. And this means the same as transformation of the expression were forbidden on the plea that this would alter the content as well. Logic would simply be crippled, for the task of logic can hardly be performed without trying to recognize the thought in its manifold guises. Moreover, all definitions would then have to be rejected as false. For a similar thing happens when we say as regards the sentence this rose is red, the grammatical predicate is red belongs to the subject this rose. Here the words the grammatical predicate is red are not a grammatical predicate but a subject. By the very act of explicitly calling it a predicate, we deprive it of this property. Cf. my Grundlagen, px. A man. But the phrase, the concept man, is only part of this predicate. Somebody might urge, as against the predicative nature of concepts, that nevertheless we speak of a subject concept. But even in such cases, e.g. in the sentence, all mammals have red blood, we cannot fail to recognize the predicative nature of the concept, for we could say instead, whatever is a mammal has red blood. For equals EAF any 0, although there too the difficulty arose that the Bedeutung of this expression is not a function. Cf. my essay, Über Sinn und die Bedeutung in the Zeitschrift für Philosophie und Phil. Critic. Concept itself. Then since Frege's point is that the two phrases someone falling under the concept man and a man are expressions for the same concept, it would not be wrong to use a term such as refers to here, reflecting the vertical sense, though one may well suspect that bedeutet is being used in both senses here, which would certainly make means the more appropriate translation, being equally ambiguous in English. The two phrases that are being said to mean the same have in common not merely sameness of reference, but some other element of meaning as well. Degree CGL, 66, FN. On concept and object 187. A concept is the Bedeutung of a predicate, an object is something that can never be the whole Bedeutung of a predicate, but can be the Bedeutung of a subject. It must here be remarked that the words all, any, no, some, are prefixed to concept words. In universal and particular affirmative and negative sentences, we are expressing relations between concepts, we use these words to indicate the special kind of relation. They are thus, logically speaking, not to be more closely associated with the concept words that follow them, but are to be related to the sentence as a whole. It is easy to see this in the case of negation. If in the sentence, all mammals are land dwellers, the phrase all mammals express the logical subject of the predicate are land dwellers, then in order to negate the whole sentence we should have to negate the predicate, are not land dwellers. Instead, we must put the not in front of all, from which it follows that all, logically belongs with the predicate. On the other hand, we do negate the sentence the concept mammal is subordinate to the concept land dweller by negating the predicate, is not subordinate to the concept land dweller. If we keep it in mind that in my way of speaking expressions like the concept F designate not concepts but objects, most of Carey's objections already collapse. If he thinks that I have identified concept and extension of concept, he is mistaken. I merely expressed my view that in the expression the number that belongs to the concept f is the extension of the concept equinumerous to the concept f. The words extension of the concept could be replaced by concept registered. Notice carefully that here the word concept is combined with the definite article. Besides, this was only an incidental remark, I did not base anything upon it. Thus Carey does not succeed in filling the gap between concept and object. Someone might attempt, however, to make use of my own statements in this sense. I have said that to assign a number involves saying something about a concept. Trademark: I speak of properties ascribed to a concept, and I allow that a concept may fall under a higher one. I have called existence a property of a concept. How I mean this to be taken is best made clear by an example. In the sentence there is at least one square root of 4, we are saying something, not about the definite. M. Grundlagen, 46. N. Grundlagen, 53. 7 cf. CSB, p. 175 above. 5 cf. GL, 68, FN on p. 80. Degree on the looseness of this formulation, CFN 16 on p. 103 above. 199. 200. 188 on concept and object. Number 2, nor about 2, but about a concept, square root of 4, viz. that it is not empty. But if I express the same thought thus, the concept square root of 4 is realized, then the first 6 words form the proper name of an object. And it is about this object that something is being said. But notice carefully that what is being said here is not the same thing as was being said about the concept. This will be surprising only to somebody who fails to see that a thought can be split up in many ways, so that now one thing, now another, appears as subject or predicate. The thought itself does not yet determine what is to be regarded as the subject. If we say the subject of this judgment, we do not designate anything definite unless at the same time we indicate a definite kind of analysis. As a rule, we do this in connection with a definite wording. But we must never forget that different sentences may express the same thought. For example, the thought we are considering could underscore also be taken as saying something about the number 4. The number 4 has the property that there is something of which it is the square. Language has means of presenting now one, now another, part of the thought as the subject. One of the most familiar is the distinction of active and passive forms. Registered, it is thus not impossible that one way of analyzing a given thought should make it appear as a singular judgment, another, as a particular judgment, and a third, as a universal judgment. It need not then surprise us that the same sentence may be conceived as saying something about a concept and also as saying something about an object, only we must observe that what is being said is different. In the sentence there is at least one square root of 4. It is impossible to replace the words square root of 4 by the concept square root underscore of number 3, i.e. what is suitably said of the concept does not suit the object. Although our sentence does not present the concept as a subject, it says something about it. It can be regarded as expressing that a concept falls under a higher 1 degree, but this does not in any way efface the distinction between object and concept. We see to begin with that in the sentence there is at least one, square root of 4. The predicative nature of the concept is not belied. We could say there is something that has the property of giving the result 4 when multiplied by itself. Hence what is said here concerning a concept can never be said concerning an object. For a proper name can never be a predicative expression, though it can be part of one. I do not want to say it is false to say concerning an object what is said here concerning a concept. I want to say it is impossible, senseless, to do so. The sentence there is Julius Caesar is neither true nor false but senseless. The sentence there is a man whose name is Julius Caesar has a sense, but here again we have a concept, as the indefinite article shows. We get the same thing in the sentence there is only one Vienna. We must not let ourselves be deceived because language often uses the same word now as a proper name, now as a concept word. In our example, the numeral indicates that we have the latter. Vienna is here a concept word, like metropolis. Using it in this sense, we may say, Trieste is no Vienna. If, on the other hand, we substitute Julius Caesar for the proper name formed by the first 6 words of the sentence, the concept square root of 4 is realized, we get a sentence that has a sense but is false, for that so and so is realized is something that can be truly said only concerning a quite special kind of objects, viz. such as can be designated by proper names of the form the concept f. Thus the words the concept square root of 4 have an essentially different behavior, as regards possible substitutions, from the words square root of 4 in our original sentence, i.e. the Bedeutungen of the 2 phrases are essentially different. What has been shown here in one example holds good generally. The behavior of the concept is essentially predicative, even where something is being said about it, consequently it can be replaced there only by another concept, never by an object. Thus what is being said concerning a concept does not suit an object. Second-level concepts, which concepts fall under, are essentially different from first-level concepts, which objects fall under. The relation of an object to a first-level concept that it falls under is different from the relation of a first-level to a second-level concept. To do justice at once to the distinction and to the similarity, we might perhaps say, an object falls under a first-level concept, a concept falls within a second-level concept. The distinction of concept and object thus still holds, with all its sharpness. With this there hangs together what I have said about my usage of the words property and mark. Carey's discussion gives me occasion to revert once more to this. The words serve to signify relations, in sentences like at is a property of I and registered is a mark of 22. In my way of speaking, a thing can be at once a property and a mark, but not of the same thing. I call the concepts under which an object falls its properties, thus. To be at is a property of I. Is just another way of saying T falls under the concept of a registered. If the object I has the properties registered, X and I may combine them into Q, so that it is the same thing if I say that I has the property Q, or that I has the properties registered, X and Yen. I then call registered, X and Y marks of the concept Q, and, at the same time, properties of I. It is clear that the relations of registered to I and to Q are quite different, and that consequently different terms are required. I falls under the concept registered, but Q, which is itself a concept, cannot fall under the first-level concept 9, only to a second-level concept could it stand in a similar relation. Q is, on the other hand, subordinate to registered. Let us consider an example. Instead of saying 2 is a positive number and 2 is a whole number and 2 is less than 10. We may also say 2 is a positive whole number less than 10. Here, to be a positive number, to be a whole number, to be less than 10, appear as properties of the object 2, and also as marks of the concept. Positive whole number less than 10. This is neither positive, nor a whole number, nor less than 10. It is indeed subordinate to the concept whole number, but does not fall under it. Let us now compare with this what Carey says in his second article. By the number 4 we understand the result of additively combining 3 and 1. The concept object here occurring is the numerical individual 4, a quite definite number in the natural number series. This object obviously bears just the marks that are named in its concept, and Frege's original text mistakenly referred to P224. On concept and object 191. No others besides provided we refrain, as we surely must, from counting as propria of the object its infinitely numerous relations to all other individual numbers. The number 4 is likewise the result of additively combining 3 and 1. We see at once that my distinction between property and mark is here quite slurred over. Carey distinguishes here between the number 4 and the number 4. I must confess that this distinction is incomprehensible to me. The number 4 is to be a concept, the number 4 is to be a concept object, and none other than the numerical individual 4. It needs no proof that what we have here is not my distinction between concept and object. It almost looks as though what was floating though very obscurely before Carrie's mind were my distinction between the sense and the Bedeutung of the words the number 4. But it is only of the Bedeutung that we can say, this is the result of additively combining 3 and 1. Again, how are we to take the word is in the sentences the number 4 is the result of additively combining 3 and 1 and the number 4 is the result of additively combining 3 and 1? Is it a mere copula, or does it help to express a logical equation? In the first case, the would have to be left out before result, and the sentences would go like this. The number 4 is a result of additively combining 3 and 1, the number 4 is a result of additively combining 3 and 1. In that case, the objects that Carrie designates by the number 4 and the number 4 would both fall under the concept result of additively combining 3 and 1. And then the only question would be what difference there was between these objects. I am here using the words object and concept in my accustomed way. I should express as follows what Carrie is apparently trying to say. The number 4 has those properties, and those alone, which are marks of the concept result of additively combining 3 and 1. I should then express as follows the sense of the first of our two sentences. To be a number 4 is the same as being a result of additive combination of 3 and 1. Cf. my essay über Sinn die Bedeutung cited above. 203. 204. 192 on concept and object. In that case, what I conjecture just now to have been Carrie's intention could also be put thus. The number 4 has those properties, and those alone, which are marks of the concept and number 4. We need not here decide whether this is true. The inverted commas around the definite article in the words the number 4 could in that case be omitted. But in these attempted interpretations we have assumed that in at least one of the two sentences the definite articles in front of result and number 4 were inserted only by an oversight. If we take the words as they stand, we can only regard them as having the sense of a logical equation, like the number 4 is none other than the result of additively combining 3 and 1. The definite article in front of result is here logically justified only if it is known that there is such a result, that there is not more than one. In that case, the phrase designates an object, and is to be regarded as a proper name. If both of our sentences were to be regarded as logical equations, then, since their right sides are identical, it would follow from them that the number 4 is the number 4, or, if you prefer, that the number 4 is no other than the number 4, and so Carrie's distinction would have been proved untenable. However, it is not my present task to point out contradictions in his exposition. His way of taking the words object and concept is not properly my concern here. I am only trying to set my own usage of these words in a clearer light, and incidentally show that in any case it differs from his, whether that is consistent or not. I do not at all dispute Carrie's right to use the words concept and object in his own way, if only he would respect my equal right, and admit that with my use of terms I have got hold of a distinction of the highest importance. I admit that there is a quite peculiar obstacle in the way of an understanding with my reader. By a kind of necessity of language, my expressions, taken literally, sometimes miss my thought. I mention an object, when what I intend is a concept. I fully realize that in such cases I was relying upon a reader who would be ready to meet me halfway, who does not begrudge a pinch of salt. Somebody may think that this is an artificially created difficulty, that there is no need at all to take account of such an unmanageable thing as what I call a concept, that one might, like Carrie, regard an object's falling under a concept as a relation, in which the same thing could occur. Now as object, now as concept. The words object and concept would then serve only to indicate the different positions in the relation. This may be done, but anybody who thinks the difficulty is avoided this way is very much mistaken. It is only shifted. For not all the parts of a thought can be complete, at least one must be unsaturated or predicative, otherwise they would not hold together. For example, the sense of the phrase the number 2 does not hold together with that of the expression the concept prime number without a link. We apply such a link in the sentence the number 2 falls under the concept prime number, it is contained in the words falls under, which need to be completed in two ways by a subject and an accusative, and only because their sense is thus unsaturated are they capable of serving as a link. Only when they have been supplemented in this twofold respect do we get a complete sense, a thought. I say that what such words or phrases stand for is a relation. We now get the same difficulty for the relation that we were trying to avoid for the concept. For the words the relation of an object to the concept it falls under designate not a relation but an object, and the three proper names the number 2, the concept prime number, the relation of an object to a concept it falls under, hold aloof from one another just as much as the first two do by themselves. However we put them together, we get no sentence. It is thus easy for us to see that the difficulty arising from the unsaturatedness of one part of the thought can indeed be shifted, but not avoided. Complete and unsaturated are of course only figures of speech, but all that I wish or am able to do here is to give hints. It may make it easier to come to an understanding if the reader compares my work function and concept. For over the question what it is that is called a function in analysis, we come up against the same obstacle, and on thorough investigation it will be found that the obstacle is essential, and founded on the nature of our language, that we cannot avoid a certain inappropriateness of linguistic expression, and that there is nothing for it but to realize this and always take it into account. 4 cf. pages 139 to 40 above. 205. Grundgesetze. Arithmetic, Volume I. Preface. The ideal of a strictly scientific method in mathematics, which I have here sought to realize, and which might well be named after Euclid, I should like to describe as follows. It cannot be required that everything be proved, because that is impossible, but we can demand that all propositions used without proof be expressly declared as such, so that we can clearly see upon what the whole construction is based. We must then strive to reduce the number of these primitive laws to a minimum, by proving everything that can be proved. Furthermore, and in this I go beyond Euclid, I demand that all modes of inference used be specified in advance. Otherwise we cannot be sure of satisfying the first demand. This ideal I believe I have now essentially achieved. Only on a few points could even stricter demands be made. In order to secure more flexibility and not to sink into excessive prolixity, I have allowed myself to make tacit use of the interchangeability of subcomponents EY and of the possibility of amalgamating identical subcomponents, and have not reduced the modes of inference to the smallest possible number. Anyone who knows my book will be able to gather from it how the strictest demands could be satisfied here too, but likewise that this would result in a considerable increase in volume. Apart from this, I believe, the only things that could justly be made an issue of in this book concern not the rigor but the choice of course of proof and the intermediate steps. There are often several possible paths that a proof can take, I have not tried to traverse them all, and so it is possible, even probable, that I have not always chosen the shortest. Let anyone who finds fault in this respect do better. Other matters will be debatable. Some might perhaps have preferred to circumscribe more widely the permissible modes of inference and thereby to achieve greater flexibility and brevity. But a halt must be called to this somewhere, if my declared ideal is endorsed at all, and wherever a halt is called, people can always say, it would have been better to permit still more modes of inference. The completeness in the chains of inference ensures that each axiom, each assumption, each hypothesis, or whatever one wants to call it, upon which a proof is based, is brought to light, and so a basis is gained for judging the epistemological nature of the law that is proved. It is frequently said that arithmetic is only a more highly developed logic, but that remains disputable so long as transitions occur in the proofs that do not take place in accordance with recognized logical laws, but appear to rest on intuitive knowledge. Only if these transitions are analyzed into simple logical steps can one be convinced that nothing but logic lies at the base. I have put together everything that can make it easier to judge whether the chains of inference are conclusive and the underpinning firm. If anyone should find anything defective, he must be able to state exactly where the defect, according to him, is located, in the fundamental laws, in the definitions, in the rules or in their application at a certain point. If everything is found in order, then the grounds on which every single theorem rests are precisely known. A dispute can break out here, so far as I can see, only with regard to my fundamental law concerning value ranges, which has not yet perhaps been expressly formulated by logicians, although one has it in mind. For example, when speaking of extensions of concepts degree, I hold it to be purely logical. At any rate, the place is hereby indicated where the decision must be made. My aims require many deviations from what is usual in mathematics. The requirements on the rigor of proofs inevitably result in greater length. Anyone who does not bear this in mind will indeed be surprised at how long-winded the proof often is here of a proposition that he believes can be immediately grasped in a single act of understanding. This will be particularly striking if we compare Dedekind's work with Sind was Solon Dieselin, the most thorough work on the foundation of arithmetic that has come to my attention in the last few years. In much less space it pursues the laws of arithmetic much further than is done here. This brevity is admittedly only achieved by not really proving much at all. Dedekind often says only that the proof follows from such and such propositions. He uses dots, as in WT. Nowhere is there to be found a list of the logical or other laws that are taken by him as basic, and even if there were, we could not possibly check whether no others were actually used, since for that to happen the proofs would have to be not merely indicated but carried out in full. Dedekind too is of the opinion that the theory of numbers is a part of logic, but his work hardly helps to confirm this opinion, since the expression system and a thing belongs to a thing employed by him are not usual in logic and are not reduced to what is recognized as logical. I do not say this as a reproach, for his way of proceeding may have been the most suitable for his purpose. I say it only to set my own aims in a clearer light by contrast. The length of a proof is not to be measured with a ruler. One can easily make a proof look short on paper by missing out many intermediate links in the chain of inference and letting much be merely indicated. One is generally satisfied if every step in the proof is obviously correct, and this is fine if one merely wants to be convinced of the truth of the proposition to be proved. If it is a question, however, of gaining an insight into the nature of this obviousness, this way of proceeding is not enough, but one must write down all intermediate steps, to let the full light of consciousness fall upon them. Mathematicians are normally only concerned with the content of a proposition and with the fact that it is proved. What is new here is not the content of the proposition, but how the proof is carried out, on what foundations it rests. That this essentially different standpoint requires another method of treatment should not be surprising. If one of our propositions is derived in the usual way, it will be easy to overlook a proposition that does not seem necessary to the proof. By properly thinking through the proof, I believe, the indispensability of the proposition will be seen, unless quite a different path is to be taken. One may thus occasionally find in our propositions conditions that at first sight seem unnecessary, but that nevertheless turn out to be necessary, or at least to be dispensable only by means of a proposition that is specially proved. With this book I carry out a project that I already had in mind at the time of my of 1879 and announced in my Foundations of Arithmetic of 1884. My aim here is to justify in detail the view of number that I explained in the latter book. The most fundamental of my results I express there in 46 by saying that a statement of number contains an assertion about a concept, registered, and the account here rests upon this. If anyone takes a different view, let him try to base upon it a consistent and useful symbolic system, and he will see that it does not work. In language the situation is admittedly not so clear, but if one looks carefully one finds that here too a statement of number always involves mention of a concept, not a group, an aggregate or such like, and that where these do in fact occur, the group or the aggregate is always determined by a concept, that is, by the properties that an object must have to belong to the group, whilst what makes the group a group, the system a system, the relations of members to one another, is completely irrelevant to the number. The reason why the implementation appears so long after the announcement lies in part in internal changes in my, which forced me to discard an almost completed manuscript. These improvements may be briefly mentioned here. The primitive signs used in my are to be found again here with one exception. Instead of the 3 parallel lines I have preferred the ordinary sign of equality, since I have convinced myself that it has in arithmetic precisely the Bedeutung that I wish to designate. I use, that is, the word equal with the same Bedeutung as coincident with or identical with, and this is also how the sign of equality is actually used in arithmetic. The objection that might be raised to this will probably rest on an inadequate distinction between sign and what is designated. Admittedly, in the equation 2 equals 2 plus 2 the left-hand sign is different from the right-hand sign, but both designate or refer to the same number. To the old primitive signs 2 more have now been added, the smooth breathing for designating the value range of a function and a sign to represent the definite article of ordinary language. The introduction of value ranges of functions is an essential advance, to which a far greater flexibility is owed. The earlier derivative signs can now be replaced by other, rather simpler ones, although the definitions of a many-one relation, of following in a series, and of a mapping are essentially the same as those I gave partly in my and partly in my Foundations of Arithmetic. Degree but value ranges also have a quite fundamental importance. I even define number itself as an extension of a concept, and extensions of concepts count for me as value ranges. So we simply could not manage without them. The old primitive signs that appear again outwardly unchanged, whose algorithm has also hardly changed, are nevertheless provided with different explanations. The earlier content stroke reappears as the horizontal. These are consequences of a comprehensive development of my logical views. I had earlier distinguished 2 elements in that whose external form is an assertoric sentence, the recognition of truth, the content that is recognized as true. The content I call judgeable content. I have now split this up into what I call thought and truth value. This is the result of the distinction between the sense and Bedeutung of a sign. In this case the sense of the sentence is the thought and its Bedeutung the truth value. In addition to this there is the recognition that the truth value is the true. I distinguish, that is, 2 truth values, the true and the false. I have justified this in detail in my above-mentioned essay on sense and Bedeutung. Here it may simply be noted that only thus can indirect discourse be correctly construed. The thought, that is, which is normally the sense of a sentence, becomes in indirect discourse its Bedeutung. How much simpler and sharper everything becomes through the introduction of truth values only a detailed study of this book can show. These advantages alone provide strong support for my view, which admittedly may seem strange at first sight. In addition, the essence of a function as distinguished from an object is characterized more sharply than in my. From this results further the distinction between first and second level functions. As I explained in my lecture on function and concept, concepts and relations are functions as I have extended the Bedeutung of this word, and so we also have to distinguish first and second level concepts, equal-leveled and unequal-leveled relations. As one sees, the years have not passed in vain since the appearance of my and my Foundations. They have brought the work to maturity. But as I have to admit, precisely that which I recognize as an essential advance stands as a great obstacle in the way of the circulation and influence of my book. And that in which I see not the least part of its value, the rigorous completeness of the chains of inference, will earn it little thanks, I fear. I have moved further away from traditional conceptions and in doing so have imposed on my views a paradoxical character. An expression that crops up here or there on briefly flicking through may easily appear strange and produce an unfavorable prejudice. I myself can certainly appreciate to some extent the resistance which my reforms will meet, since to make them I had first to overcome something similar in myself. For I did not achieve them by chance or from any desire for reform, but was forced by the things themselves. With this I come to the second reason for the delay, the discouragement that occasionally overcame me in the face of the cool reception, or more precisely, the lack of reception of my above-mentioned works by mathematicians registered, and the adverse currents in scientific thought against which my book would have to struggle. First impressions alone must frighten people off, unfamiliar signs, pages of nothing but strange formulae. So at times I turned to other things. But I could not lock away in my desk the results of my thinking, which seemed valuable to me, for any length of time, and the labor expended required yet more labor so as not to be in vain. So the subject did not let go of me. In a case such as this, where the value of a book cannot be recognized by skimming through, criticism ought to come to my help. But criticism is in general too badly paid. A critic can never hope to be remunerated for the trouble that a thorough study of this book is likely to cause. It only remains to me to hope that someone may have built up enough confidence in the matter beforehand to expect sufficient reward in the mental profit, and that he will then publish the results of his careful examination. Not that only a glowing review could satisfy me, on the contrary. I would far rather have an attack based on a thorough knowledge of my work than praise in general terms that fails to touch the heart of the matter, otherwise the prospects of my book are admittedly slight. At any rate I must give up on all mathematicians who, on coming across logical expressions such as concept, relation, judgment, think, metaphysica, sunt, non leguntur. And equally on philosophers who, on catching sight of a formula, cry, mathematica sunt, non leguntur. And there are more than a few such people. Perhaps the number of mathematicians who trouble themselves over the foundation of their science is not at all great, and even these often seem to be in a great hurry to put the basic elements behind them. And I hardly dare hope that my reasons for the meticulous rigor and associated prolixity will convince many of them. What is once established, after all, has great power over the mind. If I compare arithmetic with a tree that opens out above into a multitude of methods and theorems, whilst the root pushes into the depths, then it seems to me that the growth of the root, at least in Germany, is weak. Even in a work that might be included in this movement, E. Schroeder's Algebra der Logik, growth at the top soon regains the upper hand, before any greater depth is reached, causing a bending upwards and an opening out into methods and theorems. The widespread tendency to recognize as existing only what can be perceived by the senses is also prejudicial to my book. What cannot be so perceived one tries to deny or else to ignore. Now the objects of arithmetic, the numbers, are of a nonsensible kind. How is one to account for them? Very simply. The numerical signs are declared to be the numbers. In the signs one then has something perceptible, and that is, of course, the main thing. Admittedly the signs have quite different properties from the numbers themselves, but what does that matter? One simply imputes to them the desired properties by so-called definitions. How there can be a definition where no question at all arises as to the connection between sign and what is designated is admittedly a puzzle. As far as possible, sign and what is designated are merged indistinguishably together, depending on what is required. One can then make assertions of existence by pointing to tangibility, or else bring out the real properties of numbers. Sometimes, it seems, the numerical signs are regarded as chess pieces and the so-called definitions as rules of the game. The sign then designates nothing, but is the object itself. One little thing is admittedly overlooked, namely, that we express a thought by 3 plus 4 asterisk equals 5, whilst a position of chess pieces states nothing. Where one is satisfied with such superficialities, there is admittedly no basis for a deeper understanding. It is important to make clear here what definition is and what can be achieved by means of it. It is, it seems, frequently imbued with creative power, whereas nothing more is actually involved than that something is sharply delimited and designated by a name. Just as the geographer does not create a sea when he draws boundary lines and says, I shall call the part of the expanse of water bounded by these lines the Yellow Sea, so too the mathematician cannot really create anything by his act of definition. Nor can we by mere definition conjure into a thing a property it does not have in the first place, except for that of now being called by whatever name it may have been given. But that an oval figure drawn in ink on paper should acquire by a definition the property of yielding 1 when added to 1, I can only regard as a scientific superstition. We could just as well make a lazy pupil diligent by mere definition. Confusion easily arises here by failing to distinguish between concept and object. If we say, a square is a rectangle in which the adjacent sides are equal, we define the concept square by specifying what properties something must have in order to fall under this concept. These properties I call marks of the concept. But, it should be noted, these marks of the concept are not its properties. The concept square is not a rectangle, only such objects as may fall under this concept are rectangles, just as the concept black cloth is neither black nor a cloth. Whether there are such objects is not immediately known from the definition. Now suppose one defines, for example, the number 0 by saying, it is something that yields 1 when added to 1. With that one has defined a concept, by specifying what property an object must have in order to fall under the concept. But this property is not a property of the defined concept. It is frequently imagined, it seems, that by the definition something has been created that yields 1 when added to 1. A great delusion. Neither has the defined concept this property nor does the definition guarantee that the concept is realized. That first requires an investigation. Only when it has been proved that there is one and only one object with the required property is one in the position to give this object the proper name 0. To create 0 is therefore impossible. I have explained this repeatedly, but, it seems, without success registered within the prevailing logic too, there is no hope of understanding the distinction that I draw between the mark of a concept and the property of an object, for it seems to be infected through and through by psychology. If one considers, instead of things themselves, only their subjective representations, the ideas, then naturally all the finer objective distinctions are lost, and others appear instead that are logically completely worthless. And this brings me to speak of what stands in the way of the influence of my book on logicians. It is the corrupting intrusion of psychology into logic. What is crucial to the treatment of the science of logic is the conception of logical laws, and this in turn is connected with how the word true is understood. That the logical laws should be guiding principles for thought in the attainment of truth is generally admitted at the outset, but it is only too easily forgotten. The ambiguity of the word law is fatal here. In one sense it states what is, in the other it prescribes what should be. Only in the latter sense can the logical laws be called laws of thought, in laying down how one should think. Any law that states what is can be conceived as prescribing that one should think in accordance with it, and is therefore in that sense a law of thought. This holds for geometrical and physical laws no less than for logical laws. The latter then only deserve the name law of thought with more right if it should be meant by this that they are the most general laws, which prescribe universally how one should think if one is to think at all. But the expression law of thought tempts us into viewing these laws as governing thinking in the same way as the laws of nature govern events in the external world. They can then be nothing other than psychological laws, since thinking is a mental process. And if logic were concerned with these psychological laws, then it would be a part of psychology. And so it is in fact conceived. These laws of thought can then be conceived as guiding principles in so far as they indicate a mean, just as we can say what counts as normal human digestion, grammatical speech, or fashionable dress. We can then only say, the holding as true of things by people conforms on average with these laws, at present and to the best of our knowledge. If one therefore wants to remain in accordance with this mean, one will conform with them. But just as what is fashionable today ceases to be fashionable after a while and is not at present fashionable amongst the Chinese, so too the psychological laws of thought can only be laid down as authoritative with qualifications. This is certainly so if logic is concerned with things being held as true. And these are what the psychological logicians confuse. Thus B. Erdmann in the first volume of his Logic Registered equates truth with general validity and bases this on the general certainty regarding the object of judgment, and this in turn on the general agreement amongst those who judge. So in the end truth is reduced to the holding as true of individuals. In response I can only say, being true is quite different from being held as true, whether by one, or by many, or by all, and is in no way to be reduced to it. There is no contradiction in something being true which is held by everyone as false. I understand by logical laws not psychological laws of holding. S. Halley A.S., Max Niemeyer, 1892. Grundgesetze der Arithmetik, Volume I 203. As true, but laws of being true. If it is true that I am writing this in my room on July 13, 1893, whilst the wind howls outside, then it remains true even if everyone should later hold it as false. If being true is thus independent of being recognized as true by anyone, then the laws of truth are not psychological laws, but boundary stones set in an eternal foundation, which our thought can overflow but not dislodge. And because of this they are authoritative for our thought if it wants to attain truth. They do not stand in the relation to thought that the laws of grammar stand to language so that they express the essence of our human thought and change as it changes. Of course, Erdmann's conception of logical laws is quite different. He doubts their absolute, eternal validity and wants to restrict them to our thought as it is at present. Our thought can indeed only mean human thought as it is known to date. Accordingly, the possibility remains open of discovering humans or other beings who could make judgments that contradict our logical laws. What if this were to happen? Erdmann would say, here we see that these principles are not universally valid. Certainly. If these are supposed to be psychological laws, then their linguistic expression must make known the kind of being whose thought is empirically governed by them. I would say, there are thus beings who do not as we do immediately recognize certain truths, but have to rely perhaps on the longer path of induction. But what if beings were even found whose laws of thought directly contradicted our own and therefore frequently led to contrary results in practice as well? The psychological logician could only simply acknowledge this and say, those laws are valid for them, these for us. I would say, here we have a hitherto unknown kind of madness. Anyone who understands logical laws as prescribing how one should think, as laws of being true, not as natural laws of human beings holding as true, will ask, who is right? Whose laws of holding as true are in accord with the laws of being true? The psychological logician cannot ask this, since he would thereby be recognizing laws of being true, which would not be psychological. The sense of the word true could not be more wickedly falsified than by incorporating a relation to those who judge. But surely, it will be objected, the sentence I am hungry can be true for one person and false for another. The sentence certainly, but not the thought, since the word tea in the mouth of the other refers to a different person, and hence the sentence uttered by the other expresses a different thought. All specifications of place, time, and so on, belong to the thought whose truth is at issue. Being true itself is placeless and timeless. How does the principle of identity now really read? Like this, for example, it is impossible for people in the year 1893 to recognize an object as different from itself? Or like this, every object is identical with itself? The former law concerns human beings and contains a specification of time. In the latter there is no talk either of human beings or of a time. The latter is a law of being true, the former a law of human beings holding as true. Their content is quite different, and they are independent of one another, so that neither can be inferred from the other. That is why it is very confusing to call both by the same name, the principle of identity. Such mixing of fundamentally different things is to blame for the murky unclarity that we find amongst the psychological logicians. Now the question why and with what right we recognize a logical law as true, logic can only answer by reducing it to another logical law. Where that is not possible, logic can give no answer. Leaving aside logic, one can say, we are forced to make judgments by our nature and external circumstances, and if we make judgments, we cannot reject this law of identity. For example, we must recognize it if we are not to throw our thought into confusion and in the end renounce judgment altogether. I do not wish to either dispute or endorse this view and only remark that what we have here is not a logical implication. What is given is not a ground of being true, but of our holding as true. And furthermore, This impossibility of our rejecting the law does not prevent us from supposing that there are beings who do reject it, but it does prevent us from supposing that these beings are right in doing so. It also prevents us from doubting whether we or they are right. At least this goes for me. If others dare to recognize and doubt a law in the same breath, then it seems to me like trying to jump out of one's own skin, against which I can only urgently warn. Anyone who has once recognized a law of truth has thereby also recognized a law that prescribes how judgments should be made, wherever, whenever and by whomever they may be made. Surveying it all, it seems to me that different conceptions of truth lie at the source of the dispute. For me, truth is something objective and independent of those who judge. For psychological logicians it is not. What B. Erdman calls objective certainty is only a general recognition by those who judge, which is therefore not independent of them but can change with their mental constitution. We can generalize this still further. I recognize a domain of the objective but non-actual, registered, whereas the psychological logicians automatically assume that the non-actual is subjective. And yet it is not at all obvious why what persists independently of anyone's making judgments is actual, that is, must clearly be capable of acting directly or indirectly on the senses. Such a connection between the concepts is not to be found. Examples can even be cited that show the opposite. The number 1, for example, is not readily taken as actual, except by followers of J.S. Mill. On the other hand, it is impossible to assign to every person his own number 1, since it would first have to be investigated how far the properties of these ones coincided. And if one person said once 1 is 1 and another once 1 is 2, then each could only register the difference and say, your 1 has that property, mine this. There could be no question of a dispute as to who was right, or of an attempt at explanation, for there would be no common object of understanding. Obviously this is quite contrary to the sense of the word 1 and the sense of the sentence once 1 is 1. Since the number 1, being the same for everyone, confronts everyone in the same way, it can just as little be investigated by psychological observation as the moon. Whatever ideas of the number 1 there may be in individual minds, these are still to be distinguished from the number 1 itself, just as ideas of the moon are to be distinguished from the moon itself. Because the psychological logicians fail to recognize the possibility of the objective non-actual, they take concepts as ideas and thereby consign them to psychology. But the true situation asserts itself too powerfully for this to be easily carried through. And thus a vacillation arises in the use of the word idea, appearing at one moment to refer to something that belongs to the mental life of an individual and that combines with other ideas with which it is associated, according to psychological laws, and at the next to something that confronts everyone in the same way, an owner of the idea being neither mentioned nor even merely presupposed. These two uses are incompatible, for those associations and combinations only happen in individual minds and only happen to something that is quite as private to the individual as his pleasure or pain. One should never forget that the ideas of different people, however similar they may be, something which cannot, incidentally, be exactly determined, do not coincide but are to be distinguished. Each has his own ideas, which are not those of another. Here, of course, I understand idea in the psychological sense. The vacillating use of this word causes confusion and helps the psychological logicians to conceal their failings. When will an end be put to this once and for all? Everything is eventually dragged into the realm of psychology, the boundary between the objective and the subjective disappears more and more, and even actual objects are treated psychologically as ideas. For what is actual other than a predicate? And what are logical predicates other than ideas? 19. XXV. 206 Grundgesetze Arithmetic, Volume I. Thus everything leads into idealism and with perfect logical consistency into solipsism. If everyone designated something different by the name moon, namely, one of his ideas, just as he might express his pain by the cry out, then admittedly the psychological way of looking at things would be justified, but a dispute about the properties of the moon would be pointless. One person could quite well assert of his moon the opposite of what another person, with equal right, said of his. If we could grasp nothing but what is in ourselves, then a conflict of opinions, a reciprocity of understanding, would be impossible, since there would be no common ground, and no idea in the psychological sense can be such a ground. There would be no logic that could be appealed to as arbiter in the conflict of opinions. Asterisk. If we want to emerge from the subjective at all, then we must conceive of knowledge as an activity that does not create what is known but grasps what already exists. The metaphor of grasping is ideally suited to elucidate the matter. If I grasp a pencil, then various things take place in my body: stimulation of nerves, changes in the tension and pressure of muscles, tendons, and bones, changes in the circulation of blood. But the totality of these events neither is the pencil nor creates it. The pencil exists independently of these events. And it is essential to grasping that something is there to be grasped. Inner changes alone are not the grasping. So too what we mentally grasp exists independently of this activity, of the ideas and their changes that belong to or accompany this grasping, and is neither the totality of these changes nor created by it as a part of our mental life. Let us now see how the finer objective distinctions become blurred for the psychological logicians. This has already been mentioned in the case of mark and property. With this is connected the distinction between object and concept, which I have stressed, as well as that between first and second level concepts. These distinctions are not, of course, recognizable by the psychological logicians, for them everything is just idea. They thus also lack a correct conception of judgments that we express in language by there is. This existence Erdmann confuses with actuality, which, as we saw, is also not clearly distinguished from objectivity. Of what thing are we really asserting that it is actual when we say that there are square roots of 4? Is it the number 2 or 2? But neither the one nor the other is named here in any way. And if I were to say that the number 2 acts or is active or is actual, then this would be false and quite different from what I mean by the sentence there are square roots of 4. The confusion at issue here is almost the grossest that there could possibly be, for it does not involve concepts of the same level, but rather a first-level concept is confused with a second-level concept. This is typical of the obtuseness of psychological logic. Once a somewhat clearer viewpoint has become established, it may seem surprising that such a mistake could be made by a professional logician, but, of course, the distinction between first and second level concepts must first have been grasped before the magnitude of this mistake can be gauged, and psychological logic will certainly be incapable of this. What stands most in the way here is that its advocates place such extraordinary value on psychological depth, which is really nothing but psychological falsification of logic. And that is how our thick logic books come into being, swollen with unhealthy psychological fat, which covers all finer forms. Thus a fruitful collaboration between mathematicians and logicians is made impossible. Whilst the mathematician defines objects, concepts, and relations, the psychological logician observes the coming and going of ideas, and basically, to him, the mathematician's definitions can only appear foolish, since they do not convey the essence of ideation. He looks into his psychological peep show and says to the mathematician, "I see nothing at all of what you are defining." And he can only answer, "No wonder. For it is not where you are looking." This may be enough to set my logical viewpoint in a clearer light by contrast. There appears such a world of difference between me and psychological logicians that there is no prospect of influencing them through my book at present. It seems to me as if the tree planted by me would have to raise an enormous weight of stone to make space and light for itself. And yet I do not want to give up all hope that my book might later help to overthrow psychological logic. There is surely bound to be some recognition of my book by mathematicians, which will force psychological logic to come to terms with it. And I believe I can expect some support from this quarter. Mathematicians, after all, are basically engaged on a common crusade against the psychological logicians. The moment the latter just condescend to deal seriously with my book, if only to refute it, I believe I have won. For the whole of Part 2 is really a test of my logical convictions. It is unlikely from the outset that such a structure could be built on an insecure, defective foundation. Anyone who has different convictions can just try to erect a similar structure upon them, and he will, I believe, come to realize that it does not work, or at least that it does not work so well. And I will only be able to accept a refutation if someone shows, by actually doing it, that a better, more durable edifice can be erected on different fundamental convictions, or if someone proves to me that my principles lead to obviously false conclusions. But no one will succeed in this. And so may this book, then, even if belatedly, contribute to a renewal of logic. Jena, July 1893. Introduction. In my Foundations of Arithmetic trademark I sought to make it probable that arithmetic is a branch of logic and need take no ground of proof from either experience or intuition. In this book this will now be demonstrated by deriving the simplest laws of numbers by logical means alone. But for this to be convincing, much greater demands must be placed on proof than is usual in arithmetic. A limited set of rules and modes of inference must be laid down beforehand, and no step should be taken that is not in accord with one of these. One should thus not be satisfied, as mathematicians have almost always been up to now, that a transition to a new judgment is self-evidently correct, but one must analyze it into the simple logical steps that compose it, and there are often more than a few of these. This way no presupposition can remain unnoticed, every axiom that is needed must be revealed. It is precisely the presuppositions that are tacitly made without clear awareness that obscure insight into the epistemological nature of a law. For such an undertaking to succeed, the concepts that are needed must, of course, be clearly grasped. This holds especially of what mathematicians like to call a set. Dedekind uses the word system with much the same intention. But despite the explanation that appeared in my Foundations 4 years earlier, he lacks any clear insight into the heart of the matter, though he sometimes comes close to it, as when he says, such a system S is completely determinative, for everything, it is determined whether it is an element of S or not. The system S is therefore the same as the system 7, in symbols S equals T, if every element of S is also an element of 7, and every element of T is also an element of S. In other passages, however, he goes astray, e.g. in the following, it very often happens that different things A, B, C, regarded for some reason from a common point of view, are put together in the mind, and it is then said that they form a system S. A hint of the truth is indeed contained in talk of the common point of view, but regarding, putting together in the mind, is no objective characteristic. I ask, in whose mind? If they are put together in one mind, but not in another, do they then form a system? What may be put together in my mind must certainly be in my mind. Do things outside me, then, not form systems? Is a system a subjective construction in the individual mind? Is the constellation Orion therefore a system? And what are its elements? The stars, the molecules, or the atoms? The following passage is worth noting. For uniformity of expression it helps if we also allow the special case in which a system S consists of a single element A, i.e. in which the thing A is an element of S, but everything different from A is not an element of S. It transpires that this is to be understood as implying that every element S of a system S can itself be regarded as a system. Since in this case element and system coincide, it is here especially clear that according to Dedekind, the elements actually constitute the system. E. Schroeder, in his 4-lesson Gentieber die Algebra der Logik * advances a step further than Dedekind, in drawing attention to the connection between these systems and concepts, which Dedekind seems to have overlooked. In fact, what Dedekind really means when he calls a system part of a system is either the subordination of a concept to a concept or the falling of an object under a concept, cases which neither he nor Schroeder distinguish, due to a shared misconception, for Schroeder, too, basically sees the elements as what constitute his classes. An empty class should not really occur, on his view, any more than an empty system should, on Dedekind's view, yet the need for it that arises from the nature of things makes itself felt on the two writers in different ways. After the passage just quoted, Dedekind goes on the other hand, for certain reasons, we shall totally exclude here the empty system, which contains no element at all, although for other investigations it may be convenient to invent it. According to this, then, such an invention is allowed, only for certain reasons do we refrain from it. Schroeder dares to invent an empty class. Both are thus in agreement, it seems, with many mathematicians, that one is free to invent something that is not there, even something that is unthinkable, for if the elements form the system, then the system is destroyed at the same time as the elements. As to where the limits of such free invention lie, or whether there are any limits at all, there is little clarity and agreement to be found, and yet the correctness of a proof may depend on it. I believe that these questions have been settled, for all reasonable people, in my Foundations of Arithmetic degree and in my paper on Formal Theories of Arithmetic Schroeder invents his null class and thereby becomes entangled in great difficulties. Thus, whilst both Schroeder and Dedekind lack any clear insight, the true situation nevertheless makes itself felt wherever a system is to be determined. Dedekind then cites properties that a thing must have in order to belong to a system, i.e. he defines a concept by its marks. Now if a concept is constituted by its marks, not by the objects that fall under it, then there are no difficulties or doubts at all concerning an empty concept. Admittedly, then, an object can never at the same time be a concept, and a concept under which only one object falls should not be confused with this object. In the end, it thus remains the case that a statement of number contains an assertion about a concept. I have reduced number to the relation of equinumericity and the latter to Mignon correlation. The same holds for the word correlation as for the word set. Both are now widely used in mathematics, yet a deeper insight into what they are really intended to designate is largely absent. If I am right in thinking that arithmetic is a branch of pure logic, then a purely logical expression must be chosen for correlation. I take the word relation. Concept and relation are the foundation stones upon which I erect my structure. But even when the concepts have been clearly grasped, it would be hard, indeed almost impossible, without special notation, degree to satisfy the demands that we must here place on proof. My is just such a notation, and my first task will be to explain it. The following preliminary remarks may be made. It is not always possible to define everything properly, since it is precisely our concern to go back to what is logically simple, which as such is not really definable. I must then be satisfied with indicating what I mean by hints. I must above all strive to be understood, and I shall therefore try to develop things gradually, without going for full generality and definitive formulation right from the beginning. One may well be surprised at the frequent use of inverted commas. I use them to distinguish the cases where I am speaking of a sign itself from the cases where I am speaking of its Bedeutung. However pedantic this may appear, I do regard it as necessary. It is strange how an imprecise spoken or written form of expression, which may originally only have been used for reasons of convenience and brevity, yet with full awareness of its imprecision, can eventually confuse thought, when that awareness has faded. Numerals end up being taken for numbers, names for what is named, mere notation for the real object of arithmetic. Such experiences teach us how necessary it is to place the strictest demands on precision of spoken and written forms of expression. And I have taken the trouble to respect these demands, at least wherever it seemed to me to matter. Explanation of the 1. The primitive signs. Introduction, function, concept, relation registered. 1. If asked to state the original Bedeutung of the word function in its mathematical use, it is easy to resort to calling a function of x an expression formed from x and particular numbers by means of the symbols for sum, product, power, difference, etc. This is incorrect, because a function is here taken as an expression, as a combination of signs, not as what is thereby designated. It is tempting to say Bedeutung of an expression instead of expression. But the letter x that occurs in the expression does not, like, say, the sign 2, refer to a number, but only indefinitely indicates one. In general we obtain different Bedeutungen for different numerals substituted for x. For example, in the expression .x, substituting in turn for x the numerals 0, 1, 2, 3, we obtain as corresponding Bedeutungen the numbers 0, 5, 28, 87. None of these Bedeutungen can claim to be our function. The essence of a function is revealed rather in the connection established between the numbers whose signs replace x, and the numbers that then appear as Bedeutungen of our expression, a connection that is represented intuitively in the graph of the curve whose equation in coordinate geometry is EAE TWI. The essence of a function thus lies in that part of the expression without the x. The expression of a function is in need of completion. The letter x merely serves as a placeholder for a numeral to complete the expression, and so makes clear the particular kind of incompleteness that constitutes the peculiar essence of the function just designated. In what follows, the letter A will be used instead of x for this purpose. This placeholding is to be understood as requiring that all places where euro stands should only ever be filled by the same sign, never by different signs. I call these places argument places, and that whose sign occupies this place in a given case, I call the argument of the function for this case. The function is completed by the argument. What it becomes when completed I call the value of the function for the argument. We thus obtain a name of the value of a function for an argument when we fill the argument places in the name of the function with the name of the argument. So, for example, point 1 is a name of the number 5, composed of the function name point 6 and 1. The argument, then, is not to be included with the function, but only serves to complete the function that in itself is unsaturated. If, in what follows, an expression such as the function registered is used, then it should always be observed that the role of euro, in the designation of the function is only to make clear the argument places, and is not such that the essence of the function changes if some other sign replaces euro. 2. To the basic arithmetical operations have been added, in the construction of functions, transition to a limit in its various forms as infinite series, differential quotients, integrals, and the word function has finally come to be understood in such a general way that, in certain circumstances, the connection between argument and value of a function can no longer be designated at all by the symbols of analysis but only by words. Another extension has consisted in admitting complex numbers as arguments and hence also as values of functions. In both directions I have gone further, whilst up to now the symbols of analysis have not always been sufficient. At the same time not all of them have been used in the construction of function names. Euro equals 4 and euro 2, for example, have not been allowed as names of functions, as I allow. But this is also to say that the domain of values of functions cannot remain restricted to numbers, for if I take as argument of the function and asterisk equals 4 the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3 in turn, then I do not obtain numbers. Q, PE4, C1 equals 4, 92 equals 4, 32 equals 4. Are expressions some of true, some of false thoughts? I put this as follows: the value of the function euro equals 4 is a truth value, either the true. Nothing, however, is here laid down for the euro, will never occur in the development of the itself. I shall only use it in the explanation of the and in elucidations. 24 cf. FC, pages 137 ff above. Grundgesetze Arithmetic, Volume I 213. Or the false. From this it can be seen that I am not asserting anything when I merely write down an equation, but only designating a truth value, just as I am not asserting anything when I merely write down 2, but only designating a number. I say, the names 2 equals 4 and 3 equals 2 refer to the same truth value, which I call for short the true. Similarly, for me, 3 asterisk equals 4 and 1 asterisk 9 refer to the same truth value, which I call for short the false, just as the name 2 refers to the number 4. Accordingly, I call the number 4 the Bedeutung of 4 and of 2, and I call the true the Bedeutung of 3 too. But I distinguish from the Bedeutung of a name its sense. 2, and 2 plus 2 do not have the same sense, nor do 2 equals 4 and 2 plus 2 equals 4 have the same sense. The sense of a name of a truth value I call a thought. I say too that a name expresses its sense and refers to its Bedeutung. I designate by a name that which it refers to. The function euro equals 4 can thus have only two values, namely, the true for the arguments 2 and the false for all other arguments. The domain of admissible arguments must also be extended to include all objects whatever ODX are opposed to functions. Accordingly, I count as objects everything that is not a function, e.g. numbers, truth values, and the value ranges to be introduced below. The names of objects, proper names, thus carry no argument places with them, they are saturated, like the objects themselves. 3. I use the words. The function registered has the same value range as the function yet. Throughout as Gleichbedeutend registered with the words the functions registered and yen always have the same value for the same argument. We have this in the case of the functions euro equals 4 and 3.7 equals 12, at least if numbers are taken as arguments. But we can also think of the signs for squaring and multiplication as defined in such a way that the function equals 3.6 equals 12, has the true as value for any argument whatever. This may also be expressed in logical terms. The concept square root of 4 has the same extension as the concept something whose trebled square is 12. In the case of such functions, whose value is always a truth value, one may therefore say extension of the concept instead of value range of the function, and it seems appropriate precisely to call a concept a function whose value is always a truth value. 4. Up to now the concern has only been with functions of a single argument, but we can easily extrapolate to functions with two arguments. These are doubly in need of completion in that a function with one argument is obtained when a completion by one argument is effected. Only by a further completion do we reach an object, and this is then called the value of the function for the two arguments. Just as the letter n served us for functions with one argument, so we use here the letters euro and c to indicate the double unsaturatedness of functions with two arguments, as in g, octsgie. By replacing c by 1, for example, we saturate the function in such a way that we have, in plus 1, a function with only one argument. This use of the letters euro and c must always be kept in mind when an expression such as the function y%euro, cent, occurs. I call the places at which euro stands cent argument places, and those at which c stands cent argument places. I say that the euro argument places are related to one another, just as the c argument places are to one another, whilst an euro argument place is not related to a c argument place. The functions with two arguments euro equals euro and euro always have a truth value as value. Such functions we will aptly call relations. In the first relation, for example, 1 stands to 1, and in general every object to itself. In the second, for example, 2 stands to 1. We say that the object I stands in the relation yen to the object a if u, a, is the true, just. As we say that the object a falls under the concept registered if at is the true. It is presupposed here, of course, that the function registered, just like y, cent, always has a truth value as value registered. Signs for functions. 5. We have already said above that nothing at all is asserted in a mere equation. 2 plus 3 equals 5 simply designates a truth value, without saying which of the two it is. Even if I wrote a theory and presupposed that it was known that 2 equals 2 is the true, I have not thereby asserted that the sum of 2 and 3 is 5, but have merely designated the truth value of 2 plus 3 equals 5 refers to the same thing as 2 equals 2. We therefore need another special sign to be able to assert something as true. For this purpose I place before the name of the truth value the sign, so that, for example, in L_2284s. It is asserted that the square of 2 is 4. I distinguish judgment from thought in such a way that by judgment I understand the acknowledgement of the truth of a thought. The representation of a judgment in by means of the sign I call a proposition, or proposition for short. I see this sign as composed of the vertical stroke, which I call the judgment stroke, and the horizontal stroke, which I intend now simply to call the horizontal asterisk. The horizontal mostly occurs in combination with other signs, as here with the judgment stroke, which thus prevents confusion with the minus sign. Where it occurs by itself, it must be made somewhat longer than the minus sign to distinguish it. I regard it as a function name in the following way. 216 Grundgesetze Arithmetic, Volume I. Is the true if A is the true, and is otherwise the false, if A is not the true. Accordingly, is a function whose value is always a truth value, or in our terminology, a concept. Under this concept falls the true and only the true. GAOI equals 4. Thus refers to the same thing as 2 equals 4, namely, the true. To dispense with brackets, I stipulate that everything to the right of the horizontal is to be regarded as a whole, occupying the argument place of the function and, unless brackets forbid this, y equals 5 refers to the false, and hence to the same thing as GESIE1, whereas EP refers to the false, and hence to something different from the number 2. If A is a truth value, then A is the same truth value, and consequently, A equals is the true. But this is the false if A is not a truth value. We can thus say that AGA is the truth value of A is a truth value. The function at is therefore a concept, and the function y is a relation, regardless of whether registered is a concept and w a relation. Of the two signs of which TL is composed, only the judgment stroke contains the assertion. 6. We need no special sign to declare that a truth value is the false, so long as we have a sign by means of which either truth value is transformed into its opposite. Such a sign is also indispensable in other ways. I now stipulate the value of the function. Apes shall be the false for every argument for which the value of the function SPE as is the true, and shall be the true for all other arguments. We therefore have in AE a function whose value is always a truth value. It is a concept under which all objects fall with the sole exception of the true. From this it follows that plus A always refers to the same thing as yes seg and did z avant copyright equals I cent A. We thus see as composed of the small vertical stroke, the negation stroke, and the two parts of the horizontal stroke, each of which may be regarded as a horizontal in our sense. The transition from or 5 span psi to as a hust as Frome's auto AAA call the amalgamation of horizontals. According to our stipulation, I's vag 2 equals 5 is the true, hence Fe in words, 2 asterisk equals 5 is not the true, or, the square of 2 is not 5. So 2, 4 2's. 7. We have already used the equality sign along the way, in providing examples, but it is necessary to specify it more precisely. AE refers to the true if I is the same as 4, in all other cases it refers to the false. To dispense with brackets, I stipulate that everything to the left of the equality sign, up to the nearest horizontal, as a whole refers to the euro argument of the function euro equals c, unless brackets forbid it, and everything to the right of the equality sign, up to the next equality sign, as a whole refers to the c argument of the function, unless brackets forbid it. 2 definitions. General remarks. 26. The signs explained above will now be used to introduce NEV names. Before I go on to the rules to be followed here, however, it will facilitate understanding to divide the signs and combinations of signs into types and give them names. The Gothic, Roman, and Greek letters in the I shall no call names, since they are not intended to refer to anything. On the other hand, I call, for example, _____Q_Q equals Q. A name, since it refers to the true, it is a proper name. I Thursday call a proper name, or name of an object, a sign, whether simple or complex, that is intended to refer to an object, but not a sign. Tha merely indicates an object. If, from a proper name, we remove a proper name that forms a par of it or coincides with it, at some or all of the places where it occurs, but in such a way that it remains clear that these places registered are filled by one and the same arbitrary prop name, then I call what we thereby obtain a name of a first-level functio, with one argument. Such a name, together with a proper name that fill the argument places, forms a proper name. We thus also have in itself a function name, if the letter euro is intended only to make clear th argument place. The function named by it has the property that its value for every argument coincides with the argument itself. If, from a name of a first-level function with one argument, we remove a proper name that forms part of it, at all or some of the places where it occurs, but in such a way that it remains clear that these places are filled by one and the same arbiter proper name, then I call what we thereby obtain a name of a first-level function with two arguments. If, from a proper name, we remove a name of a first-level function that forms part of it, at all or some of the places where it occurs, but in such a way that it remains clear that these places are filled by one and the same arbitrary name of a first-level function, then I call what we thereby obtain a name of a second-level function with one argument, an argument of the second or third type according to whether the argument places are of the second or third type. Names of functions I call for short function names. It is not necessary to continue further with these explanations of the types of names. If, in a proper name, we replace proper names that form part of it or coincide with it by object letters, and function names by function letters, then I call what we thereby obtain an object mark or mark of an object. If this replacement is only by Roman letters, then I call the mark obtained a Roman object mark. Object letters are thus also object marken, and Roman object letters are Roman object marken. A sign that consists only of the function name euro equals a sign that consists of a judgment stroke and a Roman mark of a truth value prefixed by a horizontal. 27. In order now to introduce new signs by means of signs already known, we require the double stroke of definition, which appears as a double judgment stroke combined with a horizontal z and is used instead of the judgment stroke where something is to be defined rather than judged. By means of a definition we introduce a new name by stipulating that it is to have the same sense and the same bedeutung as a name composed of already known signs. The new sign thereby becomes gleichbedeutend registered with the definiens. The definition is thus immediately transformed into a proposition. We may therefore cite a definition just like a proposition, replacing the definition stroke by the judgment stroke. A definition will always be presented here in the form of an equation prefixed by L. We will always write the definiens on the left-hand side of the equality sign, and the definiendum on the right-hand side. The former will be composed of already known signs. 28. For definitions I now lay down the following cardinal principle. Legitimately formed names must always refer to something. I call a name legitimately formed if it consists only of signs that are introduced as primitive or through definition, and if these signs are used only as they were intended to be used in introducing them, i.e. proper names as proper names, names of first-level functions with one argument as names of such functions, and so on, so that the argument places are always filled by appropriate names or marken. 29. We now answer the question, when does a name refer to something? We will confine ourselves to the following cases. A name of a first-level function with one argument has a bedeutung if the proper name that results from this function name by filling its argument places with a proper name, which itself refers to something, always has a bedeutung. A proper name has a bedeutung if the proper name that results from inserting it into the argument places of a bedeutungswahl * registered name of a first-level function with one argument always has a bedeutung, and if the name of a first-level function with one argument that results from inserting the proper name in question into the euro argument places of a bedeutungswahl name of a first-level function with two arguments always has a bedeutung, and if the same holds true for the C argument places. A name of a first-level function with two arguments has a bedeutung if the proper name that results from this function name when its argument places are filled by a bedeutungswahl proper name, as also when its C argument places are filled by a bedeutungswahl proper name, always has a bedeutung. Asterisk degree 32. Thus it is shown that our 8 primitive names have a bedeutung, and hence that the same holds true for all names legitimately constructed from them. However, not only a bedeutung, but also a sense belongs to all names legitimately formed from our signs. Every such name of a truth value expresses a sense, a thought. That is, by our stipulations, it is determined under what conditions the name refers to the true. The sense of this name, the thought, is the thought that these conditions are fulfilled. Now a proposition consists of the judgment stroke and a name or Roman mark of a truth value. By means of such a proposition, then, it is asserted that this name refers to the true. Since at the same time the name expresses a thought, then we have in every legitimately formed proposition a judgment that a thought is true, and there is no possibility at all that a thought is lacking. It will be up to the reader to make clear to himself the thought expressed by each proposition that occurs, and I will do my best to facilitate this as much as possible at the outset. The names, either simple or themselves already complex, of which the name of a truth value consists, contribute to the expression of the thought, and the contribution that an individual name makes is its sense. If a name is part of the name of a truth value, then the sense of the former is part of the thought expressed by the latter. 33. The following are the principles that govern definitions. 1. Every name legitimately formed from defined names must have a bedeutung. It must thus always be possible to provide a name, constructed from our 8 primitive names, that is gleichbedeutend asterisk with it, and this name must be unambiguously determined by the definitions, aside from the inessential choice of Gothic and Greek letters. 2. It follows from this that the same thing should never be defined twice, since it would then remain in doubt whether these definitions were in accord with one another. 3. The defined name must be simple, i.e. it should not be composed of already known or yet to be defined names, since it would otherwise remain in doubt whether the definitions of the names were in accord with one another. 4. If, in a definition, we have on the left-hand side of the equation a proper name that is legitimately formed from our primitive names or defined names, then this always has a bedeutung, and we can place on the right-hand side a simple sign that has not yet been used, which is now introduced by the definition as a gleichbedeutender proper name, so that in future we may replace the sign, wherever it occurs, by the name standing on the left-hand side. Obviously, it should never be used as a function name, since the route back to the primitive names would then be cut off. 5. A name introduced for a first-level function with one argument should only contain a single argument place. With more argument places it would be possible to fill them with different names, and then the defined name would be used as the name of a function with more arguments, without having been defined as such. If a name of a first-level function with one argument is defined, the argument places on the left-hand side of the equation must be filled with one Roman object letter, which also makes clear the argument place of the new function name on the right-hand side. The definition then says that the proper name that results on the right-hand side by inserting a bedeutungswahl 52 proper name in the argument place is always to be gleichbedeutend with that results on the left-hand side by inserting the same proper name in all argument places. The one argument place of the name defined thus represents all those of the definiends. Wherever the defined function name may subsequently occur, its argument place must always be filled by a proper name or an object mark. 6. A name introduced for a first-level function with 2 arguments must contain 2 and no more than 2 argument places. The linked argument places on the left-hand side must be occupied by one and the same Roman object letter, which also makes clear one of the 2 argument places on the right-hand side. The other argument places must contain a different Roman letter. The definition then says that the proper name that results on the right-hand side by inserting bedeutungswahl proper names in the argument places is always to be gleichbedeutend with that results on the left-hand side by inserting the same proper names in the corresponding argument places. One of the argument places on the right-hand side thus represents all E argument places on the left-hand side, and the other all C argument places. 7. There should thus never occur on one side of the equation in a definition a Roman letter that does not also stand on the other side. If the object mark on the left-hand side is transformed into a legitimately formed proper name, by replacing the Roman letters by proper names, then by our stipulations the function name defined always has a Beaney. Cases other than those just discussed will not occur in what follows. 318. Review of e.g. Husserl, Philosophie der Arithmetik J. Given the partly psychological, partly logical way of thinking we have just characterized, it is easy to understand the author's verdict on definition. An example from elementary geometry may illustrate this. The usual definition given there is, a right angle is an angle equal to its adjacent angle. The author's comment on this would probably be, the idea of rectangularity is a simple one, so it is a wholly misguided undertaking to want to give a definition of it. Our idea of rectangularity contains nothing of its relation to another, adjacent angle. It is indeed correct to say that the concepts right angle and angle equal to its adjacent angle have the same extension, but it is not correct to say that they have the same content. So what is being defined is not the content, but the extension of the concept. If this definition were correct, then any assertion of rectangularity, instead of being as such about the concrete pair of sides before us, would always be about its relation to another pair. All I can admit is that equality with an adjacent angle gives us a necessary and sufficient criterion of rectangularity. It is in a similar way that the author judges the definition of numerical equality by means of the concept of a 1-1 correlation. The simplest criterion of equality of number is just that the same number results in counting the sets to be compared. Naturally, the simplest way of testing rectangularity is by applying a protractor. The author forgets that this counting rests itself on a 1-1 correlation, namely of the numerals 1 to n and the objects of the set. Each of the two sets needs to be counted. This makes the matter less simple than it is if we consider a relation that correlates the objects of the two sets without numerals as intermediaries. If words and combinations of words refer to ideas, then for any two of them there are only two possibilities, either they designate the same idea or they designate different ideas. In the former case it is pointless to equate them by means of a definition, this is an obvious circle, in the latter case it is wrong. These are also the objections the author raises, one of them regularly. A definition is also incapable of analyzing the sense, for the analyzed sense just is not the original one. In using the word to be explained, I either think clearly everything I think when I use the defining expression, we then have the obvious circle, or the defining expression has a more richly articulated sense, in which case I do not think the same thing in using it as I do in using the word to be explained, the definition is then wrong. One would think that a definition was unobjectionable in the case where the word to be explained had as yet no sense at all, or where we were asked explicitly to regard its sense as non-existent so that it was first given a sense by the definition. But in the last case too, the author refutes the definition by reminding us of the difference between the ideas. To evade all objections, one would accordingly have to create a new verbal root and form a word out of it. This reveals a split between psychological logicians and mathematicians. What matters to the former is the sense of the words, as well as the ideas which they fail to distinguish from the sense, whereas what matters to the latter is the thing itself, the Bedeutung of the words *, the reproach that what is defined is not the concept but its extension actually affects all mathematical definitions. For the mathematician, it is no more right and no more wrong to define a conic as the line of intersection of a plane with the surface of a circular cone than to define it as a plane curve with an equation of the second degree in parallel coordinates. His choice of one or the other of these expressions or of some other one is guided solely by reasons of convenience and is made irrespective of the fact that the expressions have neither the same sense nor evoke the same ideas. I do not intend by this that a concept and its extension are one and the same, but that coincidence in extension is a necessary and sufficient criterion for the occurrence between concepts of the relation that corresponds to identity between objects. It should be noted in this connection that I am using the word equal without further addition in the sense of not different, coinciding, identical. Degree. As psychological logicians lack any understanding of definition, they also lack any understanding of identity. This relation cannot but remain perfectly mysterious to them, for if words designated ideas throughout, one could never say A is the same as B, for to be able to say this, one would first have to distinguish A from 6, and they would then just be different ideas. All the same, I agree with the author that Leibniz's explanation that idem sunt, quorum unum potest substitui alteri salva veritate does not deserve to be called a definition, even if my reasons are different from his. Since any definition is an equation, identity itself cannot be defined. Leibniz's explanation could be called a principle that brings out the nature of the relation of identity, and as such it is of fundamental importance. The author's explanation: we simply say of any two contents that they are identical if there is an identity between the characteristic marks which happen to be at the center of our interest is not at all to my taste. Introduction. The predicate true, thoughts, consequences for the treatment of logic. When entering upon the study of a science, we need to have some idea, if only a provisional one, of its nature. We want to have in sight a goal to strive towards, we want some point to aim at that will guide our steps in the right direction. The word true can be used to indicate such a goal for logic, just as can good for ethics and beautiful for aesthetics. Of course all the sciences have truth as their goal, but logic is concerned with the predicate true in a quite special way, namely in a way analogous to that in which physics has to do with the predicates heavy and warm, or chemistry with the predicates acid and alkaline. There is, however, the difference that these sciences have to take into account other properties besides these we have mentioned, and that there is no one property by which their nature is so completely characterized as logic is by the word true. Like ethics, logic can also be called a normative science. How must I think in order to reach the goal, truth? We expect logic to give us the answer to this question, but we do not demand of it that it should go into what is peculiar to each branch of knowledge and its subject matter. On the contrary, the task we assign logic is only that of saying what holds with the utmost generality for all thinking, whatever its subject matter. We must assume that the rules for our thinking and for our holding something to be true are prescribed by the laws of truth. The former are given along with the latter. Consequently we can also say, logic is the science of the most general laws of truth. The reader may find that he can form no very precise conception from this description. The author's inadequacy and the awkwardness of language are probably to blame for this. But it is only a question of giving a rough indication of the goal of logic. What is still lacking in the account will have to be made good as we go on. Now it would be futile to employ a definition in order to make it clearer what is to be understood by true. If, for example, we wished to say an idea is true if it agrees with reality, nothing would have been achieved, since in order to apply this definition we should have to decide whether some idea or other did agree with reality. Thus we should have to presuppose the very thing that is being defined. The same would hold of any definition of the form A is true if and only if it has such and such properties or stands in such and such a relation to such and such a thing. In each case in hand it would always come back to the question whether it is true that A has such and such properties, or stands in such and such a relation to such and such a thing. Truth is obviously something so primitive and simple that it is not possible to reduce it to anything still simpler. Consequently we have no alternative but to bring out the peculiarity of our predicate by comparing it with others. What, in the first place, distinguishes it from all other predicates is that predicating it is always included in predicating anything whatever degree registered. If I assert that the sum of 2 and 3 is 5, then I thereby assert that it is true that 2 and 3 make 5. So I assert that it is true that my idea of Cologne Cathedral agrees with reality, if I assert that it agrees with reality. Therefore it is really by using the form of an assert-oric sentence that we assert truth, And to do this we do not need the word true. Indeed, we can say that even where we use the form of expression, it is true that the essential thing is really the assertoric form of the sentence. We now ask, what can the predicate true be applied to? The issue here is to delimit the range of application of the word. Whatever else may be the case, the word cannot be applied to anything that is material. If there is any doubt about this, it could arise only for works of art. But if we speak of truth in connection with these, then we are surely using the word with a different bedeutung from the one that is meant here. In any case, it is only as a work of art that a thing is called true. If a thing had come into existence through the blind play of natural forces, our predicate would be clearly inappropriate. For the same reason we are excluding from consideration the use that is made by, say, an art critic when he calls feelings and experiences true. No one would deny that our predicate is, for the most part, ascribed to sentences. We are not, however, concerned with sentences expressing wishes, questions, requests, and commands, but only with assertoric sentences, sentences that is to say, in which we communicate facts and propound mathematical laws or laws of nature. Further, it is clear that we do not, properly speaking, ascribe truth to the series of sounds which constitute a sentence, but to its sense, for, on the one hand, the truth of a sentence is preserved when it is correctly translated into another language, and, on the other hand, it is at least conceivable that the same series of sounds should have a true sense in one language and a false sense in another. We are here including under the word sentence the main clause of a sentence and clauses that are subordinate to it. In the cases which alone concern logic, the sense of an assertoric sentence is either true or false, and then we have what we call a thought proper. But there remains a third case of which at least some mention must be made here. The sentence Scylla has 6 heads is not true, but the sentence Scylla does not have 6 heads is not true either. For it to be true, the proper name Scylla would have to designate something. Perhaps we think that the name Scylla does designate something, namely an idea. In that case, the first question to ask is whose idea? We often speak as if one and the same idea occurred to different people, but that is false, at least if the word idea is used in the psychological sense. Each person has his own idea. But then an idea does not have heads, and so one cannot cut heads off an idea either. The name Scylla does not therefore designate an idea. Names that fail to fulfill the usual role of 141, 142, 230 logic. A proper name, which is to name something, may be called mock proper names. Although the tale of William Tell is a legend and not history, and the name William Tell is a mock proper name, we cannot deny it a sense. But the sense of the sentence William Tell shot an apple off his son's head is no more true than is that of the sentence William Tell did not shoot an apple off his son's head. I do not say, however, that this sense is false either, but I characterize it as fictitious. This may elucidate the sense in which I am using the word false, which is as little susceptible of a definition proper as is the word true. If the idealist theory of knowledge is correct, then all the sciences would belong to the realm of fiction. Indeed, one might try to reinterpret all sentences in such a way that they were about ideas. By doing this, however, their sense would be completely changed and we should obtain quite a different science. This new science would be a branch of psychology. Instead of speaking of fiction, we could speak of mock thoughts. Thus, if the sense of an assertoric sentence is not true, it is either false or fictitious, and it will generally be the latter if it contains a mock proper name *. The writer, in common with, for example, the painter, has his eye on appearances. Assertions in fiction are not to be taken seriously, they are only mock assertions. Even the thoughts are not to be taken seriously as in the sciences, they are only mock thoughts. If Schiller's Don Carlos were to be regarded as a piece of history, then to a large extent the drama would be false. But a work of fiction is not meant to be taken seriously in this way at all, it is all play. Even the proper names in the drama, though they correspond to names of historical persons, are mock proper names, they are not meant to be taken seriously in the work. We have a similar thing in the case of an historical painting. As a work of art, it simply does not claim to give a visual representation of things that actually happened. A picture that was intended to portray some significant moment in history with photographic accuracy would not be a work of art in the higher sense of the word, but would be comparable rather to an anatomical drawing in a scientific work. The logician does not have to bother with mock thoughts, just as a physicist, who sets out to investigate thunder, will not pay any attention to stage thunder. When we speak of thoughts in what follows, we shall understand thoughts proper, thoughts that are either true or false. The sense of an assert-oric sentence I call a thought. Examples of thoughts are laws of nature, mathematical laws, historical facts. All these find expression in assert-oric sentences. I can now be more precise and say, the predicate true applies to thoughts. Of course, we speak of true ideas registered as well. By an idea we understand a picture that is called up by the imagination. Unlike a perception, it does not consist of present impressions, but of the reactivated traces of past impressions or actions. Like any other picture, an idea is not true in itself, but only in relation to something to which it is meant to correspond. If it is said that a picture is meant to represent Cologne Cathedral, fair enough, it can then be asked whether this intention is realized. If there is no reference to an intention to depict something, there can be no question of the truth of a picture. It can be seen from this that the predicate true is not really conferred on the idea itself, but on the thought that the idea depicts a certain object. And this thought is not an idea, nor is it made up of ideas in any way. Thoughts are fundamentally different from ideas. The idea of a red rose is something different from the thought that this rose is red. Associate ideas or run them together as we may, we shall finish up with an idea and never with something that could be true. This difference also comes out in the modes we have of communicating. The proper means of expression for a thought is a sentence. But a sentence is hardly an appropriate vehicle for conveying an idea. I have only to remind you how inadequate any description is by comparison with a pictorial representation. Things are not so bad where it is a matter of representing sounds, since we have the resources of onomatopoeia, but onomatopoeia has nothing whatever to do with the expression of thoughts, and whilst in translation the play of sounds is easily lost, the thought must be preserved if we are to speak of a translation at all. Conversely, pictures and musical compositions without accompanying words are hardly suited for expressing thoughts. It is true that we may associate all kinds of thoughts with some work of art or other, but there is no necessary connection between the two, and we are not surprised when someone else associates different thoughts with it. In order to shed a clearer light on the peculiarity of the predicate true, let us compare it with the predicate beautiful. We can see, to begin with, that what is beautiful admits of degrees, but what is true does not. We can think two objects beautiful, and yet think one more beautiful than the other. On the other hand, if two thoughts are true, one is not more true than the other. And here there emerges the essential difference that what is true independently of our recognizing it as such, but what is beautiful only for him who experiences it as such. What is beautiful for one person is not necessarily beautiful for another. There is no disputing tastes. Where truth is concerned, there is the possibility of error, but not where beauty is concerned. By the very fact that I consider something beautiful, it is beautiful for me. But something does not have to be true because I consider it to be true, and if it is not true in itself, it is not true for me either. Nothing is beautiful in itself, it is only beautiful for some being experiencing it, and this is necessarily implicit in any aesthetic judgment. Now it is true that we also make judgments of this kind which seem to lay claim to being objective. Whether we are aware of it or not, the assumption of a normal human being always underlies such judgments, and each one of us cannot help but think that he himself is so close to the normal human being that he believes he can speak in his name. What, then, we mean by this rose is beautiful is this rose is beautiful for a normal human being. But what is normal? That depends on the circle of human beings one has in mind. If there is some remote mountain valley where nearly all the people have goitre, then having a goitre will be looked on as normal there, and those who lack such an adornment will be considered ugly. How is a Negro from the heart of Africa to be weaned from the view that the narrow nose of the European is ugly, whereas the broad nose of the Negro is beautiful? And cannot a Negro qua Negro be just as normal as a white man qua white man? Cannot a child be just as normal as a grown-up? The ideas that are awakened in us by the power of association have a great influence on the judgments a man forms of what is beautiful, and these ideas depend upon what he has absorbed in earlier life. But this varies from person to person. And even if we manage to define a normal human being and so beautiful in an objective sense, it would still be only possible to do this on the basis of the subjective sense. Far from having rid ourselves of this, we would have recognized it as the root sense. We could not alter the situation by trying to substitute an ideal human being for a normal one. In the absence of experiences and ideas, there would be no instance of anything subjectively beautiful and therefore no instance of anything objectively beautiful either. There is therefore much to be said for the view that the real work of art is a structure of ideas within us, and that the external thing, the painting, the statue, is only a means for producing the real work of art in us. On this view, anyone who enjoys a work of art has his own work of art, with the consequence that there is no contradiction whatever between varying aesthetic judgments. Hence, de gustibus non disputandum. If anyone tried to contradict the statement that what is true. Logic 233. Independently of our recognizing it as such, he would by his very assertion contradict what he had asserted. He would be in a similar position to the Cretan who said that all Cretans are liars. To elaborate, if something were true only for him who held it to be true, there would be no contradiction between the opinions of different people. So to be consistent, any person holding this view would have no right whatever to contradict the opposite view. He would have to espouse the principle, non disputandum est. He would not be able to assert anything at all in the normal sense, and even if his utterances had the form of assertions, they would only have the status of interjections of expressions of mental states or processes, between which and such states or processes in another person there could be no contradiction. And in that case his assertion that something was true only for us and through being recognized by us as such would have this status too. If this view were true, it would be impossible to claim that any of his own opinions was more justified in the eyes of others than the opposite opinion. A view that made such a claim would be unjustified. This would mean, however, that every opinion would be unjustified in the usual sense of the word, and so also those opinions to which we were opposed. There would be no science, no error, and no correction of error. Properly speaking, there would be nothing true in the normal sense of the word. For this is so closely bound up with that independence of being recognized as true, which we are emphasizing here, that it cannot be separated from it. If anyone seriously and sincerely defended the view we are here attacking, we should have no recourse but to assume that he was attaching a different sense to the word true. We can go a step further. In order to be true, thoughts, e.g. laws of nature, not only do not need to be recognized by us as true, they do not have to have been thought by us at all. A law of nature is not invented by us, but discovered, and just as a desolate island in the Arctic Ocean was there long before anyone had set eyes on it, so the laws of nature, and likewise those of mathematics, have held good at all times and not just since they were discovered. This shows us that these thoughts, if true, are not only true independently of our recognizing them to be so, but that they are independent of our thinking as such. A thought does not belong specially to the person who thinks it, as does an idea to the person who has it. Everyone who grasps it encounters it in the same way, as the same thought. Otherwise two people would never attach the same thought to the same sentence, but each would have his own thought, and if, say, one person put 2 = 4 forward as true whilst another denied it, there would be no contradiction, because what was asserted by one would be different from what was rejected by the other. It would be quite impossible for the assertions of different people to contradict one another, for a contradiction. 145. 146. 234 Logic occurs only when it is the very same thought that one person is asserting to be true and another to be false. So a dispute about the truth of something would be futile. There would simply be no common ground to fight on, each thought would be enclosed in its own private world, and a contradiction between the thoughts of different people would be like a war between ourselves and the inhabitants of Mars. Nor must we say that one person might communicate his thought to another and a conflict would then flare up in the latter's private world. It would be quite impossible for a thought to be so communicated that it should pass out of the private world of one person into that of another. The thought that entered the latter's mind as a result of the communication would be different from the thought in the former's mind, and the slightest alteration can transform a truth into a falsehood. If we wanted to regard a thought as something psychological, as a structure of ideas, without, however, adopting a wholly subjective standpoint, we should have to explain the assertion that 2 plus 3 equals 5 on something like the following lines. It has been observed that with many people certain ideas form themselves in association with the sentence 2 plus 3 equals 5. We call a formation of this kind the sense of the sentence 2 plus 3 equals 5. So far as we have observed hitherto, these formations are always true. We may therefore make the provisional statement going by the observations made hitherto, the sense of the sentence 2 plus 3 equals 5 is true. But it is obvious that this explanation would not work at all. And it would leave us where we were. For the sense of the sentence "it has been observed that with many people certain ideas form themselves etc." would of course be a formation of ideas too, and the whole thing would begin over again. A soup that tastes pleasant to one person, may be nauseous to another. In such a case each person is really making a judgment about his own sensation of taste, and this is different from the others. The same would hold for thoughts if a thought were related to a sentence in the same kind of way as sensations of taste are related to the chemical stimuli that excite them. If a thought, like an idea, were something private and mental, then the truth of a thought could surely only consist in a relation to something that was not private or mental. So if we wanted to know whether a thought was true, we should have to ask whether the relation in question obtained, and thus whether the thought that this relation obtained was true. And so we should be in the position of a man on a treadmill who makes a step forwards and upwards, but the step he treads on keeps giving way and he falls back to where he was before. A thought is something impersonal. If we see the sentence 2 plus 3 equals 5 written on a wall, we have no difficulty at all in recognizing the thought expressed by it, and we do not need to know who has written it there in order to understand it. Logic 235. A sentence like "I am cold" may seem to be a counterexample to our thesis that a thought is independent of the person thinking it, insofar as it can be true for one person and false for another, and thus not true in itself. The reason for this is that the sentence expresses a different thought in the mouth of one person from what it expresses in the mouth of another. In this case the mere words do not contain the entire sense, we have in addition to take into account who utters it. There are many cases like this in which the spoken word has to be supplemented by the speaker's gesture and expression, and the accompanying circumstances. The word "tea" simply designates a different person in the mouths of different people. It is not necessary that the person who feels cold should himself give utterance to the thought that he feels cold. Another person can do this by using a name to designate the one who feels cold. In this way a thought can be clothed in a sentence that is more in keeping with its being independent of the person thinking it. The possibility of doing this distinguishes it from a mental state expressed by an interjection. Words like "here" and "now" only acquire their full sense through the circumstances in which they are used. If someone says "it is raining," the time and place of utterance have to be supplied. If such a sentence is written down, it often no longer has a complete sense, because there is nothing to indicate who uttered it, and where and when. As regards a sentence containing a judgment of taste like "this rose is beautiful," the identity of the speaker is essential to the sense, even though the word "I" does not occur in it. So the explanation for all these apparent exceptions is that the same sentence does not always express the same thought, because the words need to be supplemented in order to get a complete sense, and how this is done can vary according to the circumstances. Whereas ideas have no fixed boundaries, but are constantly changing and, Proteus-like, assume different forms, thoughts always remain the same. It is of the essence of a thought to be non-temporal and non-spatial. In the case of the thought that 3 plus 4 equals 7 and the laws of nature, there is hardly any need to support this statement. If it should turn out that the law of gravitation ceased to be true from a certain moment onwards, we should conclude that it was not true at all, and put ourselves out to discover a new law. The new one would differ in containing a condition which would be satisfied at one time but not at another. It is the same with place. If it should transpire that the law of gravitation was not valid in the neighborhood of Sirius, we should search for another law which contained a condition that was satisfied in our solar system but not in the neighborhood of Sirius. If someone wished to cite, say, the total number of inhabitants of the German Empire is 52,000,000, as a counterexample to the timelessness of thoughts, I should reply, this sentence is not a complete expression of a thought at all, since it lacks a time determination. If we add such a determination, for example, at noon on January 1, 1897 by Central European Time, then the thought is either true, in which case it is always, or better, timelessly, true, or it is false, and in that case it is false without qualification. This holds of any particular historical fact. If it is true independently of the time at which it is judged to be true. It is no objection that a sentence may acquire a different sense in the course of time, for what changes in such a case is of course the language, not the thought. In another language this shift need not take place. It is true of course that we speak of men's thoughts as being liable to change. However, it is not the thoughts which are true at one time and false at another, it is only that they are held to be true at one time and false at another. What if it is objected that I am attaching to the word thought a sense that it does not ordinarily have, and that other people understand by it an act of thinking, which is obviously private and mental? Well, the important thing is that I remain true to my way of using it. Whether this agrees with the ordinary use is of less importance. It may well be the case that people sometimes understand by the word thought an act of thinking. In any case, this is not always so registered, and such an act cannot be true. In logic, as in other sciences, it is open to us to coin technical terms, regardless of whether the words are always used in precisely that way in everyday life. It does not matter if the bedoeling we fix on is not altogether in line with everyday use or does not accord with the word's etymology. What does matter is to make it as appropriate a vehicle as possible for use in expressing laws. Provided there is no loss of rigor, the more compendious the formulation of the complete system of laws, the more felicitous is the apparatus of technical terms. Now we cannot regard thinking as a process which generates thoughts. It would be just as wrong to identify a thought with an act of thinking, so that a thought is related to thinking as a leap is to leaping. This view is in harmony with many of our ways of talking. For do we not say that the same thought is grasped by this person and by that person? And that each person has the same thought over and over again? Now if thoughts only came into existence as a result of thinking, or if they were constituted by thinking, then the same thought could come into existence, cease to exist, and then come into existence again, which is absurd. As I do not create a tree by looking at it or cause a pencil to come into existence by taking hold of it, neither do I generate a thought by thinking. And still less does the brain secrete thoughts, as the liver does gall. The metaphors that underlie the expressions we use when we speak of grasping a thought, of conceiving, laying hold of, seizing, understanding, of capere, percipere, comprehendere, intelligere, put the matter in essentially the right perspective. What is grasped, taken hold of, is already there, and all we do is take possession of it. Likewise, what we see into or single out from amongst other things is already there and does not come into existence as a result of these activities. Of course, all metaphors go lame at some point. We are inclined to regard what is independent of our mental processes as something spatial or material. And the words that we have just listed make it look as if this is what a thought actually is. But this is not where the point of the comparison lies. What is independent of our mental processes, what is objective, does not have to be spatial or material or actual. If we were to disregard this, we should easily slip into a kind of mythology. To say the laws of gravitation, of inertia, of the parallelogram of forces cause the earth to move as it does move, might make it look as if these laws, so to speak, took the earth by the ears and kept it on the path they prescribe. Such a use of the words affect, cause, would be misleading. On the other hand, it is all right to say that the sun and planets act on one another in accordance with the laws of gravitation. So even if physical bodies and thoughts resemble one another in being independent of my inner life, we are not entitled to conclude from this that thoughts can be moved as bodies can, or can be smelled or tasted, and it would be invalid to seek somehow to draw from the absurdity of such inference an objection to our views. Although a law of nature obtains quite independently of whether we think of it or not, it does not emit light or sound waves by which our visual or auditory nerves could be affected. But do I not then see that this flower has 5 petals? We can say this, but if we do, the word see is not being used in the sense of having a mere visual experience. What we mean by it is bound up with thinking and judging. Newton did not discover the law of gravitation because his senses were especially acute. If we wish to speak of a thought as being actual, we can do so only in the sense that the knowledge that someone has of e.g. a law of nature has an influence on the decisions he makes, which in their turn may affect the course of history. We should then be thinking of the recognition of a law as a case of a law's acting upon us, and it is perhaps possible to do this, just as we can regard, say, the seeing of a flower as the flowers indirectly acting on us. We can disregard thoughts and we can take possession of them. We might conceive of the latter as a case of our acting on thoughts, which seems to speak against their being timeless. But the thought is not changed in itself by being thus acted on, just as the moon is apparently unaffected whether we take any notice of it or not. So even though it may be possible to speak of thoughts as acting on us, we cannot speak of ourselves as acting on thoughts. We might cite, as an instance of thoughts being subject to change, the fact that they are not always immediately clear. But what is called the clarity of a thought in our sense of this word is really a matter of how thoroughly it has been assimilated or grasped, and is not a property of a thought. It would be wrong to think that it is only true thoughts that obtained independently of our mental life, and that false ones, on the other hand, belonged, as ideas do, to our inner life. Almost everything that we have. Logic 239. Said about the predicate zero holds for the predicate false as well. In the strict sense it applies only to thoughts. Where it looks to be predicated of sentences or ideas, still at bottom it is being predicated of thoughts. What is false in itself and independently of our opinions. A dispute over the falsity of something is at the same time a dispute over the truth of something. Therefore the thing whose falsity can be a matter for dispute does not belong to some mind or other. Separating a thought from its trappings. In an assertoric sentence 2 different kinds of thing are usually intimately bound up with one another, the thought expressed and the assertion of its truth. And this is why these are often not clearly distinguished. However, one can express a thought without at the same time putting it forward as true. A scientist who makes a scientific discovery usually begins by grasping just a thought, and then he asks himself whether it is to be recognized as true. It is not until his investigation has turned out in favor of the hypothesis, that he ventures to put it forward as true. We express the same thought in the question is oxygen condensable, and in the sentence oxygen is condensable, joining it in the one case with a request and in the other with an assertion. When we inwardly recognize that a thought is true, we are making a judgment. When we communicate this recognition, we are making an assertion. We can think without making a judgment. We have seen that the series of sounds that compose a sentence is often not sufficient for the complete expression of a thought. If we wish to bring the essence of a thought into as sharp a focus as possible, we ought not to overlook the fact that the converse case is not uncommon, the case where a sentence does more than express a thought and assert its truth. In many cases a sentence is meant to have an effect on the ideas and feelings of the hearer as well, and the more closely it approximates to the language of poetry, the greater this effect is meant to be. We have indeed stressed the fact that language is but poorly suited for calling up at will an idea in the mind of a hearer with any precision. Who would ever rely on words to evoke as precise a mental picture of an Apollo as can be produced without difficulty by looking at a piece of sculpture? Even so, we do say that the poet paints things. And in fact it cannot be denied that the spoken word affects the ideas we have just because it enters consciousness as a complex of auditory sensations. Right from the start we experience the series of sounds themselves, the tone of the voice, the intonation and rhythm with feelings of pleasure or displeasure. These sensations of sound are linked to auditory ideas that resemble them, and these latter are linked in turn. 151. 152. 240 Logic. With further ideas reactivated by them. This is the domain of onomatopoeia. Here we may cite the Homeric verse, Toiog te koi te tpalyog sregilo of 1 gcvelolo. This is quite independent of the aim of words to express thoughts. Here the sounds are acting only as a sensory stimulus. But because sequences of such sounds are meant to have a sense, they act upon the imagination in yet a different way. Anyone who hears the word horse and understands it will probably have straight away a picture of a horse in his mind. This picture, however, is not to be confused with the sense of the word horse, for the word horse gives no clue to the color of the horse, or to its carriage when standing still or in motion, or to the side from which it is seen and the like. If different people were able, say, immediately to project onto a canvas the ideas that sprung up in their minds on hearing the word horse, then we should be presented with quite different pictures. And even with the same person the word horse does not always conjure up the same idea. Here a great deal depends on the context. We may compare e.g. the sentences with what joy he rides his gallant horse and I just saw a horse stumble on the wet asphalt. So there can be no question of the same idea always being associated with the word horse. Thus in virtue of its sense such a word will excite a certain idea in us, but by itself it is far from determining this idea completely. Generally speaking, the most we are entitled to assume is that the ideas of the speaker and hearer are very roughly in agreement. If several artists produce, independently of one another, illustrations of the same poem, they will diverge considerably from one another in the portrayal they give. Thus the poet does not really paint anything, he only provides the impetus for others to do so, furnishing hints to this end, and leaving it to the hearer to give his words body and shape. And in this connection it is useful to the poet to have at his disposal a number of different words that can be substituted for one another without altering the thought, but which can act in different ways on the feelings and imagination of the hearer. We may think e.g. of the words walk, stroll, saunter. These means are also used to the same end in everyday language. If we compare the sentences this dog howled the whole night and this cur howled the whole night, we find that the thought is the same. The first sentence tells us neither more nor less than does the second. But whilst the word dog is neutral as between having pleasant or unpleasant associations, the word cur certainly has unpleasant rather than pleasant associations and puts us rather in mind of a dog with a somewhat unkempt appearance. Even if it is grossly unfair to the dog to think of it in this way, we cannot say that this makes the second sentence false. True, anyone who utters the sentence speaks pejoratively, but this is not part of the thought expressed. What distinguishes the second sentence from the first is of the nature of an interjection. It might be thought that the second sentence does nevertheless tell us more than the first, namely that the speaker has a poor opinion of the dog. In that case, the word cur would contain an entire thought. We can put this to the test in the following way. We assume that the first sentence is true and the second sentence is spoken by someone who does not actually feel the contempt which the word cur seems to imply. If the objection were correct, the second sentence would now contain two thoughts, one of which was false, so it would assert something false as a whole, whilst the first sentence would be true. We shall hardly go along with this, rather the use of the word cur does not prevent us from holding that the second sentence is true as well. For we have to make a distinction between the thoughts that are expressed and those which the speaker leads others to take as true although he does not express them. If a commander conceals his weakness from the enemy by making his troops keep changing their uniforms, he is not telling a lie, for he is not expressing any thoughts, although his actions are calculated to induce thoughts in others. And we find the same thing in the case of speech itself, as when one gives a special tone to the voice or chooses special words. If someone announces the news of a death in a sad tone of voice without actually being sad, the thought expressed is still true even if the sad tone is assumed in order to create a false impression. And we can substitute words like and unfortunately for such a tone of voice without altering the thought. Naturally, things are different if certain actions are specifically agreed on as a means of communicating something. In language, common usage takes the place of such agreements. Of course, borderline cases can arise because language changes. Something that was not originally employed as a means of expressing a thought may eventually come to do this because it has constantly been used in cases of the same kind. A thought which to begin with was only suggested by an expression may come to be explicitly asserted by it. And in the period in between, different interpretations will be possible. But the distinction itself is not obliterated by such fluctuations in language. In the present context, the only essential thing for us is that a different thought does not correspond to every difference in the words used, and that we have a means of deciding what is and what is not part of the thought, even though, with language constantly developing, it may at times be difficult to apply. The distinction between the active and passive voice belongs here too. The sentences M gave document A to N, document A was given to N by M, and received document A from M express exactly the same thought. We learn not a whit more or less from any one of these sentences than we do from the others. Hence it is impossible that one of them should be true whilst another is false. It is the very same thing that is here capable of being true or false. For all this, we are not in a position to say that it is a matter of complete indifference which of these sentences we use. As a rule, stylistic and aesthetic reasons will give the preference to one of them. If someone asks why has A been arrested, it would be unnatural to reply B has been murdered by him, because it would require a needless switch of the attention from A to B. Although in actual speech it can certainly be very important where the attention is directed and where the stress falls, it is of no concern to logic. In translating from one language to another, it is sometimes necessary to dispense with the original grammatical construction altogether. Nevertheless, this need not affect the thought, and it must not do so, if the translation is to be correct. But it is sometimes necessary to sacrifice the feeling and color of the original. Again, in the two sentences, Frederick the Great won the Battle of Rossbach, and it is true that Frederick the Great won the Battle of Rossbach, we have, as we said earlier, the same thought in a different verbal form. In affirming the thought in the first sentence, we thereby affirm the thought in the second, and conversely. There are not two different acts of judgment, but only one. The distinction between what is part of the thought expressed in a sentence and what only gets attached to the thought is of the greatest importance for logic. The purity of the object of one's investigation is not of importance only to the chemist. How would the chemist be able to recognize, beyond any doubt, that he has arrived at the same results by different means, if the apparent difference of means could be traced back to impurities in the substances used? There is no doubt that the first and most important discoveries in a science are often a matter of recognizing something as the same again. However self-evident it may seem to us that it is the same sun which went down yesterday and rose today, and however insignificant therefore this discovery may seem to us, it has certainly been one of the most important in astronomy, and perhaps the one that really laid the foundations of the science. It was also important to recognize that the morning star is the same as the evening star, that 3 times 5 is the same as 5 times 3. It is just as important not to distinguish what is the same as it is to be alive to differences when they don't hit one in the eye. So it is quite wrong to think that one can never make too many distinctions. It does nothing but harm to insist on distinctions where they are not relevant. Thus in general mechanics we shall take care not to speak of the chemical differences between substances and not to state the law of inertia in a special form for, say, each chemical element. We shall only take those differences into account that are essential to the formulation of the laws with which we are actually concerned. Above all, we must not let ourselves be seduced by the presence of extraneous factors into seeing distinctions where there are none. In logic we must reject all distinctions that are made from a purely psychological point of view. What is referred to as a deepening of logic by psychology is nothing but a falsification of it by psychology. In human beings it is natural for thinking to be intermingled with having images and feeling. Logic has the task of isolating what is logical, not, to be sure, so that we should think without having images, which is no doubt impossible, but so that we should consciously distinguish the logical from what is attached to it in the way of ideas and feelings. There is a difficulty here in that we think in some language or other, and that grammar, which has a significance for language analogous to that which logic has for judgment, is a mixture of the logical and the psychological. If this were not so, all languages would necessarily have the same grammar. It is true that we can express the same thought in different languages, but the psychological trappings, the clothing of the thought, will often be different. This is why the learning of foreign languages is useful for one's logical education. Seeing that the same thought can be worded in different ways, we learn better to distinguish the verbal husk from the kernel with which, in any given language, it appears to be organically bound up. This is how the differences between languages can facilitate our grasp of what is logical. But still the difficulties are not wholly removed in this way, and our logic books still keep dragging in a number of things, subject and predicate, for example, which do not, strictly speaking, belong to logic. For this reason it is useful to be acquainted also with a means of expressing thoughts that is of a radically different nature, such as we have in the formula language of arithmetic or in my. The first and most important task is to set out clearly what the objects to be investigated are. Only if we do this shall we be able to recognize the same as the same. In logic too, such acts of recognition probably constitute the fundamental discoveries. Therefore let us never. 155. 244 Logic. Forget that two different sentences can express the same thought, that we are concerned with only that part of a sentence's content which can be true or false. Even if there were only a jot more to the thought contained in the passive form than in the active, it would be conceivable that this jot should be false whilst the thought contained in the active form was true, and that we should not be entitled without more ado to go over from the active to the passive form. Likewise, if there were only a jot more to the thought contained in the active form than in the passive, we should not be able to go over from the passive form to the active without examining the particular case in hand. But if both transitions can always be made salva veritate, then this confirms that what is true here, namely the thought, is not affected by this change of form. This serves as a warning not to attach too much weight to linguistic distinctions, as logicians are prone to, a case in point being the assumption that every thought or judgment, as it is usually called, has a subject and a predicate, so that the subject and predicate of a thought are determined by the thought, as the subject and predicate of a sentence are unambiguously given along with the sentence. If we make this assumption, we only get involved in quite unnecessary difficulties, and, grappling with them to no effect, we only strengthen the impression that the science of logic is really quite superfluous. We shall have no truck with the expressions subject and predicate, of which logicians are so fond, especially since they not only make it more difficult for us to recognize the same as the same, but also conceal distinctions that are there. Instead of following grammar blindly, the logician ought rather to see his task as that of freeing us from the fetters of language. For however true it is that thinking, at least in its higher forms, was only made possible by means of language, we have nevertheless to take great care not to become dependent on language, for very many of the mistakes that occur in reasoning have their source in the logical imperfections of language. Of course, if we see the task of logic to be that of describing how people actually think, then we shall naturally have to accord great importance to language. But then the name logic is being used for what is really only a branch of psychology. This is as if one imagined that one was doing astronomy when one was developing a psychophysical theory of how one sees through a telescope. In the former case, the things that are the proper concern of logic do not come into view any more than in the latter case do the problems of astronomy. Psychological treatments of logic arise from the mistaken belief that a thought is something psychological like an idea. This view leads necessarily to an idealist theory of knowledge, For if it is correct, then the parts that we distinguish in a thought, such as subject and predicate, must belong as much to logic. 245. Psychology as do thoughts themselves. Now since every act of cognition is realized in judgments, this means the breakdown of every bridge leading to what is objective. And all our striving to attain to this can be no more than an attempt to draw ourselves up by our own bootstraps. The most we can do is to try to explain how it comes to seem that there is such a thing as what is objective, how we come to assume the existence of something that is not part of our mind without, however, are thereby having any justification for this assumption. Physiological psychology provides us with the most striking case of this slide into idealism because its realistic point of departure stands in such sharp contrast to it. We start out with nerve fibers and ganglion cells and make assumptions about impulses and how they are transmitted, and we seek in this way to make ideation more intelligible, since we can't help regarding processes in the ganglion cells and nerve fibers as more intelligible than the process of ideation. As befits a science worthy of the name, we do not hesitate to take it for granted, when we proceed like this, that ganglion cells and nerve fibers are objective and real. This will probably work perfectly well so long as we confine ourselves to ideation. But we do not stop there, we move on to thinking and judgment as well, and at this point what began as realism suddenly turns into an extreme form of idealism. In this way realism itself cuts off the branch on which it is sitting. Now everything is dissolved into ideas, and as a result the earlier explanations themselves become illusory. Anatomy and physiology turn into fictions. The whole physio-anatomical foundation of nerve fibers, ganglion cells, stimuli, impulses, and transmission of impulses disintegrates. And what are we left with? Ideas of nerve fibers, ideas of ganglion cells, ideas of stimuli, and so on. And what did we start off with the intention of explaining? The having of ideas. Well, can one say of these explanations that there is any truth or reason in them at all? Standing by a river one often sees eddies in the water. Now would it not be absurd to claim that such an eddy of water was sound or true? And even if the dance of the atoms and molecules in my brain was 1,000 times more spirited and frenzied than the dance of gnats on a summer evening, would it not be just as absurd to assert that it was sound or true? And if the explanations above were gyrations of this sort, could we ever say they were true? And is it any different in the end if these explanations are congeries of ideas? And the phantasms that pass before the mind of the typhus victim in a constant procession, as one picture gives way to another, are they true? They are no more true than they are false, they are simply processes, as an eddy in water is a process. And if we are to speak of a right, it can only be the right of things to happen as they do happen. One phantasm contradicts another no more than one eddy in water contradicts another. If the visual idea of a rose is associated with the idea of a delicate scent, and to these are added the auditory ideas of the words rose and scent, as well as the motor ideas associated with uttering these words, and if we go on and on heaping associations upon associations until the most complex and elaborate idea is formed, what purpose does it serve? Do we really think we should have a thought as a result? The result would no more be a thought than an automaton, however cunningly contrived, is a living being. Put something together out of parts that are inanimate and you still have something inanimate. Combine ideas and you still have an idea, and the most varied and elaborate associations can make no difference. Even if, on top of these, the whole is imbued with feelings and moods, it is all to no avail. The law of gravitation can never come into existence in this way, for this law is quite independent of everything that goes on in my mind and of how my ideas change and fluctuate. But still the grasping of this law is a mental process. Yes, indeed, but it is a process which takes place on the very confines of the mental, and which for that reason cannot be completely understood from a purely psychological standpoint. For in grasping the law something comes into view whose nature is no longer mental in the proper sense, namely the thought, and this process is perhaps the most mysterious of all. But just because it is mental in character we do not need to concern ourselves with it in logic. It is enough for us that we can grasp thoughts and recognize them to be true. How this takes place is a question in its own right. Copyright. It is surely enough for the chemist too that he can see, smell and taste. It is not his business to investigate how these things take place. It is not immaterial to the success of a scientific investigation that questions which can be treated independently of others are not confounded with them, with the result that we create unnecessary difficulties. That easily leads to our seeing things crossways on. So we shall not trouble ourselves with asking how we actually think or arrive at our convictions. It is not the holding something to be true that concerns us but the laws of truth. We can also think of these as prescriptions for making judgments. We must comply with them in our judgments if we are not to fail of the truth. So if we call them laws of thought or, better, laws of judgment, we must not forget we are concerned here with laws which, like the principles of morals or the laws of the state, prescribe how we are to act, and do not, like the laws of nature, define the actual course of events. Thinking, as it actually takes place, is not always in agreement with the laws of logic any more than people's actual behavior is always in agreement with the moral law. I therefore think it better to avoid the expression laws of thought altogether in logic, because it always misleads us into thinking of laws of thought as laws of nature. If that is what they were, we should have to assign them to psychology. We could, with equal justice, think of the laws of geometry and the laws of physics as laws of thought or laws of judgment, namely as prescriptions to which our judgments must conform in a different domain if they are to remain in agreement with the truth. Logic, then, is no more the right place for conducting psychological investigations than is geometry or physics. To explain how thinking and judging take place is certainly a feasible undertaking, but it is not a logical one. Accordingly, the logician does not have to ask what course thinking naturally takes in the human mind. What is natural to one man may well be unnatural to another. The great difference between grammars itself bears witness to this. The logician need fear nothing less than to be reproached with the fact that his statements do not accord with how we think naturally. The normal person with no training in mathematics would find it highly unnatural if he were to have the rudiments of the subject explained to him in terms of the utmost rigor, and for that very reason. A prudent teacher will therefore tend to let rigor go by the board in introducing the subject and will only seek to awaken the need for it bit by bit. Even in the history of mathematics we find that the highest degree of rigor is achieved only towards the end and that consequently it is at the farthest removed from what is natural. Registered hence to strive to present the process of thinking in its natural form would lead us directly away from logic. If the logician tried to take account of objections on the score that what he said was unnatural, he would be in danger of involving himself in endless disputes over what is natural, disputes which logic is quite incapable of resolving on its own grounds and which, therefore, do not belong to logic. To resolve them we should presumably have to resort to observing primitive peoples. But above all we should be wary of the view that it is the business of logic to investigate how we actually think and judge when we are in agreement with the laws of truth. If that were so, we should have constantly to have one eye on the one thing and one eye on the other, and continue paying attention to the latter whilst taking a sidelong glance at the former, and in the process we should easily lose sight of a definite goal altogether. We should be seduced into asking unclear questions and as a result a satisfactory outcome to our investigations would be as good as impossible. What are often called laws of thought, namely laws in accordance with which judging, at least in normal cases, takes place, can be nothing but laws for holding something to be true, not laws of truth. If a man holds something to be true, and the psychological logicians will surely hold that their own statements at least are true, he thereby acknowledges that there is such a thing as something's being true. But in that case it is surely probable that there will be laws of truth as well, and if there are, these must provide the norm for holding something to be true. And these will be the laws of logic proper. In supplement number 26 to the 1897 proceedings of the Allgemeine Zeitung, T. Achilles writes in an essay entitled Völkerkunde und Philosophie, but we are now clear about this, that the norms which hold in general for thinking and acting cannot be arrived at by the one-sided exercise of pure deductive abstraction alone, what is required is an empirico-critical determination of the objective principles of our psychophysical organization which are valid at all times for the great consciousness of mankind. It is not quite clear whether this is about laws in accordance with which judgments are made or about laws in accordance with which they should be made. It appears to be about both. That is to say, the laws in accordance with which judgments are made are set up as a norm for how judgments are to be made. But why do we need to do this? Don't we automatically judge in accordance with these laws? No. Not automatically, normally, yes, but not always. So these are laws which have exceptions, but the exceptions will themselves be governed by further laws. So the laws that we have set up do not comprise all of them. Now what is our justification for isolating a part of the entire corpus of laws and setting it up as a norm? To do that is like wanting to present Kepler's laws of planetary motion as a norm and then being forced, alas, to recognize that the planets in their willfulness do not behave in strict conformity with them but, like spoiled children, have disturbing effects on one another. Such behavior would then have to be severely reprimanded. On this view we shall have to exercise every care not to stray from the path taken by the solid majority. We shall even mistrust the greatest geniuses, for if they were normal, they would be mediocre. With the psychological conception of logic we lose the distinction between the grounds that justify a conviction and the causes that actually produce it. This means that a justification in the proper sense is not possible. What we have in its place is an account of how the conviction was arrived at, from which it is to be inferred that everything has been caused by psychological factors. This puts a superstition on the same footing as a scientific discovery. If we think of the laws of logic as psychological, we shall be inclined to raise the question whether they are somehow subject to change. Are they like the grammar of a language, which may, of course, change with the passage of time? This is a possibility we really have to face up to if we hold that the laws of logic derive their authority from a source similar to that of the laws of grammar, if they are norms only because we seldom deviate from them, if it is normal to judge in accordance with our laws of logic as it normal to walk upright. Just as there may have been a time when it was not normal for our ancestors to walk upright, so many modes of thinking might have been normal in the past which are not so now, and in the future something might be normal that is not so at the present time. In a language whose form is not yet fixed there are always points of grammar on which our sense of idiom is unreliable, and a similar thing would have to hold in respect of the laws of logic whenever we were in a period of transition. We might, for instance, be in two minds whether it is correct to judge that every object is identical with itself. If that were so, we should not really be entitled to speak of logical laws, but only of logical rules that specify what is regarded as normal at a particular time. We should not be entitled to express such a rule in a form like every object is identical with itself, for there is here no mention at all of the class of beings for whose judgments the rule is meant to be valid, but we should have to say something like at the present time it is normal for human beings with the possible exception of certain primitive peoples for whom the matter has not yet been investigated to judge that every object is identical with itself. However, once there are laws, even if they are psychological, then, as we have seen, they must always be true, or better, they must be timelessly true if they are true at all. Therefore if we had observed that from a certain time a law ceased to hold, then we should have to say that it was altogether false. What we could do, however, is to try to find a condition that would have to be added to the law. Let us assume that for a certain period of time people make judgments in accordance with the law that every object is identical with itself, but that after this time they cease to do so. Then the cause of this might be that the phosphorus content in the cerebral cortex had changed, and we should then have to say something like if the amount of phosphorus present in any part of man's cerebral cortex does not exceed 4%, or his judgment will always be in accordance with the law that every object is identical with itself. 160. 161. 250 Logic. We can at least conceive of psychological laws that refer in this way to the chemical composition of the brain or to its anatomical structure. On the other hand, such a reference would be absurd in the case of logical laws, for these are not concerned with what this or that man holds to be true, but with what is true. Whether a man holds the thought that 2.2 equals 4 to be true or to be false may depend on the chemical composition of his brain, but whether this thought is true cannot depend on that. Whether it is true that Julius Caesar was assassinated by Brutus cannot depend upon the structure of Professor Mommsen's brain. People sometimes raise the question whether the laws of logic can change with time. The laws of truth, like all thoughts, are always true if they are true at all. Nor can they contain a condition which might be satisfied at certain times but not at others, because they are concerned with the truth of thoughts, and if these are true, they are true timelessly. So if at one time the truth of some thought follows from the truth of certain others, then it must always follow. Let us summarize what we have elicited about thoughts. Unlike ideas, thoughts do not belong to the individual mind, but are independent of our thinking and confront each one of us in the same way. They are not the product of thinking, but are only grasped by thinking. In this respect they are like physical bodies. What distinguishes them from physical bodies is that they are non-spatial, and we could perhaps really go as far as to say that they are essentially timeless, at least inasmuch as they are immune from anything that could effect a change in their intrinsic nature. They are like ideas in being non-spatial. Since thoughts are not mental in nature, it follows that every psychological treatment of logic can only do harm. It is rather the task of this science to purify logic of all that is alien and hence of all that is psychological, and to free thinking from the fetters of language by pointing up the logical imperfections of language. Logic is concerned with the laws of truth, not with the laws of holding something to be true, not with the question of how people think, but with the question of how they must think if they are not to miss the truth. 2 degrees auf. Bezugnehmen. On Euclidean geometry. No man can serve two masters. One cannot serve both truth and untruth. If Euclidean geometry is true, then non-Euclidean geometry is false, and if non-Euclidean geometry is true, then Euclidean geometry is false. If given a point not lying on a line 1 and only one line can be drawn through that point parallel to that line, then, given any line / and point P not lying on J, a line can be drawn through P parallel to J, and any line that passes through P and is parallel to / will coincide with it. Whoever acknowledges Euclidean geometry to be true must reject non-Euclidean geometry as false, and whoever acknowledges non-Euclidean geometry to be true must reject Euclidean geometry. People at one time believed they practiced a science, which went by the name of alchemy, but when it was discovered that this supposed science was riddled with error, it was banished from among the sciences. Again, people at one time believed they practiced a science, which went by the name of astrology. But this too was banished from among the sciences once men had seen through it and discovered that it was unscientific. The question at the present time is whether Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry should be struck off the roll of the sciences, and made to line up as a museum piece alongside alchemy and astrology. If one is content to have only phantoms hovering around one, there is no need to take the matter so seriously, but in science we are subject to the necessity of seeking after truth. There it is a case of in or out. Well, is it Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry that should get the sack? That is the question. Do we dare to treat Euclid's elements, which have exercised unquestioned sway for 2,000 years, as we have treated astrology? It is only if we do not dare to do this that we can put Euclid's axioms forward as propositions that are neither false nor doubtful. In that case non-Euclidean geometry will have to be counted amongst the pseudosciences, to the study of which we still attach some slight importance, but only as historical curiosities. Letter to Russell, 2.6.1902. Jena, June 22, 1902. Dear colleague. Your discovery of the contradiction has surprised me beyond words and, I should almost like to say, left me thunderstruck, because it has rocked the ground on which I meant to build arithmetic. It seems accordingly that the transformation of the generality of an equality into an equality of value ranges is not always permissible, that my law V is false, and that my explanations in 31 do not suffice to secure a Bedeutung for my combinations of signs in all cases. I must give some further thought to the matter. It is all the more serious as the collapse of my law V seems to undermine not only the foundations of my arithmetic but the only possible foundations of arithmetic as such. And yet, I should think, it must be possible to set up conditions for the transformation of the generality of an equality into an equality of value ranges so as to retain the essentials of my proofs. Your discovery is at any rate a very remarkable one, and it may perhaps lead to a great advance in logic, undesirable as it may seem at first sight. Incidentally, the expression a predicate is predicated of itself does not seem exact to me. A predicate is as a rule a first-level function which requires an object as argument and which cannot therefore have itself as argument. Therefore I would rather say, a concept is predicated of its own extension ** if the function at is a concept, I designate its extension by at. O or da at is then the predication of the concept registered of its own extension. The second volume of my Grundgesetze is to appear shortly. I shall have to give it an appendix where I will do justice to your discovery. If only I could find the right way of looking at it. Yours sincerely, G. Frege. Jena, December 28, 1902. Dear colleague, you could not bring yourself to believe that the truth value is the Bedeutung of a proposition. I do not know whether you read my essay on sense and Bedeutung in volume 100 of the Zeitschrift für Philosophie und Philosophiskritik. The distinction between the sense and the Bedeutung of a sign is important in our case too. It frequently happens that different signs designate the same object but are not necessarily interchangeable because they determine the same object in different ways. It could be said that they lead to it from different directions. The words morning star and evening star designate the same planet, Venus, but to recognize this, a special act of recognition is required. It cannot simply be inferred from the principle of identity. Wherever the coincidence of Bedeutung is not self-evident, we have a difference in sense. Thus the sense of 2 plus 1 is also different from the sense of 3 degree even though the Bedeutung is the same, because a special act of recognition is required in order to see this. Thus the equations 3 * = 3 and 2 plus 1 = 3 do not have the same cognitive value even though their truth value is the same. The difference is one of sense, the thoughts expressed are different. If a thought were the Bedeutung of a proposition, then it would not change if one of its parts was replaced by another expression with the same Bedeutung. I now ask, does the whole proposition only have a sense, or does it also have a Bedeutung? What we talk about is the Bedeutungen of words. We say something about the Bedeutung of the word Sirius when we say, Sirius is bigger than the sun. This is why in science it is of value to us to know that the words used have a Bedeutung. Of course, in poetry and legend it makes no difference to us. When we merely want to enjoy the poetry we do not care whether, example the name Odysseus has a Bedeutung. The question first acquires an interest for us when we take a scientific attitude the moment we ask, is the story true, i.e., when we take an interest in the truth value. In poetry too there are thoughts, but there are only pseudo-assertions. This is also why a poet cannot be accused of lying if he knowingly says something false in his poetry. Now it would be impossible to see why it was of value to us to know whether or not a word had a Bedeutung if the whole proposition did not have a Bedeutung and if this Bedeutung was of no value to us, for whether or not that is so does not affect the thought. Moreover, this Bedeutung will be something which will have value for us precisely when we are interested in whether the words are Bedeutungsvoll, and hence, when we inquire about truth. The Bedeutung of the proposition must be something which does not change when one sign is replaced by another with the same Bedeutung but a different sense. What does not change in the process is the truth value. If the sign of identity is used between propositions, then the truth value must be recognized as the Bedeutung of the proposition. The propositions the morning star is a planet and the evening star is a planet do not have the same sense, but the latter arises from the former if the proper name morning star is replaced by evening star, a proper name with the same Bedeutung. It follows from this that the propositions must agree in their Bedeutung. This shows that the thought expressed by the proposition cannot be what is recognized as the same, any more than the sense of morning star can be said to coincide with the sense of evening star when we write morning star equals evening star, or the sense of 2 asterisk plus 1 can be said to coincide with the sense of 3 in the equation 2 plus 1 equals 37. Yours sincerely, G. Frege. Grundgesetze Arithmetic. Volume IT. IL. The Real Numbers. 1 Critique of Theories of the Irrational Numbers. Principles of Definition. 55. Before we examine what prominent mathematicians have said about numbers, in particular, irrational numbers, it will be as well to first lay down and justify a few principles of definition that have been disregarded by almost all writers in this area, so that we do not have to go into it in detail every single time. We have already laid down such principles for the in volume I. Here we shall mainly be concerned with definitions in ordinary language. The only differences between the two accounts, of course, will be ones that are grounded in the different nature of these means of expression. 1 Principle of Completeness. 56. A definition of a concept must be complete. It must unambiguously determine, as regards any object, whether or not it falls under the concept. Thus there must not be any object as regards which the definition leaves in doubt whether it falls under the concept, though for us human beings, with our defective knowledge, the question may not always be decidable. We may express this metaphorically as follows: the concept must have a sharp boundary. If we represent concepts in extension by areas on a plane, this is admittedly a picture that may be used only with caution, but here it can do us good service. To a concept without sharp boundary there would correspond an area that had not a sharp boundary line all round, but in places just vaguely faded away into the background. This would not really be an area at all, and likewise a concept that is not sharply defined is wrongly termed a concept. Such quasi-conceptual constructions cannot be recognized as concepts by logic. It is impossible to lay down precise laws for them. The law of excluded middle is really just another form of the requirement that the concept should have a sharp boundary. Any object A that you choose to take either falls under the concept registered or does not fall under it, tertium non datur. E.g., would the sentence any square root of 9 is odd have a comprehensible sense at all if square root of 9 were not a concept with a sharp boundary? Has the question "are we still Christians?" really got a sense, if it is indeterminate whom the predicate Christian can truly be ascribed to, and who must be refused it? 57. Now from this it follows that the mathematician's favorite procedure, piecemeal definition, is inadmissible. The procedure is this: first they give the definition for a particular case, e.g. for positive integers, and make use of it, then, many theorems later, there follows a second definition for another case, e.g. for negative integers and 0. Here they often commit the further mistake of making specifications all over again for the case they have already dealt with. Even if in fact they avoid contradictions, in principle their method does not rule them out. What is more, as a rule they do not attain to completeness, but leave over some cases, as to which they make no specification, and many are naive enough to employ the word or symbol for these cases too, as if they had assigned a Bedeutung to it. Such piecemeal definition is a procedure comparable to drawing the boundary of a part of a surface in bits, perhaps without making them join up. But the chief mistake is that they are already using the symbol or word in theorems before it has been completely defined, often, indeed, with a view to further development of the definition itself. So long as the Bedeutung of a word or symbol is not completely defined, or known in some other way, the word or symbol may not be used in an exact science, least of all with a view to further development of its own definition. 58. Now, of course, it must be admitted that scientific progress, which has been effected by conquering wider and wider domains of numbers, made such a procedure almost inevitably necessary, and this necessity might serve as an excuse. It would indeed have been possible to replace the old symbols and terms by new ones, and logic really demands this, but that is a hard decision to make. And this horror over the introduction of new symbols or words is the cause of many obscurities in mathematics. The old definitions likewise could have been rejected as unsound, and new ones used, in order to set up the science over again from the beginning, but such a clean cut was never made, because the old definitions were believed indispensable for the beginnings of the science. Didactic requirements may also have made themselves heard in this connection. In this way people have got used to piecemeal definition, and what was originally an awkward makeshift became customary, and was admitted as one of the legitimate methods of science. The result is that nowadays hardly anybody is shocked when a symbol is first defined for a limited domain and then used in order to define the same symbol once more for a wider domain, for general custom has a power of justifying what is done, just as fashion can give the cachet of beauty to the most detestable mode. It is all the more necessary to emphasize that logic cannot recognize as concepts quasi-conceptual constructions that are still fluid and have not yet been given definitive and sharp boundaries, and that therefore logic must reject all. The various meanings have common properties, but I do not see how they suffice to determine all the possible meanings of equality. Moreover, there is a wide diversity of opinion between various authors as regards the concept of equality. A study of this question would be very useful, especially if it were carried out with the aid of symbols as well as words. Peano here appeals to a practical need, but this does not upset the reasons I mentioned in my letter to him. It may be difficult to satisfy the demands of logic always in giving definitions, but it must be possible. We may perhaps allow several conditional definitions of the same symbol when it is obvious from their form that they collectively cover all possible cases and do not make multiple specifications for any case, and when none of these partial definitions is used before they are all given, none, therefore, is used in another partial definition. In this case the definitions formally admit of being combined into a single definition. But this form of definition is best avoided, if possible. In regard to the equals sign, we shall do well to keep to our convention that equality is complete coincidence, identity. Of course bodies equal in volume are not identical, but they have the same volume. The signs on either side of the equals sign must thus in this case be taken as signs not for bodies but for their volumes, or for the numerical values obtained by measuring in terms of the same unit volume. We shall not speak of equal vectors, but rather of a certain attribute of the vectors which can be the same in different vectors. On this view, the progress of science will not require us to widen the Bedeutung of the formula A equals B, we shall merely take into account new attributes of objects. In his last sentence Peano coolly makes a momentous assertion. If mathematicians have divergent opinions about equality, this means nothing less than that mathematicians disagree as to the content of their science, and if we regard science as essentially consisting of thoughts, not of words and symbols, it means that there is no united science of mathematics at all, that mathematicians just do not understand one another. For almost all arithmetical propositions, and many geometrical ones, depend for their sense, directly or indirectly, upon the sense of the word equals. Piecemeal definition. For if the first definition is already complete and has drawn sharp boundaries, then either the second definition draws the same boundaries and then it must be rejected, because its content ought to be proved as a theorem, or it draws different ones and then it contradicts the first one. For example, we may define a conic section as the intersection of a plane with a conical surface of rotation. When once we have done this, we may not define it over again, e.g. as a curve whose equation in Cartesian coordinates is of the second degree, for now that has to be proved. Likewise we cannot now define it as a plane, figure whose equation in linear coordinates is of the second degree, for that would also include the point pair, which cannot be regarded as the intersection of a plane and a conic surface. Here, then, the boundary of the concept is not drawn in the same way, and it would be a mistake to use here the same term conic section. If the second definition is not ruled out by the first one in either of these ways, that is possible only because the first one is incomplete and has left the concept unfinished, i.e. in a condition in which it may not be employed at all, in particular, not for definitions. 59. It will be not unprofitable to give an example, so as to counterbalance the abstractness of these remarks. Heine sets up the following definition: registered number signs are called equal or interchangeable when they belong to equal series of numbers, and unequal or non-interchangeable when they belong to unequal series. What would people say to the following definition? Signs are called white when they belong to white objects. Now I may legitimately take, as a sign for the white sheet of paper that I have before me, a circular black patch, so long as I have not already employed the sign in some other way. And such a patch would now be white by definition. As against this, we must say, in using the expression if they belong to white objects, the definition presupposes that we know the Bedeutung of the word white, for otherwise it would be wholly unspecified what signs belong to white objects. Very well. If the word white is known, we cannot want to define it over again. We ought to regard it as quite self-evident that a word may not be defined by means of itself, for if we do that we are in one breath treating the word as known and as unknown. If it is known, a definition is at least superfluous; if it is not known, it cannot serve for the purpose of definition. This is so obvious, and yet people sin against it so often. We get the same case for Heine's definition. The use of the words if they. Registered die Elementer Funktionslehr, Krell's Journal für die reine Angewandte Mathematik, Volume 74, 2, DEF 2. From my here raising only one objection to this definition, it must not be inferred that I regard it as otherwise unexceptionable.